Aiah were there. Their names were Joab, Abishai, and Asahel. Asa- Asahel was as quick on his feet as a wild antelope. He chased Abner. He didn't turn to the right or the left as he chased him. Abner looked behind him. He asked Asahel, "Is that you?" "It is," he answered. Then Abner said to him, "Turn to the right or to the left. Fight one of the young men. Take his weapons away from him." But Asa, Asahel wouldn't stop chasing him. Again, Abner warned Asahel, "Stop chasing me. If you don't, I'll strike you down. Then how could I look your brother Joab in the face?" But Asahel refused to give up the chase, so Abner drove the dull end of his spear into Asahel's stomach. The spear came out of his back. He fell and died right there on the spot. Every man stopped when he came to the place where Asahel had fallen and died. But Joab and Abishai chased Abner. As the sun was going down, they came to the hill of Ammah. It was near Giah, on the way to the dry and empty land close to Gibeon. The men of Benjamin gathered in a group around Abner. They took their stand on top of a hill. Abner called out to Joab, "Do you want our swords to keep on killing us off? Don't you know that all of this fighting will end in bitter feelings? How long will it be before you order your men to stop chasing their fellow Israelites?" Joab answered, "It's a good thing you spoke up. If you hadn't, the men would have kept on chasing their fellow Israelites until morning, and that's just as sure as God is alive." So Joab blew a trumpet. All of the men stopped. They didn't chase Israel anymore. They didn't fight any more either. All that night, Abner and his men marched through the Arabah Valley. They went across the Jordan River. They kept on going through the whole Bithron. Finally, they came to Mahanaim. Then Joab returned from chasing Abner. He gathered all of his men together besides Asahel. Only 19 of David's men were missing, but David's men had killed 360 men from Benjamin who were with Abner. They got Asahel's body and buried it in his father's tomb at Bethlehem. Then Joab and his men marched all night. They arrived at Hebron at sunrise. The war between Saul's royal house and David's royal house lasted a long time. David grew stronger and stronger, but the royal house of Saul grew weaker and weaker. Sons were born to David in Hebron. His first son was Amnon. Amnon's mother was Ahinoam from Jezreel. His second son was Caleb. Caleb Caleb's mother was Abigail. She was Nabal's widow from Carmel. The third son was Absalom. His mother was Maacah. She was the daughter of Talmi, the king of Talmai, the king of Jeshur. The fourth son was Adonijah. His mother was Haggith. The fifth son was Shaphatah. Shaphatah. His mother was Abital. 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 The sixth son was Ithream. His mother was David's wife Eglah. Those sons were born to David in Hebron. The fighting continued between David's royal house and Saul's royal house. Abner gained more and more power in the royal house of Saul. While Saul was still alive, he had a concubine named Rizpah. She was the daughter of Aiah. Ishbosheth said to Abner, "Why don't you have sex with my father's concubine?" Abner burned with anger because of what Ishbosheth said. He answered, "Do you think I'm only a dog's head? Am I Judah's side? Am I on Judah's side? To this very day I've been true to the royal house of your father Saul. I've been true to his family and friends. I haven't handed you over to David, but now you claim that I've sinned with this woman. I will do for David what the Lord promised him with an oath. If I don't, may God punish me greatly. I'll take the kingdom away from Saul's royal house. I'll set up the throne of David's kingdom over Israel and Judah. He will rule from Dan all the way to Beersheba. Ishbosheth didn't dare to say another word to Abner. He was much too afraid of him. Then Abner sent messengers to David to speak for him. They said, "Who will rule over this land? Make a covenant with me, then I'll help you bring all of the people of Israel over to your side." "Good," said David. "I will make a covenant with you, but there's one thing I want you to do. Bring Saul's daughter Michal to me. Don't come to see me unless she's with you." Then David sent messengers to Saul's son Ishbosheth. He dared He ordered them to say, "Give me my wife Michal. She was promised to me. I paid for her with the skins I cut off when I circumcised 100 Philistines." So Ishbosheth gave the order. He sent men who took Michal away from her husband Paltiel. Pal, Pal, Paltiel was the son of Laish, but her husband followed her to Baharim. He was crying all the way. Then Abner said to him, "Go back home." So he did. Abner talked with the elders of Israel. He said, "For some time you have wanted to make David your king. Now do it." The Lord made a promise to David. He said, "I will save your people Israel from the powerful hand of the Philistines. I will also save them from all of their enemies. I will save them through my servant David." Abner also spoke to the people of Benjamin in person. Then he went to Hebron to tell David everything. He told him what Israel and all of the people of Benjamin wanted to do. Abner had 20 men with him. They came to David at Hebron, so David prepared a big dinner for Abner and his men. Then Abner said to David, "Let me go right now. I'll gather together all of the people of Israel for you. After all, you are now my king and master." The people can make a covenant with you, then you can rule over everyone you want." So David sent Abner away, and he went in peace. Just then David's men and Joab came back from attacking their enemies. They brought with them the large amount of goods they had taken, but Abner wasn't with David in Hebron anymore. That's because David had sent him away and he had gone in peace. Joab and all of the soldiers who were with him arrived. Then he was told that Abner the son of Ner had come to see the king. He was told that the king had sent Abner away. He was also told that Abner had gone in peace. So Joab went to the king. He said, What have you done? Abner came to you. Why did you let him get away? Now he's gone. You know what Abner the son of Ner is like. He came to trick you. He wanted to watch your every move. He came to find out everything you are doing. Then Joab left David. He sent messengers to get Abner. They brought Abner back from the well of Sirah, but David didn't know about it. When Abner returned to Hebron, Joab took him to one side. He brought him to the entrance of the city gate. Joab acted as if he wanted to speak to him in private, but really he wanted to get even with him. That's because Abner had spilled the blood of Joab's brother Asahel. So Joab stabbed him in the stomach, and Abner died. Later on, David heard about it. He said, and I and the people of my kingdom aren't guilty of spilling the blood of Abner, the son of Ner. We are free of blame forever in the sight of the Lord. May Joab and his whole family line be held accountable for spilling Abner's blood. May someone in Joab's family always have an open sore or skin disease. May someone in his family always have to use a crutch to walk. May someone in his family be killed with a sword, and may someone in his family never have enough food to eat. Joab and his brother Abishai murdered Abner. They did it because he had killed their brother Asahel in the battle at Gibeon. David spoke to Joab and all of the people who were with him. He said, Tear your clothes, put on black clothes, sob when you walk in front of Abner's body. King David himself walked behind it. Abner's body was buried in Hebron. The king sobbed out loud at Abner's tomb. So did the rest of the people. King David sang a song of sadness over Abner. He said, should Abner have died as sinful people do? His hands were not tied, his feet were not chained. He died as if he had been killed by evil people. All of the people sobbed over Abner again. Then all of them came and begged David to eat something. They want him they wanted him to eat while it was still day. But David took a oath. He said, I won't taste bread or anything else before the sun goes down. If I do, may God punish me greatly. All of the people heard it and were pleased. In fact, everything the king did please them. On that day, all of the people of Judea and Israel understood. They knew that the king didn't have anything to do with the murder of Abner, the son of Ner. The king spoke to his men. He said, Don't you realize that a great commander has died in Israel today? I'm the anointed king, but today I'm weak. These sons of Zeruiah are too powerful for me. May the Lord pay back the one who killed Abner. He pay him back for the evil thing he has done. Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, heard that Abner had died in Hebron. Then he wasn't so brave anymore, and all of the people of Israel became alarmed. Two men in Ishbosheth's army led small companies that attacked their enemies. The enemies of the men were Badna and Rechab. They were sons of Rimmon from the town of Beeroth. Rimmon was from the tribe of Benjamin. Beeroth is considered to be part of Benjamin. That's because the people who used to live in Beeroth had run away to Gittaim. They had they have lived there as outsiders to this very day. Jonathan, the son of Saul, had a son named Mephibosheth. Both of Mephibosheth's feet were hurt. He was 5 years old when the news that Saul and Jonathan had died came from Jezreel. His nurse picked him up and ran, but as she hurried to get away, he fell down. How his feet were hurt. That's how his feet were hurt. Rechab and Baanah started out for the house of Ishbosheth. They were the sons of Rimmon from Beeroth. They arrived there during the hottest time of the day. Ishbosheth taking his early afternoon nap. Rechab and his brother Banak went into the inside part of the house. They acted as if they were going to get some wheat. Instead, they stabbed Ishbosheth in the stomach. Then they slipped away. They had gone in the house while Ishbosheth was lying on his bed in his bedroom. They stabbed him and killed him. Then they cut off his head and took it with them. They traveled all night through the Araba valley. They brought the head of Ishbosheth to King David at Hebron. They said to him, "Here's the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul. Saul was your enemy. He often tried to kill you. Today the Lord has paid Saul and his family back. He has let you get even with them. You are our king and master." David gave an answer to Rechab and his brother Baanah. They were the sons of Rimmon of Beeroth. David said, "The Lord has saved me from all of my troubles. A man once told me, 'Saul is dead.' He thought he was bringing me good news, but I grabbed hold of him. I had him put to death in Ziklag. That's the reward I gave him for his news, and that's just as sure as the Lord is alive. Now you evil men have killed a man in his own house. He hadn't done anything wrong. You killed him while he was lying on his own bed. You spilled his blood, shouldn't I spill your blood? Shouldn't I wipe you off the face of the earth. Then David gave an order to his men. They killed Rechab and Baanah. They cut off their hands and feet. They hung their bodies by the pool in Hebron, but they buried the head of Ishbosheth in Abner's tomb at Hebron. All of the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron. They said, "We are your own flesh and blood. In the past, David was our king, but you led the men of Israel on their military campaigns, and the Lord said to you, 'You will be the shepherd over my people Israel. You will become their ruler.'" All of the elders of Israel came to see King David at Hebron. There, the king made a covenant with them in the sight of the Lord. They anointed David as king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he became king. He ruled for 40 years in Hebron. He ruled over Judea for 7 years and 7.5 years. In Jerusalem, he ruled over all of Israel and Judea for 33 years. The king and his men marched to Jerusalem. They went to attack the Jebusites who lived there. The Jebusites said to David, "You won't get in here. Even blind people and those who are disabled can keep you from coming in." They thought, "David can't get in here." But David captured the fort of Zion. It became known as the City of David. On that day, David said, "Anyone who wins the battle over the Jebusites will have to crawl through the water tunnel to get into the city. That's the only way he can reach those disabled and blind enemies of mine." That's why people say those who are blind and disabled will enter David's palace. David moved into the fort. He called it the City of David. He built up the area around the fort. He filled in the long places. He started at the bottom and worked his way up. Became more and David became more and more powerful. That's because the Lord God who rules over all was with him. Hiram was king of Tyre. He sent messengers to David. He sent cedar logs along with them. He also sent skilled workers. They worked with wood and stone. They built a palace for David. David knew that the Lord had made his position as king secure. He knew that he had made him king over the whole nation of Israel. He knew that the Lord had greatly honored his kingdom. The Lord had done it because the Israelites were his people. After David left Hebron, he got more concubines minds and wives in Jerusalem. More sons and daughters were born to him there. Where here is a list of the children who were born to him in Jerusalem. Their names were Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishia, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Eliab, and Eliphelet. The Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over Israel, so their whole army went to look for him. But David heard about it. He went down to his usual place for safety. The Philistines have come and spread out in the valley of Rephaim. So David asked the Lord for advice. He said, "Should I go and attack the Philistines? Will you hand them over to me?" The Lord said, "Go, you will you can be sure that I will hand the Philistines over to you. So David went to Baal Perazim. There he won the battle over the Philistines. He said, "The Lord has broken through against my enemies when I attack them, just as water breaks through a dam." That's why the place was called Baal Perazim. The Philistines left the statues of their gods there, so David and his men carried the statues off. Once more the Philistines came up. They spread out in the valley of Rephaim. So David asked the Lord for advice. So David answered, "Do not go straight up. Instead, circle around behind them. Attack them in front of the balsam trees." Listen for the sound of marching in the tops of the trees. Then move quickly. The sound will mean that I have gone out in front of you. I will strike down the Philistine army. So David did just as the Lord had commanded him. He struck down the Philistines. He struck them down from Gibeon all the way to Gezer. Again, David brought together the best soldiers in Israel. The total number was 30,000. He and all his men started out from Bala in Judea. They wanted to bring the Ark of God up to Jerusalem from there. The Ark is named after the Lord. He is the Lord who rules over all. He sits on his throne between the cherubim that are on the ark. The ark of God was placed on a new cart. Then it was brought from Abinadab's house, which was on a hill. Uzzah and Ahio was guiding the cart. They were the sons of Abinadab. The ark of the ark of God was on the cart. Ahio was walking in front of it. David was celebrating with all of his might in the sight of the Lord. So the whole community of Israel, all of them were singing songs. They were also playing harps and lyres, tambourines, rattles, and cymbals, cymbals. They came to the threshing floor of Nacon. The ox nearly fell there, so Uzzah reached out and looked over ahead. They reached out and looked. So Uzzah reached out and took hold of the ark of God. Then the Lord's anger burned against Uzzah. That's because what Uzzah did showed that he didn't have any respect for the Lord. So God struck him down. He died there beside the ark of God. David was angry because the Lord's burning anger had broken out against Uzzah. That's why the place is still called Perez. Uzzah to this very day. David was afraid of the Lord that day. He asked, "How can the ark of the Lord ever be brought to me?" He didn't want to take the ark of the Lord to him, to be with him in the city of David. Instead, he took it to the house of Obed Obed Edom. Obed Edom was from Gath. The ark of the Lord remained in Obed Edom's house for 3 months, and the Lord blessed him and his whole family. King David was told, the Lord has blessed the family of Obed Edom. He has also blessed everything that belongs to him. That's because the ark of God is in Obed Edom's house. So David went down there and brought up the ark with great joy. He brought it up from the house of Obed Edom. He took it to the city of David. Those who were carrying the ark of the Lord took 6 steps forward. Then David sacrificed a bull and a fat calf. David was wearing a sacred linen apron. He danced in the sight of the Lord when with all of his might. He did it while he was bringing up the ark of the ark of the ark of the God of he did it while he was bringing up the ark of the Lord. The whole community of Israel helped him bring it up. They shouted, they blew trumpets. The ark of the Lord was brought into the city of David. Saul's daughter Michal was watching from a window. She saw King David sleeping, leaping, and dancing in the sight of the Lord. That made her hate him in her heart. The ark of the Lord was brought into Jerusalem. It was put in its place in the tent David had set up for it. David sacrificed burnt offerings and friendship offerings to the Lord. After he finished sacrificing those offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord who rules over all. He gave to each Israelite man and woman a loaf of bread. He also gave each of each one of each one a date cake and a raisin cake. Then all of the people went home. David returned home to bless his family. Saul's daughter Michal came out to meet him. She said, "You are the king of Israel. You are the king of Israel. You have really brought honor to yourself today, haven't you? You have taken off your royal robe right in front of the female slaves of your officials. You acted like someone who is very foolish." David said to Michal, "I did it to honor the Lord. He chose me instead of your father or anyone else in Saul's family. He appointed me ruler over his people Israel. I will celebrate in honor of the Lord, and that's not all. I will bring even less honor to myself. I will bring even more shame on myself. But those female slaves you spoke about will honor me. But those female slaves you spoke about will honor me." Saul's daughter Michal didn't have any children as long as she lived. The king settled down in his palace. The Lord has given him peace and rest from all of his enemies who were around him. Then the king spoke to the prophet Nathan. He said, "Here I am living in a palace that has beautiful cedar walls, but the ark of God remains in a tent." Nathan replied to the king, "Go ahead and do what you want to. The Lord is with you." That night, the word of the Lord came to Nathan. The Lord said, "Go and speak to my servant David. Tell him, the Lord says, are you the one to build me a house to live in? I have not lived in a house from the day I brought the people of Egypt out of Egypt. brought the people of Israel out of Egypt until now. I have been moving from place to place. I have been living in a tent. I have moved from place to place with all of the people of Israel. I commanded their rulers to be shepherds over them. I never asked any of those rulers, why haven't you built me a house that has beautiful cedar walls? So tell my servant David, the Lord who rules over all says, I took you away from the grasslands. That's where you were taking care of your father's sheep and goats. I made you ruler over my people Israel. I have made with you everything. I have made. I have been with you everywhere you have gone. I cut off all of your enemies when you were attacking them. Now I will make you famous. Your name will be just as res- respected as the names of the most important people on earth. I will provide a place where my people Israel can live. I will plant them in the land, then they will have a home of their own. They will not be bothered anymore. Evil people will no longer crush them as they did at first. That is what your enemies have done ever since I appointed leaders over my people Israel. But I will give you peace and rest from all of them. I tell you that I myself will set up a royal house for you. Someday your life will come to an end. You will join the members of your family who have already died. Then I will make one of your sons the next king after you, and I will make his kingdom secure, and he is the one who will build a house where I will put my name. I will set up the throne of his kingdom. It will last forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. When he does what is wrong, and when he and will and he will be my son. When he does what is wrong, I will use other men to beat him with rods and whips. I took my love away from Saul. I removed him from being king. You were there when I did it, but I will never take my love away from my son, from your son. Your royal house and your kingdom will last forever in my sight. Your throne will last forever. Nathan reported to David all of the words that the Lord had spoken to him. Then King David went into the holy tent. He sat down in front of the Lord. He said, Lord and King, who am I? My family isn't important, so why have you brought me this far? I would have thought that you had already done more than enough for me. But now, Lord and King, you have also spoken about what is going to happen to my royal house in days to come. Lord and King, is this your usual way of dealing with people? What more can I say to you? Lord and King, you know all about me. You have done a wonderful thing. You have made it known to me. You have done it because that's what you said you would do. It's actually what you wanted to do for me. Lord and King, how great you are. There isn't anyone like you. There isn't any God but you. We have heard about it with our own ears. Who is like your people Israel? God, we are the one nation on earth you have saved. You have set us free from yourself. You have set us free for yourself. Your name has become famous. You have done great and wonderful things. You have driven out nations and their gods to make room for our people. You saved us when you set us free from Egypt. You made Israel your very own people forever. Lord, you have become our God, and now, Lord God, keep forever the promise you have made to me and my royal house. Do exactly as you promised, then your name will be honored forever. People will say, the Lord rules over all. He is God over Israel. My royal house will be made secure in your sight. Lord, who rules over all, you are the God of Israel. Here's what you have shown me. You told me I will build you a royal house so I can boldly offer this prayer to you. King, Lord and King, you are God. Your words can be trusted. You have promised many good things to me. Now, please bless my royal house. Then it will continue forever in your sight. Lord and King, you have spoken because you have given my royal house your blessing. It will be blessed forever. While David was king of Israel, he won many battles over the Philistines. He brought them under his control. He took Metheg Amma away from them. David also won the battle over the people of Moab. He made them lie down on the ground, then he measured them off with a piece of rope. He put 2/3 of them to death. He let the other third remain alive, so the Moabites were brought under David's rule. They gave him the gifts he required them to bring him. David fought against Hadad, the son of Rehob. Hadad was king of Zobah. He had gone to take back control of the land along the Euphrates River. David captured 1,000 of Hadadezer's chariots, 7,000 chariot riders, and 20,000 soldiers on foot. He cut the legs of all but 100 of the chariot horses. The Arameans of Damascus came to help Hadadezer, the king of Zobah. But David struck down 22,000 of them. He stationed some soldiers in the Aramean kingdom of Damascus. The people of Aram were brought under his rule. They gave him the gifts he required them to bring him. The Lord helped David win his battles everywhere he went. David took the gold shields that belonged to the officers of Hadad Hadadezer. He brought the shields to Jerusalem. He took a huge amount of bronze from Teba and Berothai. Those towns belonged to Hadadezer. Tow was king of Hamath. He heard that David had won the battle over the entire army of Hadadezer. So Tao sent his son Joram to King David. Joram greeted David. He praised him because he had won the battle over Hadadezer. Hadadezer had been at war with Tao, so Joram, Joram brought with him articles that were made out of silver, gold, and bronze. King David set those articles apart for the Lord. He had done the same thing with the silver gold he had taken from the other nations he had brought under his control. Those nations were Edom, Moab, Ammon, Philistia, and Amalek. He also set apart for the Lord what he had taken from Hadadezer, the son of Rehob. Hadadezer was king of Zobah. David returned after he had struck down 18,000 men of Edom in the Valley of Salt. He became famous for doing it. He stationed some soldiers all through Edom. The whole nation of Edom was brought under his rule. The Lord helped David win his battles everywhere he went. David ruled over the whole nation of Israel. He did what was fair and right for all of his people. Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was commander over the army. Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, kept the records. Zadok, the son of Ahitub, was a priest. Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, was also a priest. Serahiah was the secretary. Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was commander over the Korathites and Palathites, and David's sons were royal advisors. David asked, Is anyone left from the royal house of Saul? If there is, I want to be kind to him because of Jonathan. Ziba was a servant in Saul's family. David sent for him to come and see him. The king said to him, Are you Ziba? I'm ready to serve you, he replied. The king asked, Isn't anyone left from the royal house of Saul? God has been very kind to me. I would like to be kind to someone in the same way. Ziba answered the king, A son of Jonathan is still living. Both of his feet were hurt. Where is he? The king asked. Ziba answered, He's in the town of Lo Debar. He's staying at the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel. So King David had Mephibosheth brought from Machir's house in Lo Debar. Mephibosheth came to David. He was the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul. Mephibosheth bowed down to David to show him respect. David said, Mephibosheth, I'm ready to serve you, he replied. Don't be afraid, David told him. You can be sure that I will be kind to you because of your father Jonathan. I'll give back to you all of the land that belongs to your grandfather Saul, and I'll always provide what you need. Mephibosheth bowed down to David. He said, Who am I? Why should you pay attention to me? I'm nothing but a dead dog. Then the king sent for Saul's servant Ziba. He said to him, I'm giving your master's grandson everything that belonged to Saul and his family. You and your sons and your servants must farm the land for him. You must bring in the crops, then he'll be taken care of. I'll always provide what he needs. Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king, I'll do anything you command me to do. You are my king and master. So David provided what Mephibosheth needed. He treated him like one of the king's sons. Mephibosheth had a young son named Micah. All of the members of Ziba's family became servants of Mephibosheth. Mephibosheth lived in Jerusalem. The king always provided what he needed. Both of his feet were hurt. The king of Ammon died. His son Hanun became the next king after him. David thought, I'm going to be kind to Hanun. His father Na- Nahash was kind to me. So David sent messengers to Hanun. He wanted them to tell Hanun how sad he was that Hanun's father had died. David's messengers went to the land of Haman. The Hamanite nobles spoke to their master Hanun. They said, David has sent messengers to tell you he is sad. They say he wants to honor your father, but the real reason we've come is to look the city over. They want to destroy it. So Hanun grabbed hold of David's men. He shaved off half of each man's beard. He cut their clothes off just below the waist and left them half naked. Then he sent them away. David was told about it, so he sent messengers to his men because they were filled with shame. King David said to them, Stay at Jericho until your beards grow out again, then come back here. The Ammonites realized that they had done what they had done had made David very angry with them, so they hired 20,000 Aramean soldiers who were on foot. The soldiers came from Beth Rahab and Zobah. The Ammonites also hired the king of Makkah and 1,000 men, and they hired 12,000 from Tob. David heard about it, so he sent Joab with the entire army of Israel's fighting men. The Ammonites marched out. They took up their battle positions at the entrance of their city gate. The Arameans of Zobah and Rahab gathered their troops together in the open country. So did the men of Tob and Makkah. Joab saw that there were lines of soldiers in front of him and behind him, so he chose some of the best troops in Israel. He sent them to march out against the Arameans. He put the rest of the men under the command of his brother Abishai. Joab sent them to march out against the Ammonites. He said, Suppose the Arameans are too strong for me, then you must come and help me. But suppose the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I'll come and help you. Be strong, let's be brave as we fight for our people and the cities of our God. The Lord will do what he thinks is best. Then Joab and the troops who were with him marched out to attack the Arameans. They ran away from him. The Ammonites saw that the Arameans were running away, so they ran after they ran away from Abishai. They went inside the city. After Joab had fought against the Ammonites, he went back to Jerusalem. The Arameans saw that they had been driven away by Israel, so they brought their troops together. Hadadezer had some Arameans brought from east of Euphrates River. They went to Halam under the command of Shobak. He was the commander of Hadadezer's army. David was told about it, so he gathered the whole army of Israel together. That they went across the Jordan River to Helam. The Arameans lined up their soldiers to go to war against David. They began to fight against him, but then they ran away from Israel. David killed 700 of their chariot riders. He killed 40,000 of their soldiers who were on foot. He also struck down Shobak, the commander of their army. Shobak died there. All of the kings who were under the rule of Hadadezer saw that Israel had won the battle over them, so they made a peace treaty with the Israelites. They were brought under Israel's Israel's rule. After that, the Arameans were afraid to help the Ammonites anymore. It was spring. It was the time when kings go off to war. So David sent Joab out with the king's special troops and the whole army of Israel. They destroyed the Ammonites. They went to the city of Rabbah. They surrounded it and got ready to attack it, but David remained in Jerusalem. One evening, David got up from his bed. He walked around on the roof of his palace. From the roof, he saw a woman taking a bath. She was very beautiful. David sent a messenger to find out who she was. The messenger returned and said, "She is Ba Batha Bathsheba. Bathi Batha Bathsheba. She is the young daughter of Eliam. She is the wife of Uriah. He's a Hittite. Then David sent messengers to get her. She came to him and he slept with her. Then she went back home. All of that took place after she had already made herself clean from her monthly period. Later, Bath Bathsheba found out she was pregnant. She sent a message to David. It said, "I'm pregnant." So David sent a message to Joab. It said, "Send me Uriah the Hittite." Joab sent him to David. Uriah came to David. David asked him how Joab and the soldiers were doing. He also asked how the war was going. David said to Uriah, "Go home and enjoy some time with your wife." So Uriah left the palace. Then the king sent him a gift, but Uriah didn't go home. Instead, he slept at the entrance to the palace. He stayed there with all of his master's servants. David was told Uriah didn't go home, so he sent for Uriah. He said to him, "You have been away for a long time. Why didn't you go home?" Uriah said to David, "The ark and the army of Israel and Judah are out there in tents. My master Joab and your special troops are camped in the open fields. How could I go to my house to eat and drink? How could I go there and make love to my wife? I could never do a thing like that, and that's just as sure as you are alive." Then David said to him, "Stay here one more day. Tomorrow I'll send you back to the battle." So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and the next. David invited Uriah to eat and drink with him. David got him drunk, but Uriah didn't go home. In the evening he went out and slept on his mat. He stayed there among his master's servants. The next morning David wrote a letter to Joab. He sent it along with Uriah. In it, he wrote, "Put Uriah on the front lines. That's where the fighting is the heaviest. Then pull your men back from him. When you do, the Ammonites will strike him down and kill him." So Joab attacked the city. He put Uriah at a place where he knew the strongest enemy fighters were. The troops came out of the city. They fought against Joab. Some of the men in David's army were killed. Uriah the Hittite also died. Joab sent David a full report of the battle. He told the messenger, "Tell the king everything that happened in the battle. When you are finished, his anger might explode. He might ask you, 'Why did you go so close to the city to fight against it? Didn't you know that the enemy soldiers were would shoot arrows down from the wall? Don't you remember how Abimelech, Abimelech the son of Jerub Besheth was killed? A woman dropped a large millstone on him from the wall. That's how he died in the Be- Thebes. So why did you go so close to the wall? If the king asks you that, tell him your servant Uriah the Hittite is also dead." The messenger started out for Jerusalem. When he arrived there, he told David everything. Joab had sent him to say messenger Jo, jo, the messenger said to David, "The men who were in the city were more powerful than we were. They came out to fight against us in the open, but we drove them back to the entrance of the city gate. Then those who were armed with bows shot arrows at us from the wall. Some of your special troops were killed. Your servant Uriah the Hittite is also dead." David told the messenger, "Tell Joab, don't get upset over what happened. Swords kill one person as well as another. So keep on attacking the city, destroy it. Tell that to Joab, it will cheer him up." Uriah's wife heard that her husband was dead. She sobbed over him. When her time of sadness was over, David had her brought to his house. She became his wife, and she had a son by him. But the Lord wasn't pleased with what David had done. The Lord sent the prophet Nathan to David. When Nathan came to him, he said, "Two men live in the same town. One was rich, the other was poor. The rich man had a very large number of sheep and cattle, but the poor man had was one little female lamb. He had bought it, he raised it, and it grew up with him and his children shared and his children. It shared his food, it drank from his cup, it even slept in his arms. It was just like a daughter to him. One day a traveler came to the rich man. The rich man wanted to prepare a meal for him, but he didn't want to kill one of his own sheep or cattle. Instead, he took the little female lamb that belonged to the poor man. Then he cooked it for the traveler who had come to him. David burned with anger against the rich man. He said to Nathan, "The man who did that is worthy of death, and that's just as sure as the Lord is alive. The man must pay back 4 times as much as that lamb was worth. How could he do such a thing, and he wasn't even sorry he had done it?" Then Nathan said to David, you are the man. The Lord, the God of Israel, says, I anointed you king over Israel. I saved you from Saul's powerful hand. I gave you everything that belonged to your master Saul. I even put his wives into your arms. I made you king over the people of Israel and Judah, and if all of that had not been enough for you, I would have given you even more. Why did you turn your back on what I told you to told you to do? You did what is evil in my sight. You made sure that Uriah the Hittite would be killed in battle. You took his wife to be your own. You let the men of Ammon kill him with their swords. So time after time, members of your own royal house will be killed with swords. That's because you turned your back on me. You took the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your own. The Lord also says, I am going to bring trouble on you. It will come from your own family. I will take your wives away. Your own eyes will see it. I will give your wives a man who is close to you. He will lie with them in the middle of the day. You committed your sins in secret, but I will make sure that the sin the man committed with your wives will take place in the middle of the day. Everyone in Israel will see it. Then David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. Nathan replied, The Lord has taken away your sin. You aren't going to die, but you have dared to make fun of the Lord. So the son who has been born to you will die. Nathan went home. Then the Lord made the child that had been born to Uriah's wife by David very sick. David begged God to heal the child. David didn't eat anything. He spent his nights lying on the ground. His most trusted servants stood beside him. They wanted him to get up from the ground, but he refused to do it, and he wouldn't eat any food with them. On the seventh day, the child died. David's servants were afraid to tell him the child was dead. They thought, while the child was still alive, we spoke to David, but he wouldn't listen to us. So, how can we tell him the child is dead? He might do something terrible to himself. David saw that his servants were whispering to each other. Then he realized the child was dead. Has the child died? He asked. Yes, they replied. He's dead. Then David got up from the ground after he washed himself. He put on lotions. He changed his clothes. He went into the house of the Lord and worshipped him. Then he went to his own house. He asked for some food. They served it to him and he ate it. His servants asked him, Why are you acting like this? Why, while the child was still alive, you wouldn't eat anything. You cried a lot, but now that the child is dead, you got up and ate and eat. You He answered, While the child was alive, I didn't eat anything, and I cried a lot. I thought, who knows, the Lord might show favor to me. He might let the child live, but now he's dead, so why should I go without eating? Can I bring him back to life again? Someday I'll go to him, but he won't return to me. Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba. He went to her and made love to her. Sometime later, she had a son. He was given the name Solomon. The Lord loved him, so the Lord sent a message through the prophet Nathan. It said, "Na- "Name the boy, Jedediah." During that time, Joab fought against Rabbah. It was the royal city of the Ammonites. It had high walls around it. Joab was about to capture it. He sent messengers to David. He told them to say, I have fought against Rabbah. I've taken control of its water supply, so bring the rest of the troops together, surround the city, and get ready to attack it. Then capture it. If you don't, I'll capture it myself. Then it will be named after me. So David brought the whole army together and went to Rabbah. He attacked it and captured it. He took the gold crown off the head of the king of Ammon. The crown weighed 75 pounds. It had jewels in it. It was placed on David's head. He took a huge amount of goods from the city. He brought out the people who were there. He made them work with saws and iron picks and axes. He forced them to make bricks. He did that to all of the towns in Ammon. Then he and his entire army returned to Jerusalem. Sometime later, David's son Amnon fell in love with Tamar. She was the beautiful sister of Absalom. He was another one of David's son. Amnon's sister Tamar Tamar was a virgin. It seemed impossible for him to do what he wanted to do with her, but he wanted her so much it also made him sick. Amnon had a friend named Jonab, Jonadab. He was the son of David's brother Shimea. Jonadab was a very clever man. He asked Amnon, You are the king's son, aren't you? So why do you look so worn out every morning? Why won't you tell me? Amnon answered, I'm in love with Tamar. The sister of my brother Ad. She's the sister of my brother Absalom. Go to bed, Jonah. Dab said, Pretend to be sick. Your father will come to see you. When he does, tell him I would like my sister Tamar to come and give me something to eat. Let her prepare the food right here in front of me where I can watch her. Then she can feed it to me. So Amnon went to bed. He pretended to be sick. The king came to see him. Amnon said to him, I would like my sister Tamar to come here. I want to watch her make some special bread, then she can feed it to me. David sent a message to Tamar at the palace. It said, Go to your brother Amnon's house, prepare some food for him. So Tamar went to the house of her brother Amnon. He was lying in bed. She got some dough and mixed it. She shaped the bread right there in front of him and she baked it. Then she took the bread out of the pan and served it to him, but he refused to eat it. Send everyone out of here, Amnon said. So everyone left him. Then he said to Tamar, Bring the food here into my bed. Please feed it to me. So Tamar picked up the bread she had prepared. She brought it to her brother Amnon in his bedroom. She took it to him, so he could eat it, but he grabbed hold of her. He said, "My sister, come and have sex with me." "Don't do this, my brother," she said to him. "Don't force me to have sex with you. An evil thing like that should never be done in Israel. Don't do it. What about me? How could I ever get rid of my shame? And what about you? You would be as foolish as any evil person in Israel. Please speak to the king. He won't keep me getting getting married to you." But Amnon refused to listen to her. He was stronger than she was, so he raped her. Then Amnon was filled with deep hatred for Tamar. In fact, he hated her now more than he had loved her before. He said to her, "Get up, get out." "No," she said to him, "don't send me away. That would be worse than what you have already done to me." But he refused to listen to her. He sent for his personal servant. He said, "Get this woman out of here, lock the door behind her." So his servant threw her out. Then he locked the door behind her. Tamar was wearing a beautiful robe. It was the kind of robe the virgin daughters of the king wore. She put ashes on her head. She tore the beautiful robe she was wearing. She put her hands on her head and went away. She was sobbing out loud as she went. When her brother Absalom saw her, he spoke to her. He said, "Has Amnon, that brother of yours, forced you to have sex with him?" "My sister, don't let it upset you. Don't let it bother you. He's your brother." After that, Tamar lived in her brother Absalom's house. She was very lonely. King David heard about everything that had happened, so he became very angry. Absalom never said a word or of any kind to Amnon. He hated Amnon because he had brought shame on his sister Tamar. 2 years later, Absalom invited all of the king's sons to come to Baal Hazor. It was near the border of Ephraim. The workers who clipped the wool of Absalom's sheep were there. Absalom went to the king. He said, "I've had my workers come to clip the wool. Will you and your officials please join me?" "No, my son," the king replied. "All of us shouldn't go. It would be too much trouble for you." Although Absalom begged him, the king still refused to go, but he gave Absalom his blessing. Then Absalom said, "If you won't come, please let my brother Amnon come with us." The king asked, "Why should he go with you?" But Absalom begged him, so the king sent Amnon with him. He also sent the rest of his sons. Absalom ordered his men, "Listen, when Abner has had too much wine to drink, I'll say to you, strike Amnon down. When I do, kill him. Don't be afraid. I've given you an order, haven't I? Be strong and brave." So Absalom's men killed Amnon just as Absalom had ordered. Then all of the king's sons got on their mules and rode away. While they were on their way, a report came to David. It said, "Absalom has struck down all of your sons. None of them is left alive." The king stood up and tore his clothes. Then he lay down on the ground. All of his servants stood near him. They had also torn their clothes. Jonadab, Jonadab, the son of David's brother Shimna, Shima, Shimea, spoke up. He said, "You shouldn't think that all of the princes have been killed. The only one is who is dead is Amnon." As Absalom had planned to kill him ever since the day Amnon raped his sister Tamar. You are my king and master. You shouldn't be concerned about this report. It's not true that all of your sons are dead. The only one who is dead is Amnon. While all of that was taking place, Absalom ran away. The man on guard duty at Jerusalem looked up. He saw many people coming on the road west of him. They were coming down the side of the hill. He went and spoke to the king. He said, I see men coming down the road from Hor- Horonaim. They are coming down the side of the hill. Jonadab said to the king, see your son, see, your sons are coming. It has planned, it had, it has happened just as I said it would. As he finished speaking, the king's sons came in. They were sobbing out loud. The king and all of his servants were also sobbing very bitterly. When Absalom ran away, he went to Talmai, the son of Ammihud. Talmai was king of Je- Jeshur. King David sobbed over his son every day, so Absalom ran away and went to Geshur. He stayed there for 3 days. After some time, the king got over his sorrow because of Abnon's death. Then he longed to go to Absalom. Absalom, Joab, Joab the son of Zeruiah, knew that the king longed to see Absalom, so Joab sent someone to Tekoa to have a wise woman brought out from there. Joab said to her, pretend you are filled with sadness, put on black clothes, don't use any makeup, act like a woman who has spent many days sobbing over someone who has died. Then go to the king, give him the message I'm about to give you. And Joab told her what to say. The woman from Tekoa went to the king. She bowed down with her face toward the ground. She did it to show him respect. She said, King David, please help me. The king asked her, what's bothering you? She said, I'm a widow. My husband is dead. I had two sons. They got into a fight with each other in the field. No one was there to separate them. One of my sons struck the other one down and killed him. Now my whole family group has risen up against me. They said, hand over the one who struck his brother down, then we can put him to death for killing his brother. That will also get rid of the one who will receive the family property. They want to kill the only living son I have left. Just as someone would put out a burning coal that would leave my husband without any son on the face of the earth to carry on his name. The king said to the woman, go home. I'll give an order to make sure you are taken care of. The woman from Tekoa said to him, you are my king and master. No matter what you do, I and my family will take the blame for it. You and your royal family won't be guilty of doing anything wrong. The king replied, if people give you any trouble, bring them to me. They won't bother you again. She said, please pray to the Lord our God. Please pray that he will keep our nearest male relative from killing my other son. Then my son won't be destroyed. You can be sure that the Lord lives. The king said, and you can be just as sure that not one hair of your son's head will fall to the ground. Then the woman said, King David, please let me say something else to you. Go ahead, replied. The woman said, you are the king, so why have you done something that brings so much harm on God's people? When you do that, you hand down a sentence against yourself. You won't let the son you drove away back come back. All of us must die. We are like water that is spilled on the ground. It won't be put back into the jar, but God doesn't take life away. Instead, he finds a way to bring back anyone who was driven away from him. King David, I've come here to say this to you now. I've done it because people have made me afraid. I thought I'll go and speak to the king. Perhaps he'll do what I'm asking. Perhaps he'll agree to save me from the man who is trying to cut off me and my son from the property God gave us. So now I'm saying, may what you have told me bring me peace and rest. You are like an angel of God. You know what is good and what is evil. May the Lord your God be with you. Then the king said to the woman, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to tell me the truth. Please ask me anything you want, the woman said. The king asked, Joab told you to say all of this, didn't he? The woman answered, what you have told me is exactly right, and that's just as sure as you are alive. It's true that Joab directed me to do this. He told me everything he wanted me to say. Did it to change the ways he did it to change the way things now are. You are as wise as an angel of God. You know everything that happens in the land. Later, the king said to Joab, all right, I'll do what you want. Go bring the young man Absalom, Absalom back. Joab bowed down with his face toward the ground. He did it to honor the king. He asked God to bless the king. He said, you are my king and master. Today I know that you are pleased with me. You have given me what I asked for. Then Joab went to Gusher. He brought Absalom back to Jerusalem, but the king said, you must go to his own house. I don't want him to come and see me. So Absalom went to his own house. He didn't go to see the king. In the whole land of Israel, there wasn't any man as handsome as Absalom was. That's why people praised him. From the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, he didn't have any flaws. He used to cut his hair when it became too heavy for him. Then he would weigh it. It weighed 5 pounds, in keeping with the standard weights that were used in the palace. 3 sons and a daughter were born to Absalom. The daughter's name was Tamar. Became a very beautiful woman. She became a beautiful woman. Absalom lived in Jerusalem for 2 years without going to see the king. Then Absalom sent for Joab. He went to send him the king, but Joab refused to come to Absalom. So Absalom sent for him a second time, but Joab still refused to come. Then Absalom said to his servants, Joab's field is next to mine. He has barely growing there. Go and set it on fire. So Absalom's servants set the field on fire. Joab finally went to Absalom's house. He said to Absalom, why did your servants set my field on fire? Absalom said to Joab, I sent a message to you. It said, come here. I want to send you to the king. I want you to ask him for me. Why did you bring me back from Gusher? I would be better off if I were still there. Now then, I want to go and see the king. If I'm guilty of doing anything wrong, let him put me to death. So Joab went to the king and told him that the told him that. Then the king sent for Absalom. He came in and bowed down to the king with his face toward the ground, and the king kissed Absalom. Some time later, Absalom got a chariot and horses for himself. He also got 50 men to run in front of him. He would get up early. He would stand by the side of the road that led to the city gate. Sometimes a person would come with a case for the king to decide. Then Absalom would call out to him, what town are you from? He would answer, I'm from one of the tribes of Israel. Absalom would say, look, your claims are based on the law, so you have very every right to make them, but the king doesn't have anyone here who can listen to your case. Absalom would continue, I wish I were appointed judge in the land. Then anyone who has a case or a claim could come to me. I would make sure he is treated fairly. Sometimes people would approach Ab- Absalom and bow down to him. Then he would reach out his hand. He would take hold of them and kiss them. Absalom did that to all of the people of Israel who came to the king with their cases or claims. That's why the hearts of the people were turned toward him. After Absalom had lived in Jerusalem for 4 years, he went and spoke to the king. He said, let me go to Hebron. I went to I want to keep a promise I made to the Lord when I was living at Geshur in Aram. I made a promise. I said, if the Lord takes me back to Jerusalem, I'll go to Hebron and worship him there. The king said to him, go in peace. So he went to Hebron. Then Absalom sent messengers secretly to all of the tribes of Israel. They said, listen for the sound of trumpets. As soon as you hear them, say, Absalom has become king in Hebron. Absalom had taken 200 men from Jerusalem with him to Hebron. He had invited them to be his guests. They went without having any idea what was going to happen. While Absalom was offering sacrifice, he sent for a high foe, a high though fell, a, f- a high though fell was David's advisor. He came to Absalom from Gillo, his hometown. His hometown. From the number of people who followed Absalom kept growing, so he became more and more able to carry out his plans against David. A messenger came and spoke to David. He told him, the hearts of the people are turned toward Absalom. Then David spoke to all of his officials who were with him in Jerusalem. He said, come on, we have to leave right away. If we don't, none of us will escape from Absalom. He'll move quickly to catch up with us. He'll destroy us. His men will kill everyone in the city with their swords. The king's officials answered him, you are our king and master. We're ready to do anything you want. The king started out. Everyone in his whole family went with him, but he left 10 cubit concubines behind to take care of the palace. So the king and all those who were with him left. They stopped at a place that wasn't very far away. All of David's officials marched past him. All of the Kerethites and Pelethites marched along with them, and all of the 600 men who had come with him from Gath marched in front of him. The king spoke to Ittai. He was from Gath. The king said to him, "Why do you want to come along with us? Go back, stay with King Absalom. You are a stranger. You left your own country. You came to join me only a short time ago. So why should I make you wander around with us now? I don't even know where I'm going. So go back, go on back, take with you the others who are from your country, and may the Lord be kind and faithful to you." But Ittai replied to the king, "You are my king and master. I want to be where you are. It doesn't matter whether I live for live or die, and that's just as sure as the Lord and you are alive." David said to Ittai, "Go ahead then, keep marching with my men." So Ittai the Gittite kept marching. All of the men and their families marched with him. All of the people in the countryside sobbed out loud as David and all of his followers passed by. The king went across the Kidron Valley. He and all of the people who were with him moved on toward the desert. Zadok also went with them. Some of the Levites went with him. They were carrying the ark of the covenant of God. They sent the ark down Abiathar, offered sacrifices until all of the people had left the city. Then the king said to Zadok, "Take the ark of God back into the city of if the Lord is pleased with me, he'll bring me back. He'll let me see the ark again. He'll also let me see Jerusalem again. That's the place where he lives. But suppose he lives, I am not pleased with you. Then I accept that. Let him do to me what he thinks is best." The king spoke again to the priest Zadok. He said, "You are a prophet, aren't you? Go back to the city in peace. Take your son Ahimaaz with you. Also take Abi Abiathar and his son Jonathan with you. I'll wait at the place in the desert where we can go across the Jordan River. I'll wait there until you send word to let me know what's happening." So Zadok and Abiathar took the ark of God back to Jerusalem. They stayed there, but David went on up the mountain, the mount up the Mount of Olives. He was sobbing as he went. His head was covered and his barefoot of and he was barefoot. All of the people who were with him covered their heads too, and they sobbed as they went up. David had been told, "Ahithophel is one of those who are making secret plans with Absalom against you." So David prayed, "Lord, make Ahithophel's advice look foolish." David arrived at the top of the Mount of Olives. That's where people used to worship God. Ash- Hushai the Archite was there to meet him. His robe was torn, there was dust on his head. David said to him, "If you go with me, you will be too much trouble for me. So return to the city, say to Absalom, King Absalom, I'll be your servant. In the past, I was your father's servant, but now I'll be your servant. If you do that, you can help me by making sure Ahithophel's advice fails. The priests Zadok and Abiathar was will be there with you. Tell them everything you hear in the king's palace. They have their sons Ahimaaz and Jonathan there with them. Send them to tell me everything you hear." So David's friend Hushai went to Jerusalem. He arrived just as Absalom was entering the city. David went just beyond the top of the Mount of Olives. Ziba was waiting there to meet him. He was Mephibosheth's manager. He had several donkeys with saddles on them. They were carrying 200 loaves of bread and 100 raisin cakes. They were also carrying 100 fig cakes and a bottle of wine. The bottle was made out of animal skin. The king asked Ziba, "Why have you brought all of these things?" Ziba answered, "The donkeys are for the king's family to ride on. The bread and fruit are for the people to eat. The wine will make those who get tired in the desert feel like new again." Then the king asked, "Where is your master's grandson, Mephibosheth?" Ziba said to him, "He's staying in Jerusalem. He thinks today the people of Israel will give me back my grandfather Saul's kingdom." Then the king said to Ziba, "Everything that belonged to Mephibosheth belongs to you now. You are my king and master." Ziba said, I make myself low in front of you. I bow down to you. May you be pleased with me." King David approached Baharim. As he did, a man came out toward him. The man was from the same family group that Saul was from. His name was Shimei. He was the son of Gera. As he came out of the town, he called down curses on David. He threw stones at David and all of his officials. He did it even though all of the troops and the special guard were there. They were to the right and left of David. As Shimei called out curses, he said, "Get out, get out, you murderer. You are a worthless and evil man. You spilled the blood of a lot of people in Saul's family. You took over his kingdom. Now the Lord is paying you back. He has handed the kingdom over to your son Absalom. You have been destroyed because you are a murderer." Then Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, spoke to the king. He said, "King David, why should we let this dead dog call down curses on you? Let me go over there. I'll cut off his head." But the king said, "You and Joab are sons of Zeruiah. What do you and I have in common?" Maybe the Lord said to him, "Call down curses on David. If he did, who can ask him, 'Why are you doing this?'" Then David spoke to Abishai. and all of his officials. He said, "My very own son Absalom is trying to kill me. How much more should this man from Benjamin want to kill me? Leave him alone. Let him call down curses. The Lord has told him to do it. Maybe the Lord will see how much I'm suffering. Maybe he'll reward me with good things in place of the curses that are being called down on me today." So David and his men kept going along the road. At the same time, the Shimei was going along the hillside across from him. He was calling down curses as he went. He was throwing stones at David. He was showering him with dirt. The king and all of the people who were with him came to the place they had planned to go to. They were very tired, so David rested there. Hushai and Ahithophel gave. During that time, Absalom and all of the men of Israel came to Jerusalem. Ahithophel was with him. Then Hush, Hushai the Archite went to Absalom. He said to him, May the king live a long time. May the king live a long time." Hushai was David's friend. Absalom asked Hushai, "Is this the way you show love to your friend? Why did why didn't you go with him?" Hushai said to Absalom, "Why should I? You are the one the Lord has chosen. These people and all of the men of Israel have also chosen you. I want to be on your side. I want to stay with you. After all, who else should I serve? Shouldn't I serve the king's son? I will serve you just as I served your father." Absalom said to Ahithophel, "Give us your advice. What should we do?" Ahithophel answered, "Your father left some concubines behind to take care of the place. Go and have sex with them. Then all of the people of Israel will hear about it. They will hear that you have made yourself smell very bad to your father. Everyone who is with you will become braver." So they set up a tent for Absalom on the roof of the palace. He went in and had sex with his father's concubines. Everyone in Israel saw it. In those days, the advice Ahithophel gave was as good as advice from someone who asks God for guidance. That's what David and Absalom thought about all of Ahithophel's advice. One day, Ahithophel said, said to Absalom, "Here's what I suggest. Choose 12,000 men, start out tonight, and go after David. Attack him while he's tired and weak. Fill him with terror. Then all of the people who are with him will run away. Don't strike down anyone except the king. Bring all of the other people back. After the man you want to kill is dead, everyone else will return to you, and none of the people go will be harmed." Ahithophel's plan seemed good to Absalom. It also seemed good to all the leaders of Israel, but Absalom said, Send for Hushai the Archite, then we can find out what he suggests." Hushai came to him. Absalom said, Ahithophel has given us his advice. Should we do what he says? If we shouldn't, tell us what you would do. Hushai replied to Absalom, the advice Ahithophel has given you isn't good this time. You know your father and his men. They are fighters. They are as good as a wild bear whose cubs have been stolen from her. Besides, your father really knows how to fight. He won't spend the night with his troops. In fact, he's probably hiding in a cave or some other place right now. Suppose he attacks your troops first. When people hear about it, they'll say many of the troops who followed Absalom have been killed. Then the hearts of your soldiers will melt away in fear. Even those who are as brave as a lion will be terrified. That's because everyone in Israel knows that your father is a fighter. They know that those who are with him are brave. So here's what I suggest: bring together all of the men of Israel from the town of Dan all the way to Beersheba. They are as many as the grains of sand on the seashore. You yourself should lead them into battle. Then we'll attack David no matter where we find him, as dew completely covers the ground. Will completely overpower his entire army. We won't leave him or any of his men alive. He might not he might try to get away by going into a city. If he does, all of us will bring ropes to that city. We'll drag the whole city down into the valley. No one will be able to find even a piece of that city. Uh, Absalom and all of the men of Israel agreed. They said, the advice Hushai the Archite is better than the advice Ahithophel. The Lord had decided that Ahithophel's good advice would fail. The Lord wanted to bring horrible trouble on Absalom. Hushai spoke to the priests Zadok and Abiathar. He said, Ahithophel has given advice to Absalom and the elders of Israel. He suggested that they should do one thing, but I suggested something else. Send a message right away. Tell David, don't spend the night at the place in the desert where people can go across the Jordan River. Make sure you go on across. If you don't, you and all of the people who are with you will be swallowed up. Jonathan and Ahimaaz were staying at En Rogel, just outside Jerusalem. They knew they would be in danger if anyone saw them entering the city. A female servant was supposed to go and tell them what had happened. They were supposed to go and tell King David. But a young man saw Jonathan and Ahimaaz and told Absalom about it. So the two men left quickly. They went to the house of a man in Bahurim. He had a well in his courtyard. They climbed down into it. The man's wife got a hovering and spread it out over the opening of the well. Then she scattered grain on the covering so no one knew that the men were hiding in the well. Absalom's men came to the house. They asked the woman, "Where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan?" She replied, "They went across the brook." When the men looked around, they didn't find anyone there. They returned to Jerusalem. After the men had gone, Jonathan and uh, Ahimaaz climbed out of the well. They went to tell King David what they had found. They said to him, "Go across the river right away. Ahithophel has told Absalom how to come after you and strike you down." So David and all of the people who were with him started out. They went across the Jordan River by sunrise. Everyone had crossed over. Ahithophel saw that his advice wasn't being followed, so he put a saddle on his donkey. He started out for his house in his ta- hometown. When he got there, he put everything in order. He made out his will. Then he killed himself, so he died, and his body was buried in his father's tomb. David went to Mahanaim. Absalom went across the Jordan River with all of the men of Israel. Absalom had made Amasa commander of the army in place of Joab. Amasa was the son of a man named Jether. Jether longed to be the family line of Ishmael. He had gotten married to Abigail. She was the daughter of Nahash and the sister of Zeruiah. Zeruiah was the mother of Joab. Absalom and the people of Israel camped in the land of Gilead. David came to Mahanaim. Shobi, the son of Nahash, met him there. Shobi was from Rabbah in the land of Hammon. Makir, the son of Amiel from Lo Debar, met him there too. So did Barzillai from Rogelim in the land of Gilead. They brought beds, bowls, and clay pots. They brought wheat, barley, flour, and grain that had been cooked. They brought beans and lentils. They brought honey, butter, sheep, and cheese that was made from cow's milk. They brought all of that food for David and his people to eat. They said these people have become hungry. They've become tired and thirsty in the desert. David brought together the men who were with him. He appointed commanders of thousands over some of them. He appointed commanders of hundreds over the others. Then David sent the troops out in three companies. One company was under the command of Joab, another was under Joab's brother Abishai, the son of Zeruiah. The last was under Ittai, the Gittite. The king told the troops, "You can be sure that I myself will march out with you." But the men said, "You must not march out. If you are forced to run away, our enemies won't care about us. Even if half of us die, they won't care, but you are worth 10,000 of us, so it would be better for you to stay here in the city. Then you can send us help if we need it." The king said, "I'll do what you think is best." The king stood beside the city gate. The whole army marched out in companies of hundreds and companies of thousands. The king gave an order to Joab, Abishai, and Ittai. He commanded them, "Be gentle with the young man Absalom. Do it for me." All of the troops heard the king gave the commanders that order about Absalom. David's army marched in to the field to fight against Israel. The battle took place in the forest of Ephraim. There, David's men won the battle over Israel's army. A huge number of men were wounded or killed that day. The total number was 20,000. The fighting spread out over the whole countryside, but more than more men were killed in the forest than that day than out in the open. Absalom happened to come across some of David's men. He was riding his mule. The mule went under the thick branches of a large oak tree. Absalom's head got caught in the tree. He was left hanging in the air. The mule was he was riding kept on going. One of David's men saw what had happened. He told Joab, "I just saw Absalom hanging on in an oak tree." Joab said to the man, "What, you saw him? Why didn't you strike him down right there? Then I would have had to give you 4 ounces of silver and a soldier's belt." But the man replied, I wouldn't lift my hand to harm the king's son. I wouldn't do it even for 25 pounds of silver. We heard the king's command to you and Abishai and Ittai. He said, "Be careful not to hurt the young man Absalom. Do it for me. Suppose I had put my life in danger by killing him, the king would have found out about it. Nothing is hidden from him, and you wouldn't have stood up for me." Joab said, I'm not going to waste any more time on you." So he got 3 javelins. Then he went over and drove them into Absalom's heart. He did it while Absalom was still hanging there alive in the oak tree. 10 of the men who were carrying Joab's armor surrounded Absalom. They struck him down and killed him. Then Joab blew his trumpet. He ordered his troops to stop chasing Israel's army. Joab's men threw Absalom's body into a big pit in the forest. They covered his body with a large pile of rocks. While all of that was going on, all of the Israelites ran back to their homes. Earlier in his life, Absalom had set up a pillar in the king's valley. He had put it up as a monument to himself. He thought, "I don't have a son to carry on the memory of my name." So he named the pillar after himself. It is still called Absalom's monument to this very day. Ahimaaz said to Joab, "Let me run and take the news to the king. Let me tell him that the Lord has saved me from the power of his enemies." Ahimaaz was the son of Zadok. "I don't want you to take the news to the king today." Joab told him, "You can do it some other time, but you must not do it today, because the king's son is dead." Then Joab said to a man from Cush, "Go tell the king what you have seen." The man bowed down in front of Joab. Then he ran off. Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, Zadok, spoke again to Joab. He said, "I don't care what happens to me. Please let me run behind the man from Cush." But Joab replied, "My son, why do you want to go? You don't have any news that will bring you a reward." He said, "I don't care what happens. I want to run." So Joab said, "Run." Then Ahimaaz ran after the flatlands of the Jordan River. As he ran, he passed the man from Cush. David was sitting in the area between the inner and outer gates of the city. The man on guard duty went up to the roof over the entrance of the gate by the wall. As he looked out, he saw someone running alone. He called out to the king and reported it. The king said, "If the runner is alone, he must be bringing good news." The man came closer and closer. Then the man on guard duty saw another man running. He called out to the man who was guarding the gate. He said, "Look, there's another man running alone." The king said, "He must be bringing good news to." The man on guard duty said, "I can see that the first one runs like a, a, ma, a high Maz, the son of Zadok. He's a good man," the king said. "He's bringing good news." Then Ahimaaz called out to the king, "Everything's all right." He bowed down in front of the king with his face toward the ground. He said, "You are my king and master. Give praise in the Lord your God. He has handed over to you the men who lifted their hands to kill you." The king asked, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" Ahimaaz answered, "I saw total disorder. I saw it just as Joab was about to send the king's servant and me to you, but I don't know what it was all about." The king said, "Stand over there and wait." So he stepped over to one side and stood there. Then the man from Cush arrived. He said, "You are my king and master. I'm bringing you some good news. The Lord has saved you together from all of those who were trying to kill you." The king asked the man from Cush, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" The man replied, "King David, may your enemies be like that young man. May all of those who rise up to harm you be like him." The king was very upset. He went up to the room over the entrance of the gate and sobbed. As he went, he said, "My son Absalom, my son, my son, my son Absalom, I wish I had died instead of you. Absalom, my son, my son." Someone told Joab the king is sobbing over Absalom. He's filled with sadness because his son has died. The army had won a great battle that day, but their joy turned into sadness. That's because someone had told the troops the king is filled with sorrow because his son is dead. The men came quietly into the city that day. They were like fighting men who were ashamed because they've ran away from a battle. The king covered his face. He sobbed out loud, "My son, Absalom, Absalom, my son, my son." Then Joab went into the king's house. He said, "Today you have made all of your men feel ashamed. They have just saved your life. They have saved the lives of your sons and daughters, and they have saved the lives of your wives and concubines. You love those who hate you. You hate those who love you. The commanders and their troops don't mean anything to you. You made that very clear. Today I can say that you would be pleased if Absalom was alive today and all of us were dead. Now go out there and cheer up your men. If you don't, you won't have any of them left with you by sunset. That will be worse for you than all of the troubles you have ever had in your whole life. That's what I promise you with an oath in the Lord's name. So the king got up and took his seat in the entrance of the city gate. His men were told, the king is sitting in the entrance of this gate. Then all of them came and stood in front of him. While all of that was going on, the Israelites had ran back to their homes. People from all of the tribes of Israel began to argue with one another. They were saying, the king saved us from the power of our enemies. He saved us from the power of the Philistines, but now he has left the country because of Absalom. We anointed Absalom in we anointed Absalom to rule over us, but he has died in battle. So why aren't any of you talking about bringing the king back? King David sent a message to the priests Zadok and Abiathar. It said, speak to the elders of Judea, tell them I said, news has reached me where I'm staying. People all over Israel are talking about bringing me back to my place. Why should you be the last to do something about it? You are my relatives, you are my own flesh and blood, so why should you be the last to bring me back? Say to Massa, aren't you my flesh and blood? From now on, you will be the commander of my army in place of Joab. If that isn't true, may God punish me greatly. So the hearts of all of the men of Judah were turned toward David. All of them had the same purpose in mind. They sent a message to the king. It said, we want you to come back. We want all of your men to come back too. Then the king returned. He went as far as the Jordan River. The men of Judah had come to Gilgal to welcome the king back. They had come to bring him across the Jordan. Shimei, Shimei, the son of Gera, was among them. Shimei was from Baharim in the territory of Benjamin. He hurried down to welcome King David back. There were 1,000 people from Benjamin with him. Ziba, the manager of Saul's house, was with him too, and so was Ziba's 15 sons and 20 servants. All of them rushed down to the Jordan River. That's where the king was. They went across at the place where people usually cross it. Then they brought the king's family back over with them. They were ready to do anything he wanted them to do. Shimei, the son of Gera, had also gone across the Jordan. When he did, he fell down flat with his face toward the ground in front of the king. He said to him, you are my king and master. Please don't hold me guilty. Please forgive me for the wrong things I did on the day you left Jerusalem. Of please forget all about them. I know I've sinned, but today I've come down here to welcome you. I'm the first member of Joseph's whole family to do it. Then Ab- Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, said, shouldn't Shimei be put to death for what he did? He called down curses on you, and you are the Lord's anointed king. But David replied, you and Joab are sons of Zeruiah. What do you and I have in common? Ib Abishai, you have now become my enemy. Should anyone be put to death in Israel today, don't I know that today I am king over Israel again? So the king took an oath and made a promise to Shimei. He said to him, you aren't going to be put to death. Mephibosheth was Saul's grandson. He had also gone down to welcome the king back. He had not taken care of his feet. He hadn't trimmed his mustache or washed his clothes. He hasn't hadn't done any of those things from the day the king left Jerusalem until the day he returned safely. He came from Jerusalem to welcome the king. The king asked him, Mephibosheth, why didn't you come with me? He said, you are my king and master. I'm disabled, so I thought I'll have a saddle put on my donkey. I'll ride on it. Then put with I can go with the king. But my servant Ziba turned against me. He has told you lies about me. King David, you are like an angel of God, so do what pleases you, and you should have put all of the members of my grandfather's family to death, including me. Instead, you always provided what I needed, so what right do I have to make any more appeals to you? The king said to him, you don't have to say anything else. I order you and Ziba to divide up Saul's field between you. Mephibosheth said to the king, I'm happy that you have arrived home safely, so just let Ziba have everything. Barzillai had also come down to go across the Jordan River with the king. He wanted the he wanted to send the king on his way from there. Barzillai was from Roger Rogelim in the land of Gilead. He was a very old man. He was 80 years old. He had given the king everything he needed while the king was staying in Mahanaim. That's because Barzillai was very wealthy. The king said to Barzillai, come across the river with me, stay with me in Jerusalem, I'll take good care of you. But Barzillai said to the king, I won't live for many more years, so why should I go up to Jerusalem with you? I'm already 80 years old. I can hardly tell the difference between what is good and what isn't. I can hardly taste what I eat and drink. I can't even hear the voices of male and female singers anymore. So why should I add my problems to yours? I'll go across the Jordan River with you for a little way. Why should you reward me by taking care of me? Let me go back home, then I can die in my own town. I can be buried there in the tomb of my father and mother, but let Kimham take my place. Let him go across the river with you. Do for him what pleases you. The king said, Kimham will go across with me. I'll do for him what I please, what pleases you, and I'll do for you anything you want me to do. So all of the people went across the Jordan River. Then the king crossed over. The king kissed Barzillai and gave him his blessing, and Barzillai went back home. After the king had gone across the river, he went to Gilgal. Kimham had gone across with him. All of the groups of Judea and half of the troops of Israel had taken the king across. Soon all of the men of Israel were coming to the king. They were saying to him, "Why did the men of Judah take you away from us? They are our relatives. What right did they have to bring you and your family across the Jordan River? What right did you have to bring all of your men over with you?" All of the men of Judea answered the king of the men of Israel. They said, "We did that because the king is our close relative, so why should you be angry? About what what happened? What have we eaten any of the king's food? Have we taken anything for ourselves?" Then the men of Israel answered the men of Judah. They said, "We have 10 of the 12 tribes in the kingdom, so we have a stronger claim on David than you have. Why then are you acting as if you hated us? Weren't we the first ones to talk about bringing back our king?" But the men of Judah answered in an even meaner way than the men of Israel. An evil man who always stirred up trouble happened to be in Gilgal. His name was Sheba, the son of Bichri. Bichri. Sheba was from the tribe of Benjamin. He blew his trumpet, then he shouted, "We don't have any share in David's kingdom. Jesse's son is not our king. Men of Israel, every one of you go back home." So all the men of Israel deserted David. They followed Sheba, the son of Bichri. But the men of Judah stayed with their king. They remained with him from the Jordan River all the way to Jerusalem. David returned to his palace in Jerusalem. He had left 10 concubines there to take care of the palace. He put them in a house and kept them under guard. He gave them what they needed, but he didn't make love to them. They were kept under guard until the day they died. They lived as if they were widows. The king said to Amasa, "Send for the men of Judah, tell them to come to me within 3 days and be here yourself." So Amasa went to get the men of Judah, but he took longer than the time the king had set for him. David said to Abishai, "She Sheba, the son of Bichri, will do more harm to us than Absalom ever did. Take my men and go after him. If you don't, he'll find cities that have high walls around them. He'll go into one of them and escape from us." So Joab's men marched out with the Kerethites and Pelethites. They went out with all of the mighty soldiers of them, mighty soldiers. All of them were under Abishai's command. They marched out from Jerusalem and went after Sheba, the son of Bichri. They arrived at the great rock in Gibeon. Amasa went there to welcome them. Joab was wearing his military clothes. Over them at his waist he strapped on a belt that held a dagger. As he stepped forward, the dagger fell out. Joab said to Amasa, "How are you, my friend?" Then Joab reached out his right hand. He took out four of Amasa's beard to kiss him. Amasa didn't pay any attention to the dagger that was in Joab's left hand. Joab stuck it into his stomach. His inside spilled out on the ground. Joab didn't have to stab him again. Amasa was already dead. Then Joab and his brother Abishai went after Sheba, the son of Bichri. One of Joab's men stood beside Amasa, Amasa's body. He said to the other men, Are you pleased with Joab? Are you on David's side? Then follow Joab." Amasa's body lay covered with his body in the middle of the road. The man saw that all of the troops stopped there. He realized that everyone was stopping to look at Amasa's body, so he dragged it from the road into a field. Then he threw some clothes on top of it. After that happened, all of the men continued on with Joab. They went after Sheba and the son of Bichri. Sheba passed through all of the territory of the tribes of Israel. He arrived at the city of Abel Beth Makkah. He had gone through the entire area of Berites. They had gathered together and followed him. Joab and all of his troops came to Abel Beth Makkah. They surrounded it because Sheba was there. They built a ramp up to the city. It stood against the outer wall. They pounded the wall with huge logs to bring it down. While that was going on, a wise woman called out from the city. She shouted, "Listen, listen, tell Joab to come here. I want to speak to him." So Joab went toward her. She asked, "Are you Joab?" "I am," he answered. She said, "Listen to what I have to say." "I'm listening," he said. She continued, "Long ago, people used to say, 'Get your answer at Abel,' and that would settle the matter. We are the most peaceful and faithful people in Israel. You are trying to destroy a city that is like a mo- mother in Israel. Why do you want to swallow up what belongs to the Lord?" "I would never do anything like that," Joab said. "I would never swallow up or destroy what belongs to the Lord. That isn't what I have in mind at all. That's a man named Sheba, the son of Bichri, in your city. He is from the hill country of Ephraim. He is trying to kill King David. Hand that man over to me, then I'll pull my men back from your city." The woman said to Joab, "We'll throw his head down to you from the wall." Then the woman gave her wise advice to all of the people in the city. They cut off the head of Sheba, the son of Bichri. They threw it down to Joab, so he blew his trumpet. Then his men pulled out pulled back from the city. Each of them returned to his home, and Joab went back to the king in Jerusalem. Joab was commander over Israel's entire army. Ben Benai Ben the son of Jehoiada, was commander over the Kerethites and Pelethites. Adoniram was in charge of those who were forced to work hard. Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, kept the records. Sheva was the secretary. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Ara, the Je- Jairite, was David's priest. For 3 years in a row, there weren't enough food in the land that was where David was king. That was while David was king. So David asked the Lord why he wasn't showing him favor to his people. The Lord said it is because Saul and his family committed murder. He put the people of Gibeon to death. The people of Gibeon weren't a part of Israel. Instead, they were some of the Amorites who were still left alive. The people of Israel had promised with an oath to spare them, but Saul had tried to put an end to them. That's because he wanted to make Israel and Judah strong. So now King David sent for the people of Gibeon and spoke to them. He asked them, "What would you like me to do for you? How can I make up for the wrong things that were done to you? I want you to be able to pray that the Lord will once again bless his land." The people of Gibeon answered him. They said, "No amount of silver or gold can make up for what Saul and his family did to us, and we can't get put anyone in Israel to death. What do you want me to do for you?" David asked. They answered the king, "Saul nearly destroyed us. He made plans to wipe us out. We don't have anywhere to live in Israel, so let 7 of the males in his family line be given to us. We'll kill them. Dead bodies away in the We'll put their dead bodies out in the open in the sight of the Lord. We'll do it at Gibeah of Saul. Saul was the Lord's chosen king. So King David said, "I'll give 7 males to you." The king spared Mephibosheth. He was the son of Jonathan and the grandson of Saul. David had taken an oath in the sight of the Lord. He had promised to be kind to Jonathan and the family line of his father Saul, but the king chose Armoni and another Mephibosheth. They were the 2 sons of Aiah's daughter Rizpah. Saul was their father. The king also chose the 5 sons of Saul's daughter Merab. Adriel, the son of Barzillai, was their father. Adriel was from Mahalah. King David handed them over to the people of Gibeon. They killed them. They put their dead bodies out in the open on a hill in the sight of the Lord. All 7 of them died together. They were put to death during the first days of the harvest. It happened just when people were beginning to harvest the barley. Aiah's daughter Rizpah got some black cloth. She spread it out for herself on a rock. She stayed there from the beginning of the harvest until it rained. The rain poured down from the sky on the dead bodies of the 7 males. She didn't let the birds of the air touch them by day. She didn't let the wild animals touch them at night. Someone told David what Rizpah had done. She was Aiah's daughter and Saul's concubine. David got the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan. He got them from the citizens of Jabesh Gilead. They had taken them in secret from the main street in Beth Shan. That's where the Philistines had hung their bodies up on the city wall. They had done it after they struck Saul down on Mount Gilboa. David brought the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from Jabesh Gilead. The bones of the 7 males who had been killed and put out in the open were also gathered up. Bones of Saul and his the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan were buried in the tomb of Saul's father Kish. The tomb was at Zelah in the territory of Benjamin. Everything the king commanded was done. After that, God answered prayer and blessed the land. Once again there was a battle between the Philistines and Israel. David went down with his men to fight against the Philistines. He became very tired. Ishbai ben Nob belonged to the family line of Rapha. The tip of his bronze spear weighed 7.5 pounds. He was also armed with a new sword. He said he would kill David, but Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, came to save David. He struck the Philistines down and killed him. Then David's men took an oath and made a promise. They said to David, "We never want you to go out with us to battle again. You are the lamp of Israel's kingdom. We want that lamp to keep on burning brightly." There was another battle against the Philistines. It took place at Gob. At that time, Sibbecai killed Seth. Sibbecai was a Hushathite. Saph was from the family line of Rapha. In another battle against the Philistines at Gob, Elhanan killed Goliath's brother. Elhanan was the son of Jair Orgeim from Bethlehem. Goliath was from the city of Gath. His spear was as big as a weaver's rod. There was still another battle. It took place at Gath. A huge man lived there. He has 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. So the number of his toes and fingers was 24. He was also from the family of Rapha. He made fun of Israel, so Jonathan killed him. Jonathan was the son of David's brother Shimea. Those 4 Philistine men lived in Gath. They were from the family line of Rapha. David and his men killed them. David sang the words of this song to the Lord. He sang them when the Lord saved him from the powerful hand of all of his enemies and Saul. He said, "The Lord is my rock and my fortress. He is the one who saves me. My God is my rock. I go to him for safety. He is like a shield to me. He's the power that saves me. He's my place for safety. I go to him for help. He's my savior. He saves me from those who want to hurt me. I call out to the Lord. He is worthy of praise. He saves me from my enemies. The waves of death were all around me. A destroying flood swept over me. The ropes of the grave were tight around me. Death set its trap in front of me. When I was in trouble, I called out to the Lord. I called out to my God. From his temple, he heard my voice. My cry for help reached his ears. The earth trembled and shook. The pillars of the heavens rocked back and forward. They trembled because the Lord was angry. Smoke came out of his nose, flames of fire came out of his mouth, burning coals blazed out of it. He opened the heavens and came down. Dark clouds were under his feet. He got on the cherubim and flew. The wings of the wind lifted him up. He covered himself with darkness. The dark rain clouds of the sky were like a tent around him. For that, from the brightness that was all around him, flashes of lightning blazed out. The Lord thundered from heaven. The voice of the Most High God was heard. He shot his arrows and scattered over enemies. He sent flashes of lightning and chased the enemies away. The bottom of the sea have could be seen. The foundations of the earth was uncovered. It happened when the Lord's anger blazed out. It came like a blast of breath from his nose. He reached down from heaven. He took hold of me. He lifted me up of deep waters. He saved me from my powerful enemies. He set me free from those who were too strong for me. They stood up to me when I was in trouble, but the Lord helped me. He brought me out into a wide and safe place. He saved me because he was pleased with me. The Lord has been good to me because I do what is right. He has rewarded me because I lead a pure life. I have lived in the way the Lord wanted me to. I haven't done evil by turning away from my God. Ca- I keep all of his laws in mind. I haven't turned away from his commands. He knows that I am without blame. He knows I've kept myself from sinning. The Lord has rewarded me for doing what is right. He has rewarded me because I haven't done anything wrong, Lord. To those who are faithful to you, show that you are faithful. To those who are without blame, you show that you are without blame. To those who are pure, you show that you are pure. But to those whose path are crooked, you crooked, you show that you are clever. You save those who are proud. You watch you watch the proud to bring them down. Lord, you are my lamp. You bring light into my darkness. When with your help I can attack a troop of soldiers. With the help of my God, I can climb over a wall. God's way is perfect. The word of the Lord doesn't have any flaws. He is like a shield to all who go to him for safety. Who is God except the Lord? Who is the rock except our God? God gives me strength for the battle. He gives me he makes he makes my way perfect. He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He helps me stand on the highest places. He trains my hands to fight every battle. My arms can bend a bow of bronze. Lord, you are like a shield that keeps me safe. You help me win the battle. You bend down to make me great. You give me a wide path to walk in so that I don't twist my ankles. I chased my enemies and crushed them. I didn't turn back until they were destroyed. I crushed them completely so they wouldn't get up. They fell under my feet. Lord, you gave me strength to fight the battle. You made my enemies bow down at my feet. You made them turn their back and run away. So I destroyed my enemies. They cried out for help, but there was no one to save them. They called out to you, but you didn't answer them. I beat them as fine as the dust of the earth. I pounded them and walked on them like mud in the streets. You saved me when my own people attacked me. You have kept me as the ruler over nations. People I didn't know serve me now. People from other lands bow down to me in fear. As soon as they hear me, they obey me. All of them give hope. They come trembling out of their hiding places. The Lord lives. Give praise to my rock. Give honor to God the rock. He is my savior. He is the Lord. He is the God who plays my enemies back. He brings the nations under my control. He sets me free from my enemies. You have honored me more than them. You have saved me from men who want to hurt me. Lord, I will praise you among the nations. I will sing praises to you. You help me win great battles. You show your faithful love to your anointed king. You show it to me and my family forever. Here are David's last words. He said, I am David, the son of Jesse. God has given me a message. The Most High God has greatly honored me. The God of Jacob anointed me as king. I am Israel's singer of songs. The Spirit of the Lord spoke through me. I spoke his word with my tongue. The God of Israel spoke. The rock of Israel said to me, a king must rule over people in a way that is right. He must have respect for me when he rules, he will be when he will be like the light of morning at sunrise. When there aren't any clouds, he will be like the bright sun after rain that makes the grass grow on the earth. Isn't my royal family right with God? Hasn't he made a covenant with me that will last forever? Every part of it was well prepared and made secure. Won't he save me completely? Won't he give me everything I long for? But evil people are like thorns that are thrown away. Keep you can't pick them up with your hands. Even if you touch them, you must use an iron tool or a spear. Thorns are burned up right where they are. Here are the names of David's mighty men: Josheb, Bas, Hebeth was chief of the three. He was a Tehekamo, night. He used his spear against 800 men. He killed all of them at one time. Next to him was Eleazar. He was one of the three mighty men. He was the son of Dodai, the Ahohite. Eleazar was with David at Pas Dammim. That's where Israel's army made fun of the Philistines who were gathered there for battle. Then the men of Israel pulled back. But Eleazar stayed right where he was. He struck the Philistines down until his hand grew tired, but he still held onto his sword. The Lord helped him win a great battle that day. The troops returned to Eleazar. They came back to him only to take what they wanted from the dead bodies. Next to him was Shammah, the son of Agi. Shammah was a Hararite. The Philistines gathered together at a place where there was a field full of lentils. Israel's troops ran away from them, but Shammah took his stand in the middle of the field. He didn't let the Philistines capture it. He struck them down. The Lord helped him win a great battle. David was at the cave of Adullam during harvest. During harvest time, 3 of the 30 chiefs men came down to him there. A group of Philistines were camped in the valley of Rephaim. At that time, David was in his usual place of safety. Some Philistine troops were stationed at Bethlehem. David longed for water. He said, I wish someone would get me a drink of water from the well that is near the gate of Bethlehem. So the three mighty men fought their way to past the Philistine guards. They got some water from the well that was near the gate of Bethlehem. They took the water back to David, but David refused to drink it. Instead, he poured it out as a drink offering to the Lord. Lord, I would never drink that water, David said. It stands for the blood of these men. They put their lives in danger by going to Bethlehem to get it, so David wouldn't drink it. Those were some of the brave things the three mighty men did. Abishai was chief over the three. He was the brother of Joab, the son of Zer Zeruiah. He used his spear against 300 men. He killed all of them, so he became as famous as the three were. In fact, he was even more honored than the three. He became their commander, but he wasn't included among them. Benaiah was a great hero from Kabzeel. He was the son of Jehoiada. Benaiah did many brave things. He struck down 2 of Moab's best fighting men. He also went down into a pit on a snowy day. He killed a lion there, and he struck down a huge Egyptian. The Egyptian was holding a spear. Benaiah went out to fight against him with a club. He grabbed the spear out of the Egyptian's hand, then he killed him with it. Those were some of the brave things Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, did. He too was as famous as the three mighty men were. He was honored more than any of the 30, but he wasn't included among the three. David put him in charge of his own personal guards. Here is a list of David's men who were among the 30. Asahel, the brother of Joab; Elhanan, the son of Dodo from Bethlehem; Shammah the Harodite; Elika the Harodite; Helez the Paltite; Ira the son of Akash from Tekoa; Abiezer from Anathoth; Mebunai the Heshathite; Zalman the Ahohite; Maharai from Metophah; Helid the son of Banah from Notephah; Ethai the son of Ribai from Gibeah in Benjamin; Benaiah from Pirathan; Hidai from the valleys of Gash; Abi al Ban the Arbathite; Azmaveth the Barhumite; Aheba the Shalbonite; the sons of Jashen; and Jonathan the son of Jemma the Hararite; the son of Jerar the Hararite; Eliphalet the son of Hasbai the Machathite; Elam the son of Ahithophel from Gilo; Hezro from Carmel; Parai the Arbite; Igal the son of Nathan from Zobah; the son of Haggai; Zilik from Ammon; Naharai from Beeroth, who carried the armor of Joab the son of Zeruiah; Ira the Itherite; Jareb the Itherite; Uriah the Itherite. The total number of men was 37. The Lord's anger burned against Israel. He stirred up David against them. He said, "Go, count the men of Israel and Judah." So the king spoke to Joab and the army commanders who were with him. He said, "Go all through the territories of the tribes of Israel. Go from Dan all the way to Beersheba. Count the fighting men, then I'll know how many there are." Joab replied to the king. He said, "King David, you are my master. May the Lord your God multiply the troops 100 times, and may you live to see it. But why would you want me to count the fighting men?" In spite of what Joab said, the king's word had more authority than the word of Joab and the army commanders did. So they left the king and went out to count the fighting men of Israel. They went across the Jordan River. They camped south of the town in the middle of the Arnon River valley near Aroer. Then they went through Gad and continued on to Jazer. They went to Gilead and the area of Tahittim, Hadashai. They continued to Dan, Jan, and on around toward Si- Sidon. Then they went toward the fort of Tyre. They went to all of the towns of the Hivites and Canaanites. Finally, they went on to Beersheba. It was in the Negev desert of Judah. They finished going through the entire land. Then they came back to Jerusalem. They had been gone for 9 months and 20 days. Joab reported to the king how many fighting men he had counted. In Israel, there were 800,000 men who were able to handle a sword. In Judah, there were 500,000. David felt sorry that he had counted the fighting men. So he said to the Lord, I committed a great sin when I counted Judah and Israel's men. Lord, I beg you to take away my guilt. I've done a foolish thing. Before David got up the next morning, a message from the Lord came to the prophet Gad. He was David's seer. The message said, Go and tell David, the Lord says, I would punish you in 3 different ways. Choose one of them for me to use against you. So Gad went to David. He said to him, Take your choice. Do you want 3 years when there won't be enough food in your land, or do you want 3 months when you will run away from your enemies while they chase you? Or do you want 3 days where there will be a plague in your land? Think it over, then take your pick. Tell me how to answer the one who sent me. David said to Gad, I'm suffering terribly. Let us fall into the hands of the Lord. His mercy is great, but don't let me fall into the hands of men. So the Lord sent a plague on Israel. It lasted from the morning until he decided to end. From Dan all the way to Beersheba, 70,000 people died. The angel reached his hand out to destroy Jerusalem, but the Lord was very sad because of the plague. So he spoke to the angel who was making the people suffer. He said, That is enough. Do not kill any more people. The angel of the Lord was at Araunah's threshing floor. Araunah was from the city of Jebus. David saw the angel who was striking the people down. David said to the people, I'm the one who has sinned. I'm the one who has done what is wrong. Those people are like sheep. What have they done? Like your powerful hand, let your powerful hand punish me and my family. On that day, Gad went to David. Gad said, Go up to the threshing floor or of Araunah the Jebusite. Build an altar there to honor the Lord. So David went up and did it. He did what the Lord had commanded him through Gad. Araunah looked up the king and his officers coming toward him. So he went out to welcome him. He bowed down to the king with his face toward the ground. Araunah said, King David, you are my master. Why have you come to see me? To buy your threshing floor? To buy your threshing floor, David answered. I want to build an altar there to honor the Lord. When I do, the plague on the people will stop. Ar- Araunah said to David, take anything that pleases you, offer it up. Where Here are the oxen for the burnt offering. Here are threshing sleds, and are the wooden here are wooden collars from the necks of the oxen. Use all of the wood to burn the offering. King David, I'll give all of it to you. Araunah continue, and may the Lord your God accept you. But the king replied to Araunah, no, I want to pay you for it. I won't sacrifice to the Lord my God burnt offerings that haven't costed me anything. So David bought the threshing floor and the oxen. He paid 20 ounces of silver for them. David built an altar there to honor the Lord. He sacrificed burnt offerings and friendship offerings. Then the Lord answered prayer and blessed the land. The plague on Israel was stopped. First Kings chapter 1. King David was now very old. He couldn't keep warm even when blankets were spread over him. So his servants spoke to him. They said, you are our king and master. Please let us try to find a young virgin to help you. She can take care of you. She can lie down beside you. Then you can keep warm. So David's servants looked all over Israel for a beautiful young woman. They found Abishag. She was from the town of Shunem. They brought her to the king. The woman was very beautiful. She took care of the king and served him, but the king didn't have sex with her. Adonijah was the son of David, and his wife Haggith. He came forward and announced, I'm going to be the next king. So he got chariots and horses ready. He also got 50 men to run in front of him. His father had never returned to stop him from doing what he wanted to. His father had never asked him, why are you acting the way you do? Adonijah was also very handsome. So now that uh, Absalom died, now that Absalom was dead, Adonijah was David's oldest son. Adonijah talked things over with Joab, the son of Zeruiah. He also talked with the priest Abiathar. They agreed to help him, but the priest Zadok and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, didn't join Adonijah. The prophet Nathan didn't join him. Shimei and Rei didn't join him, and neither did David's special guard. Adonijah sacrificed sheep, cattle, and fat calves. He sacrificed them at the stone of Zohen Heleth near En Rogel. He invited all of his brothers, the king's sons, and all of the men of Judah who were royal officials, but he didn't invite Benaiah or the prophet Nathan. He didn't invite the special guard or his brother Solomon either. Nathan spoke to Solomon's mother, Bathsheba. He asked, "Haven't you heard Adonijah, the Adonijah, the son of Haggith, have made himself king, and King David doesn't even know about it? So let me tell you what to do to 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 save your life. It will also save the life of your son Solomon. Go in and see King David. Say to him, 'You are my king and master. You took an oath. You promised me. You can be sure that your son Solomon will be king over me. He will sit on my throne. If that's really true, why has Adonijah become king? While you are still talking to the king, I'll come in. I'll tell him that you have said is true." So Bathsheba went to see the old king in his room. Abishag the Shunammite was taking care of him there. Bathsheba bowed low. She got down on her knees in front of the king. What do you want?" the king asked. She said to him, "My master, you took an oath in the name of the Lord your God. You promised me your grandson Solomon will be king after me. He will sit on my throne. But now Adonijah has made himself king, and you don't even know about it. He has sacrificed large numbers of cattle, fat calves, and sheep. He has invited all of the king's sons. He has also invited the priest Abiathar and Joab, the commander of the army, but he hasn't invited your son Solomon. You are my king and master. All of the people of Israel are watching to see what you will do. They want to find out from you who will sit on the throne after you. If you don't do anything, I and my son Solomon will be treated like people uh, who have committed crimes. That will happen as soon as you join the members of your family who have already died." While she was still speaking with the king, the prophet Nathan arrived. The king was told the prophet Nathan is here. So Nathan went to the king. He bowed down with his face toward the ground. Nathan said, "You are my king and master. Have you announced that Adonijah will be king after you? Have you said he will sit on your throne? Today he has gone down outside the city. He has sacrificed large numbers of cattle, fat calves, and sheep. He has invited all of the king's sons. He has also invited the commanders of the army and the priest Abiathar. Even now they are eating and drinking with him. They are saying, 'May King Adonijah live a long time.' But he didn't invite me. He didn't invite the priest Zadok or Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada. He didn't invite your son Solomon either. King David, have you allowed all of that to happen? Did you do it without letting us know about it? Why didn't you tell us who is going to sit on your throne after you?" David said, King David said, "Tell Bathsheba to come in." So she came and stood in front of the king. Then the king took an oath and made a promise. He said, "The Lord has saved me from all of my troubles. You can be sure that he lives, and you can be just as sure that I will do today what I promise in the name of the Lord. He is the God of Israel. I promise you that your son Solomon will be king after me. he will sit on my throne in my place. Then Bathsheba bowed low with her face toward the ground. She got down on her knees in front of the king. She said, King David, you are my master. May you live forever. King David said, Tell the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan to come in. Also tell Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, to come. So they came to the king. He said to them, Take my officials with you. Put my son Solomon on my own mule. Take him down to the Gihon spring. Have the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan anoint him as king over Israel there. Below a trumpet shout, May King Solomon live a long time. Then come back to the city with him. Have him sit on my throne. He will rule in my place. I've anointed him ruler over Israel and Judah. Ben Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, answered the king. Amen. He said, May the Lord our God make it come true. You are my king and master. The Lord has been with you. May he also be with Solomon. King David, the Lord King David, may the Lord make Solomon's kingdom even greater than yours. So the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan left the palace. Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, went with him. So did the Kerethites and Pelethites. They put Solomon on King David's mule, and they brought him down to the Gihon spring. The priest Zadok had gotten an wild gotten an animal horn that was filled with olive oil. He had taken it from the sacred tent. He anointed Solomon with the oil. The trumpet was blown. All of the people shouted, May King Solomon live a long time. Then they went up toward the city. Solomon was leading the way. The people were playing flutes. They were filled with great joy. The ground shook because of all of the noise. Adonijah and all of his guests heard it. They were just finishing their meal. Joab heard the sound of the trumpet, so he asked, What does all of that noise in the city mean? While Joab was still speaking, Jonathan arrived. Jonathan was the son of the priest Abiathar. Adonijah said, Come in, I have respect for you. You must be bringing good news. No, I'm not, Jonathan answered. Our master King David has made Solomon king. David sent the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan along with Solomon. He also sent Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, with him. He sent the Kerethites and Pelethites with him too. They put him on the king's mule. They took him down to the Gihon spring. There the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan anointed him as king. Now they've got they've gone back up to the city. They were cheering all the way. The city is filled with the sound of it. That's the noise you hear, and that's not all. Solomon has taken his seat on the royal throne. The royal officials came to give their blessings to our master King David. They said, may your God make Solomon's name more famous than yours. May he make Solomon's kingdom greater than yours. While King David was sitting on his bed, he bowed in worship. He said, I praise the Lord, he is the God of Israel. He has let me live to see my son sitting on my throne today as the next king. When all of Adonijah's guests heard that, they were terrified, so they got up and scattered. Adonijah was afraid of what Solomon might do to him, so he went and grabbed hold of the horns that stuck out from the upper corners of the altar for burnt offerings. Then Solomon was told, King Solomon, Adonijah is afraid of you. He's holding onto the horns of the altar. He says, I want King Solomon to take an oath today. I want him to promise that he won't kill me with his sword. Solomon replied, let him show that he's a man people can respect. Then not even one hair of his head will fall to the ground. But if I find out he's done something evil, he will die. King Solomon got some men to bring Adonijah down from the altar. He came and bowed down to King Solomon. Solomon said, go on home. The time came near for David to die, so he gave orders to his son Solomon. He said, I'm about to die, just as everyone else on earth does. So be strong, show how brave you are. Do everything the Lord your God requires. Live the way he wants you to. Obey his orders and commands. Keep his laws and rules. Do everything that is written in the law of Moses. Then you will have success in everything you do. You will succeed everywhere you go. The Lord will keep the promise he made to me. He said, "You, your sons must be careful about how they live. They must be faithful to me with all of their heart and soul. Then you will always have a man sitting on the throne of Israel. You yourself know what Joab the son of I Zeruiah did to me. You know that he killed Abner, the son of Ner, and Ama, Amasa, the son of Jether. They were the two commanders of Israel's armies. He killed them in a time of peace. It wasn't a time of war. Joab spilled the blood of Abner and Amasa. It stained the belt that was around his waist. It also stained the sandals on his feet. You are wise, so I leave him in your hands. Just don't let him live to become an old man. Don't let him die peacefully, but be kind to the sons of Barzillai from Gilead. Provide what they need. They were faithful to me when I had to run away from your brother Islam, Ab- Absalom. Don't forget Shimei, the son of Gera. He's still around. He's from Baharim in the territory of Benjamin. He called down bitter curses on me. He did it on the day I went to Mahanaim. Later, he came down to welcome me at the Jordan River. At that time, I took an oath in the name of the Lord. I promised Shemai wouldn't I won't put you to death with my sword, but now I want you to think of him as guilty. You are wise, you will know what to do to him. Don't let him live to become an old man, put him to death. David joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the city of David. He had ruled over Israel for 40 years. He ruled for 7 years in Hebron. Then he ruled for 33 years in Jerusalem. So Solomon sat on the throne of his father David. His position as king was made secure. Adon, Adonijah was the son of David's wife Haggith. He went to Bathsheba. She was Solomon's mother. She asked Adonijah, "Have you come in peace?" He answered, "Yes, I've come in peace." He continued, "I want to ask you something." "Go ahead," she replied. He said, "As you know, the kingdom belonged belonged to me. The whole nation of Israel thought of me as their king, but now things have changed. The kingdom belongs to my brother. The Lord has given it to him, but I have a favor to ask of you. Don't say no to me." "Go ahead," she said. So he continued, "Please ask King Solomon for a favor. He won't say no to you. Ask him to give me Abishag from Shunem to be my wife." "All right," Bathsheba replied, "I'll speak to the king for you." So Bathsheba went to King Solomon. She went to him to speak for Adonijah. The king stood up to greet her. He bowed down to her. Then he sat down on his throne. He had a throne brought for his mother. She sat down at his right side. "I have one small favor to ask of you," she said. "Don't say no to me." The king replied, "Mother, go ahead and ask. I won't say no to you." She said, "Let your brother Adonijah get married to Abishag the Shunammite." King Solomon answered his mother, "Why are you asking for Ab- Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah? You might as well ask me to give him the whole kingdom. After all, he's my older brother, and he doesn't want the kingdom only for himself. He also wants it for the priest Abiathar and for Joab, the son of Zeruiah." Then King Solomon took an oath and made a promise in the name of the Lord. He said, "Adonijah will pay with his life because of what he has asked for. If he doesn't, may God punish me greatly. The Lord has made me made my position as king secure. I'm sitting on the throne of my father David. The Lord has built a royal house for me, just as he promised. You can be sure that the Lord lives, and you can be just as sure that Adonijah will be put to death today." So King Solomon gave the order to Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada. Benaiah struck Ad- Adonijah down, and Adonijah died. The king spoke to the priest Abiathar. He said, "Go back to your fields in Anathoth You should really be put to death, but I won't have it done now. That's because you carried the ark of the Lord and King. You did it for my father David. You shared all of his hard times. So Solomon wouldn't let Abiathar serve as a priest of the Lord anymore. That's how the message the Lord has spoken at Shiloh came true. He had spoken it about the family of Eli. News of what Solomon had done reached Joab. Joab had never made evil plans along with Absalom, but he had joined Adonijah. So he ran to the tent of the Lord. He took hold of the horns that struck out from the upper corners of the altar for burnt offerings. King Solomon was told that Joab had run to the tent. He was also told that Joab was by the altar. Then Solomon gave the order to Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada. He told him, "Go strike him down." So Benaiah entered the tent of the Lord. He said to Joab, "The king says, 'Come on out.'" But Joab said, "No, I'd rather die here." Benaiah told the king what Joab had said to him. Then the king commanded Benaiah, "Do what he says, strike him down, bury his body. Then I and my family won't be held accountable for the blood Joab spilled. He killed people who weren't guilty of doing anything wrong. The Lord will pay him back for the blood he spilled." Joab attacked two men. He killed them with his sword, my other and my father David didn't even know anything about it. Joab killed Abner, the son of Ner. Abner was the commander of Israel's army. Joab also killed Amasa, the son of Jether. Amasa was the commander of Judah's army. Abner and Amasa were better men than Joab is. They were more honest than he is. May Joab and his children after him be held forever accountable for spilling the blood of Abner and Amasa. Amasa. But may David and his children after him enjoy the Lord's peace and rest forever. May the Lord also give his peace to David's royal house and kingdom forever. So Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, went up to the Lord's tent. Then he struck Joab down and he killed him. Joab's body was buried on his own land in the desert. The king put Benaiah in charge of the army. Benaiah took Joab's place. The king also put the priest Zadok in Abiathar's place. Then the king sent for Shimei. He said to him, "Build yourself a house in Jerusalem, live there, don't go anywhere else. You must not leave the city and go across the Kidron Valley. If you do, you can be sure you will die, and it will be your own fault." Shimei replied to the king, "You are my king and master. What you say is good, I'll do it." Shimei stayed in Jerusalem for a long time, 3 years after Solomon had talked with Shimei. Two of Shimei's slaves ran off. they went to Achish, the king of Gath. He was the son of Makkah. Shimei was told, "Your slaves are in Gath." When Shimei heard that, he put a saddle on his donkey. Then he went to Achish at Gath to look for his slaves. Shimei found them and brought them back from Gath. Solomon was told that Shimei had left Jerusalem. He was told he had gone to Gath and had returned. So the king sent for Shimei. He said to him, didn't I make you take an oath in the name of the Lord? Didn't I warn you? I said you must not leave the city and go somewhere else. If you do, you can be sure you will die. At that time, you said to me, "What you say is good. I'll obey your command." So why didn't you keep your oath to the Lord? Why didn't you obey the command I gave you? The king continued, "You know all of the wrong things you did to my father David. In your heart, you know them. Now the Lord will pay you back for what you did, but I will be blessed. The Lord will make David's kingdom secure forever." Then the king gave the order to Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada. Benaiah left the palace and struck Shimei down, and he killed him. The kingdom the kingdom was now made secure in Solomon's hands. Solomon and Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, agreed to help each other. So Solomon got married to Pharaoh's daughter. He brought her to the city of David. She stayed there until he finished building his palace, the Lord's temple, and the wall that was around Jerusalem. But the people continued to offer sacrifices at the high places where they worshipped. That's because a temple hadn't been built yet where the Lord would put his name. Solomon showed his love for the Lord. He did it by obeying the laws his father David had taught him. But Solomon offered sacrifices at the high places. He also burnt incense there. Solomon went to the city of Gibeon to offer sacrifices. That's where the most important high place was. He offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the altar that was there. The Lord appeared to Solomon at Gibeon. He spoke to him in a dream. During the night, God said, "Ask for anything you want me to give you." Solomon answered, "You have been very kind to my father David, and your servant. That's because he was faithful to you. He did what was right. His heart was honest, and you have continued to be very kind to him. You have given him a son to sit on his throne this very day. Lord my God, you have now made me king. You have put me in the place of my father David, but I'm only a little child. I don't know how to carry out my duties. I'm here among the people you have chosen. They are a great nation. They are more than anyone can count. So give me a heart that understands. Then I can rule over your people. I can tell the difference between what is right and what is wrong. Who can possibly rule over this great nation of yours? The Lord was pleased that Solomon had asked for that. So God said to him, "You have not asked to live for a long time. You have not asked to be wealthy. You have not even asked to have your enemies killed. Instead, you have asked for understanding. You want to do what is right and fair when you judge people, because That is what you have asked for. I will give it to you. I will give you a wise and understanding heart. So here is what will be true of you. There has never been anyone like you, and there never will be. And that is not all. I will give you what you have not asked for. I will give you riches and honor. As long as you live, no other king will be as great as you are. Live the way I want you to. Obey my laws and my commands, just as my father David did, just as your father David did. Then I will let you live for a long time. Solomon woke up. He realized he had been dreaming. He returned to Jerusalem. He stood in front of the ark of of the Lord's covenant. He sacrificed burnt offerings and friendship offerings. Then he gave a big dinner for all of his officials. Two prostitutes came to the king. They stood in front of him. One of them said, "My master, this woman and I live in the same house. I had a baby while she was there with me. 3 days after my baby was born, this woman also had a baby. We were alone. Wasn't anyone in the house but the two of us. During the night, this woman's baby died. It happened because she was laying on top of him. So she got up in the middle of the night. She took my son from my side while I was asleep. She put him by her breast. Then she put her dead son by my breast. The next morning I got up to nurse my son, but he was dead. I looked at him closely in the morning light, and I saw that it wasn't my baby. The other woman said, "No, the living baby is my son. The dead one belongs to you." But the first woman said, "No, the dead baby is yours. The living one belongs to me." So they argued in front of the king. The king said, say, One of you says, 'My son is alive, your son is dead.' The other one says, 'No, your son is dead, mine is alive.' He continued, 'Bring me a sword.' So a sword was brought to him. Then he gave an order. He said, 'Cut the living baby in two. Give half to one woman and half to the other.' The woman whose son was alive was filled with deep concern for her son. She said to the king, 'My master, please give her the living baby. Don't kill him.' But the other woman said, 'Neither of us will have him. Cut him in two.' Then the king made his decision. He said, 'Give the living woman, baby to the first woman. Don't kill him. She's his mother.' All of the people of Israel heard what about the decision had the king had given. That gave them great respect for him. They saw that God had given him wisdom. They knew that Solomon would do what was right and fair when he judged people. So Solomon, so King Solomon ruled over the whole nation of Israel. Here are the names of his chief officials. uh, Azariah was the priest. He was the son of Zadok. Eli, Horeph, and Ahijah were secretaries. They were the sons of Shisha. Jehoshaphat kept the records. He was the son of Ahilud. Benaiah was the commander in chief. He was the son of Jehoiada. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Azariah was in charge of the local officials. He was the son of Nathan. Zabud was a priest. He was the king's personal advisor. He was the son of Nathan. Ahishar was in charge of the palace. Adoniram was in charge of those who were forced to work for the king. He was the son of Abda. Solomon also had 12 local governors over the whole land of Israel. They provided supplies for the king and the royal family. Each governor had to provide supplies for 1 month out of each year. Here are their names and areas. Ben Hur's area was the hill country of Ephraim. Ben Dekur's area was Makaz, Shalbim, Beth Shemesh, and Elon. Beth Hanan. Ben Hesed's area was Aruboth, Soko, and the whole land of Hefer were included in his area. Ben Abinadab's area was Nephath Dor. He got married to Solomon's daughter Tephath. Bana's area was Tanakh, Megiddo, and the whole territory of Beth Shan. Beth Shan was next to Zarethan. Below Jezreel, Bana's area reached from Beth Shan all the way to Abel Meholah. It also continued across to Jok Jokmeam. Banah was the son of Ahilud. Ben Geber's area was Ramoth Gilead. The settlements of Jair, the son of Manasseh, were included in his area in Gilead. The area of Argob in Bashan was also included. That area had 60 large cities that had high walls around them. The city gates were made secure with heavy bronze bars. Ahinadab's area was Mahanaim. He was the son of Ido. Ahimaaz's area was Naphtali. He had gotten married to Basemath. She was Solomon's daughter. Banaz's area was Asher and Aloth. He was the son of Heshai. Jehoshaphat's area was Issachar. He was the son of Paruah. Shimei's area was Benjamin. He was the son of Elah. Geber's area was Gilead. He was the only governor over the area. He was the son of Uri. Gilead had been the country of Sihon and Og. Sihon had been king of the Amorites. Og had been king of Bashan. There were many people in Judah and Israel. In fact, they were as many as the grains of sand on the seashore. They ate, drank, and were happy. Solomon ruled over all of the kingdoms of from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines. He ruled as far as the border of Egypt. All of those countries brought the gifts he required them to bring him, and Solomon ruled over those countries for his whole life. Here are the supplies Solomon required every day: bushel 185 bushels of fine flour, 375 bushels of meal, 10 head of cattle that had been fed by hand, 20 head of cattle that had been fed on grasslands, 100 sheep and goats, deer, antelopes, and roebucks, the finest birds. Solomon ruled over all of the kingdoms that were west of the Euphrates River. He ruled from Tiphsah all the way to Gaza, and he had peace and rest on every side. While Solomon was king, Judah and Israel lived in safety. They were secure from Dan all the way to Beersheba. Each man had his own vine and fig tree. Solomon had 4,000 spaces where he kept his chariot horses. He had a total of 12,000 horses. The local officials provided supplies for King Solomon. They provided them for all who ate at the king's table. Each official provided supplies for 1 month every year. The officials made sure the king had everything he needed. They also brought barely, barley and straw for the chariot horses and the other horses. Each of them brought the amounts that were required of them. They brought them to the proper places. God made Solomon very wise. His understanding couldn't even be measured. It was like the sand on the seashore. People can't measure that either. Solomon's wise wisdom was greater than the wisdom of all of the people of the east. It was greater than all of the wisdom of Egypt. Solomon was wiser than any other man. He was wiser than Ethan the Ezrahite. He was wiser than Heman, Call, Calcol, and Darda. They were the sons of Mahal. Solomon became famous in all of the nations that were around him. He spoke 3,000 proverbs. He wrote 1,005 songs. He explained all about plants. He knew everything about them, from the cedar trees in Lebanon to the hyssop plants that grew out of walls. He taught about animals and birds. He also taught about reptiles and fish. The kings of all of the world's nations heard about how wise Solomon was, so they sent their people to listen to him. Hiram was the king of Tyre. He heard that Solomon had been anointed as king. He heard that Solomon had become the next king after his father David. Hiram had always been David's friend, so Hiram sent his messengers to Solomon. Then Solomon sent a message back to Hiram. It said, "As you know, my father David had to fight many battles. His enemies attacked him from every side, so he couldn't build a temple where the Lord his God would put his name. That wouldn't be possible until the Lord had put his enemies under his control. But now the Lord my God has given me peace and rest on every side. We don't have any enemies, and we don't have any other major problems either. So I'm planning to build a temple. I want to build it for the name of the Lord my God. That's what he told my father David he wanted me to do. He said, I will put your son on the throne in your place. He will build a temple. I will put my name there. So give my men orders to cut down cedar trees in Lebanon for me. My men will work with yours. I'll pay you for your men's work. I'll pay any amount you decide on. As you know, we don't have anyone who is as skilled in cutting down trees as the men of Sidon are. When Hiram heard Solomon's message, he was very pleased. He said, May the Lord be praised today. He has given David a wise son to rule over that great nation. So Hiram sent a message to Solomon. It said, I have received the message you sent me. I'll do everything you want me to. I'll provide the cedar and pine logs. My men will bring them from Lebanon down to the Mediterranean Sea. I'll make them into rafts. I'll float them to the place you want me to. When the rafts arrive, I'll separate the logs from each other, then you can take them away. And here's what I want in return. Provide food for all of the people in my palace. So Hiram supplied Solomon with all of the cedar and pine logs he wanted. Solomon gave Hiram 125,000 bushels of wheat as food for the people in his palace. He also gave him 115,000 gallons of oil that was made from pressed olives. He did that for Hiram year after year. The Lord made Solomon wise just as he had promised him. There was peace between Hiram and Solomon. The two of them made a peace treaty. King Solomon forced men from all over Israel to work hard for him, that there were 30,000 of them. He sent them off to Lebanon in groups of 10,000 each month. They spent 1 month in Lebanon, then they spent 2 months at home. Adoniram was in charge of the people who were forced to work. Solomon had 70,000 people who carried things. He had 80,000 who cut stones in the hills. He had 3,300 men who were in charge of the project. They also directed the workers. The people did what the king commanded. They removed large blocks of fine stone from a rock pit. They used them to provide a fountain for the temple. The skilled workers of Solomon and Hiram cut and prepared the logs and stones. They would later be used in building the temple. The people of Bi- Byblos helped the workers. Solomon began to build the temple of the Lord. It was 480 years after the people of Israel had come out of Egypt. It was in the fourth year of Solomon's rule over Israel. He started in the second month, that was in the month of Ziv. The temple King Solomon built for the Lord was 90 feet long, it was 30 feet wide, and it was 45 feet high. The temple had a porch in front of the main hall. The porch was as wide as the temple itself. It was 30 feet wide. It came out 15 feet from the front of the temple. Solomon made narrow windows high up in the temple walls. He built side rooms around the temple. They made they were built against the walls of the main hall and the most high, most holy room. On the first floor, the side rooms were 7.5 feet wide. On the second floor, they were 9 feet wide, and on the third floor, they were 10.5 feet wide. Solomon made the walls of the temple thinner as they went up floor by floor. The result was ledges along the walls, so the floor beams of the side rooms rested on the ledges. The beams didn't go into the temple walls. All of the stones that were used for building the temple were shaped where they were cut. So hammers, chisels, and other iron tools wouldn't be heard where the temple was building, where it was where the temple was being built. The entrance to the first floor was on the south side of the temple. A stairway led up to the second floor. From there, it went on up to the third floor. So Solomon built the temple and finished it. Roof. He made its roof out of beams and cedar boards. He built side rooms all along the temple. Each room was 7.5 feet high. They were joined to the temple by cedar beams. A message came to Solomon from the Lord. The Lord said, "You are now building this temple. Follow my orders, keep my rules, obey all of my commands. Then I will make the promise I gave your father David come true. I will do it through you. I will live among my people Israel. I will not desert them." So Solomon built the temple and finished it. He put cedar boards on its inside walls. He covered them from floor to ceiling. He covered the temple floor with pine boards. He put up a wall 30 feet from the back of the temple. He made it with cedar boards from floor to ceiling that formed a room inside the temple that was the high, most holy room. The main hall in front of the room was 60 feet long. The inside of the temple was covered with cedar wood, guards, gourds, and open flowers were carved on the wood. Everything was cedar. There wasn't any stone showing anywhere. Solomon prepared the most holy room inside the temple. That's where the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord would be placed. The most holy room was 30 feet long. It was 30 feet wide, and it was 30 feet high. Solomon covered the inside of it with pure gold. He prepared the cedar altar from burning incense. He covered it with gold. Solomon covered the inside of the main hall was with pure gold. He placed gold chains around the front of the most holy room. That room was covered with gold. So Solomon covered the inside of the whole temple with gold. He also covered the altar for burning incense with gold. It was right in front of the most holy room. But the most holy room, Solomon made a pair of cherubim. He made them out of olive wood. Each cherub cherub was 15 feet high. One wing of the first cherub was 7.5 feet long. The other wing was also 7.5 feet long. So the wings measured 15 feet from tip to tip. The second cherub's cherubs' wings also measure 15 feet from tip to tip. The two cherubim had the same size and shape. Each cherub was 15 feet high. Solomon placed the cherubim inside the most holy room in the temple. Their wings were spread out. The wing tip of one cherub touched one wall. The wing tip of the other touched the other wall. The tips of their wings touched each other in the middle of the room. Solomon covered the cherubim with gold on the walls that were all around the temple. He carved cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers. He carved them in on the walls of the most holy room and the main hall. He also covered the floors of those two rooms with gold. For the entrance to the most holy room, he made two doors out of olive wood. Each doorpost had five sides. On the two olive wood doors, he carved cheru, cher, cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers. He covered the cheru, cherubim and palm trees with hammered gold. In the same way, he made olive wood doorposts for the entrance to the main hall. Each doorpost had four sides. He also made two pine doors. Each door had two parts. They turned in bases that were shaped like cups. He carved cheru- cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers on the doors. He covered the doors with gold. He hammered the gold evenly over the carvings. He used blocks of stone to build a wall around the inside courtyard. The first three layers of the wall were made out of stone. The top layer was made out of beautiful cedar wood. The foundation of the Lord's temple was laid in Solomon's fourth year. It was in the month of Ziv. The temple was finished in his 11th year. It was in the month of Baal. It was the 8th month. Everything was finished just as the plans required. Solomon had spent 7 years building the temple, but it took Solomon 13 years to finish constructing his palace and the other buildings that were related to it. He built the palace of the forest of Lebanon was what Lebanon. It was 150 feet long. It was 75 feet wide, and it was 45 feet high. It had four rows of cedar columns. They held up beautiful cedar beams. Above the beams was a roof that was made out of cedar boards. It rested on the columns. There were three rows of beams with 15 in each row. The total number of beams was 45. The windows of the palace were placed high up in the walls. They were in groups of three and they faced each other. All of the doorways had frames that were shaped like rectangles. They were in front, they were in groups of three and they faced each other. Solomon made a cover made a covered area. It was 75 feet long and it was 45 feet wide. Its roof was held up by columns. In front of it was a porch. In front of that were pillars and a roof that went out beyond them. Solomon built the throne hall. It was called the Hall of Justice. That's where he would serve as judge. He covered the hall with cedar boards from floor to ceiling. The palace where he would live was set farther back. Its plan was something like the plan for the hall. Solomon had gotten married to Pharaoh's daughter. He made a palace for her. It was like the hall. All of those buildings were made out of blocks of very fine stone. They were cut to the right size. They were shaped with a saw on the back and front sides. Those stones were used for the outside of each building and for the large courtyard. They were also used for the foundations up to the roofs. Large blocks of very fine stone were used for the foundations. Some were 15 feet long, others were 12 feet long. The walls that were above them were made out of very fine stones. These stones were cut to the right size. On top of them was a layer of cedar beams. The large courtyard had a wall around it. The first three layers of the wall were made out of blocks of stone. The top layer was made out of beautiful cedar wood. The same thing was done with the inside courtyard of the Lord's temple and its porch. King Solomon sent messengers to Tyre. He wanted them to bring Har- Haram back with them. Haram's mother was a widow. She was from the tribe of Naphtali. Haram's father was from Tyre. He was skilled in working with bronze. Haram also was very skilled. He had done all kinds of work with bronze. He came to King Solomon and did all of the work he was asked to do. Haram made two bronze two bronze pillars. Each of them was 27 feet high and each was 18 feet around. Each pillar had a decorated top that was made out of bronze. Each top was 7.5 feet high. Chains that were linked together hung down from the tops of the pillars. There were 7 chains for each top. Haram made 2 rows of pomegranates. They circled the chains. The pomegranates decorated the tops of the pillars. Haram did the same thing for each pillar. The tops on the pillars of the porch were shaped like lilies. The lilies were 6 feet high. On the tops of both pillars were 200 pomegranates. They were in rows all around the tops. They were above the part that was shaped like a bowl, and they were next to the chains. Haram set the pillars up at the temple porch. The pillar on the south he named Jachin. The one on the north he named Boaz. The tops of the pillars were shaped like lilies, so the work on the pillars was finished. Haram made a huge metal bowl for washing it, shaped its shape was round. It measured 15 feet from rim to rim. It was 7.5 feet high. It was 45 feet around. Below the rim, there was a circle of gourds around the bowl. In every 18 inches around the bowl, there were 10 gourds. The gourds were arranged in two rows. They were made as part of the bowl itself. The huge bowl stood on 12 bowls, three of them placed north, three faced west, three faced south, and three faced east. The bowls rested on top of them. Their rear end were toward the center. The bowl was 3 inches thick. Its rim was like the rim of a cup. The rim was shaped like the loom of a lily. The bowl held 11,500 gallons of water. Hugh Haram also made 10 stands out of bronze. They could be moved around. Each stand was 6 feet long. It was 6 feet wide, and it was 4.5 feet high. Here is how these stands were made. They had sides that were joined to posts. On the sides between the posts were lions, bulls, and cherubim. They were also on all of the posts above and below the lions and bulls were wreaths were wreaths that were made out of hammered metal. Each stand had four bronze wheels with bronze axles. Each one had a bowl that rested on four supports. They had wreaths on each side. There was a round opening on the side inside of each stand. The opening had a frame that was 18 inches deep. The insides were 27 inches high. From the top of the opening to the bottom of the base, there were carving around the opening. The sides of the stands were square, not round. The four wheels were under the sides. The axles of the wheels were connected to the stand. Each wheel was 27 inches across. The wheels were made like chariot wheels. All of the axles, rims, and, and rims, spokes, and hubs were made out of metal. Each stand had four handles on it. There was one on each corner. They came out from the stand at the top on the at the top of the stand. There was a round band. It was 9 inches deep. The sides and supports were connected to the top of the stand. Urim covered cherubim, lions, and palm trees on the sides of the stands. He also carved them on the surfaces of the supports. His carving covered every open space. He had also carved were wreaths all around it. That's how he made the 10 stands. Of them were were made in the same molds, and they had the same size and shape. Then Hiram made 10 bronze bowls. Each one held 230 gallons. The bowls measured 6 feet across. There was one bowl for each of the 10 stands. He placed 5 of the stands on the south side of the temple. He placed the other 5 on the north side. He put the huge bowl on the south side. It was at the southeast corner of the temple. He also made the bowls, shovels, and sprinkling bowls. So Yoram finished all of the work he had started for King Solomon. Here's what he made for the Lord's temple. He made the 2 pillars. He made the tops for the pillars. The tops were shaped like bowls. He made the 2 sets of chains that were linked together. They decorated the 2 bowl-shaped tops of the pillars. He made the 400 pomegranates for the 2 sets of chains. There were 2 rows of pomegranates for each chain. They decorated the bowl-shaped tops of the pillars. He made the 10 stands with their 10 bowls. He made the huge bowl. He made the 12 bowls that were under it. He made the pots, shovels, and sprinkling bowls. You Haram made all of those object objects for King Solomon for the Lord's temple. He made them out of bronze, then he shined them up. The king had made them in clay molds. It was done on the flat lands of the Jordan River between Succoth and Zarethan. Zarethan. Solomon didn't weigh any of those things. There were too many of them to weigh. No one even tried to weigh the bronze they were made out of. Solomon also made all of the articles that were in the Lord's temple. He made the golden altar. He made the golden table for the holy bread. He made the pure gold lampstands. There were 5 on the right side and 5 on the left. They were in front of the most holy room. He made the gold flowers. He made the gold lamps and tongs. He made the bowls, wick cutters, sprinkling bowls, dishes, and shallow cups from burning incense. All of them were made out of pure gold. He made the gold bases for the doors of the inside room. That's the most holy room. He also made gold bases for the doors of the main hall of the temple. King Solomon finished all of the work for the Lord's temple. Then he brought in the things his father David had set apart for the Lord. They included the silver and gold and all the articles for the Lord's temple. Solomon placed them with the other treasures that were there. First Kings 8. Then King Solomon sent for the elders of Israel. He told them to come to him in Jerusalem. They included all of the leaders of the tribes. They also included the chiefs of the families of Israel. Solomon wanted them to bring up the Ark of the Lord's covenant from Zion. Zion was the city of David. All of the men of Israel came together to where King Solomon was. It was at the time of the Feast of Booths. The feast was held in the month of Ethanim. That's the 7th month. All of the elders of Israel arrived. Then the priests picked up the ark and carried it. They brought up the ark of the Lord. They also brought up the tent of meeting and all of the sacred articles that were in the tent. The priests and Levites carried everything up. The entire community of Israel had gathered around King Solomon. All of them were in front of the ark. They sacrificed huge numbers of sheep and cattle. There were so many that they couldn't be recorded. In fact, they couldn't even be counted. The priests brought the ark of the Lord's covenant to its place in the most holy room of the temple. They put it under the wings of the cherubim. The cherubim wings were spread out over the place where the ark was. They covered the ark. They also covered the poles that were used to carry it. The poles were so long that their ends would be seen from the holy room in front of the most holy room, but they couldn't be seen from outside the holy room. They are still there to this very day. There wasn't anything in the ark except the two stone tablets. Moses had placed them in it at Mount Horeb. That's where the Lord had made a covenant with the Israelites. He made it after they came out of Egypt. The priests left the holy room. Then the cloud filled the temple of the Lord. The priests couldn't do their work because of it. That's because the glory of the Lord filled his temple. Then Solomon said, Lord, you have said you would live in a dark cloud. As you see, as you can see, I've built a beautiful temple for you. You can live in it forever. The whole community of Israel was standing there. The king turned around and gave them his blessing. Then he said, I praise the Lord. He is the God of Israel. With his own mouth, he made a promise to my father David. With his own powerful hand, he made it come true. He said, I brought my people Israel out of Egypt. Ever since I did that, I have not chosen a city in any tribe of Israel where a temple would be built for my name, but I have chosen David to rule over my people Israel with all of his heart. My father David wanted to build a temple. He wanted to do it so Lord put the Lord could put his name there. The Lord is the God of Israel. But the Lord spoke to my father David. He said, with all your heart you wanted to build a temple for my name. It is good that you wanted to do that, but you will not build the temple. Instead, your son will build the temple for my name. He is your own flesh and blood. The Lord has kept the promise he made. I've become the king after my father David. Now I'm sitting on the throne of Israel. That's exactly what the Lord promised would happen. I've built the temple where the Lord will put his name. He is the God of Israel. I've provided a place for the ark there. The tablets of the Lord's covenant are inside it. He made that covenant with our people of long ago. He made it when he brought them out of Egypt. Then Solomon stood in front of the Lord's altar. He stood in front of the whole community of Israel. He spread out his hands toward heaven. He said, Lord, you are the God of Israel. There is no God like you in heaven above or on earth below. You keep the covenant you made with us. You show us your love. You do that when we follow you with all of our hearts. With all our hearts, you have kept your promise to my father David. He was your servant. With your mouth you made a promise. With your powerful hand you have made it come true, and today we can see it. Lord, you are the God of Israel. Keep the promises you made to my father David. Do it for him. He was your servant. You said to him, you will always have a man to sit on the throne of Israel in my sight. That will be true only if your sons are careful in everything they do. They must live in my sight the way you have lived. God of Israel, let your promise to my father David come true. But will you really live on earth? After all, the heavens can't hold you. In fact, even the highest heavens can't hold you. So this temple I've built certainly can't hold you. But please pay attention to my prayer, Lord. Lord my God, show me your favor as I make my appeal to you. Listen to me, to my cry for help. Hear the prayer I'm praying to you today. Let your eyes look toward this temple night and day. You said I will put my name there. So listen. So please listen to the prayer I'm praying toward this place. Hear me when I ask you to show us your favor. Listen to your people, Israel, when they pray toward this place. Listen to us from heaven. It's the place where you live. When you hear us, forgive us. Suppose a man does something wrong to his neighbor and he is required to take an oath and make a promise. He must come and do it in front of your altar in this temple. When he does, listen to him from heaven. Take action. Judge between those people. Punish the one who is guilty. Do to him what he has done to his neighbor. Tell everyone that the one who hasn't done anything wrong is free from blame. That will prove he isn't guilty. Suppose your people Israel have lost the battle against their enemies, and suppose they've sinned against you, but they turned back to you and praise your name. They pray to you in this temple and they ask you to show them your favor. Then listen to them from heaven. Forgive the sin of your people Israel. Bring them back to the land you gave to their people who lived long ago. Suppose your people have sinned against you, and because of that, the sky is closed up and there isn't any rain, but your people pray toward this place. They praise you admitting, by admitting they've sinned, and they turn away from their sin because you have made them suffer. Then listen to them from heaven. Forgive the sin of your people Israel. Teach them the right way to live. Send rain on the land you gave them as their share. Suppose there isn't enough food in the land, and a plague strikes the land. The hot winds completely dried up our crops, or locusts or grasshoppers come and eat them up, or an enemy surrounds one of our cities and gets ready to attack, or trouble or sickness comes. But suppose one of your people prays to you. He asks you to show him your favor. He is aware of how much his heart is suffering, and he spreads out his hands toward this temple to pray. Then listen to him from heaven. It's the place where you live. Forgive him, take action, deal with him in keeping with everything he does. You know his heart. In fact, you are the only one who knows human every human heart. Your people will have respect for you. They will respect you as long as they are in the land you gave our people long ago. Suppose there are strangers who don't belong to your people Israel, and they have come from a land far away. They've come because they've heard about your name. When they get here, they will find out even more about your great name. They'll hear about how you reached out your mighty hand and powerful arm. So they'll come and pray toward this temple, then listen to them from heaven. It's the place where you live. Do what those strangers ask you to do. Then all of the nations on earth will know you. They will have respect for you. They'll respect you just as your own people Israel did. They'll know that your name is in this house I've built. Suppose your people go to war against their enemies. It doesn't matter where you send them. And suppose they pray to you toward the city you have chosen. They pray toward the temple I've built for your name. Then listen to them from heaven. Listen to their prayer. Listen to them when they ask you to show them your favor. Stand up for them. Suppose your people sin against you. After all, there isn't anyone who doesn't sin. And suppose you get angry with them, you hand them over to their enemies. They take them as prisoners to their own land. It doesn't matter whether it's near or far, but suppose your people change their ways in the land where they are held as prisoners. They turn away from their sins. They beg you to help them in the land of those who won the battle over them. They say, we have sinned, we've done what is wrong, we've done what is evil, and we turn and they turn back to you with all their heart and soul. Suppose it happened in the land of their enemies who took them away as prisoners. There they pray to you toward the land you gave their people long ago. They pray toward the city you have chosen, and they pray toward the temple I've built for your name. Then listen to them from heaven. It's the place where you live. Listen to their prayer. Listen to them when they ask you to show them your favor. Stand up for them. Your people have sinned against you. Please forgive them. Please forgive them for all of the wrong things they've done against you, and make those who won the battle over them show mercy to them. After all, they are your people. They belong to you. You brought them out of Egypt. You brought them out of that furnace that melts iron down and makes it pure. Let your eyes be open to me when I ask you to show us your favor. Let them be open to your people Israel when they ask you to show them your favor. Pay attention to them every time they cry out to you. After all, you chose them out of all of the nations in the world. You made them your very own people. You did it just as you had announced through your servant Moses. That's when you brought our people out of Egypt. You are our Lord and King. Solomon finished all of those prayers. He finished asking the Lord to show his favor to his people. Then he got up from in front of the Lord's altar. He had been down on his knees with his hands spread out toward heaven. He stood in front of the whole community of Israel. He blessed them with a loud voice. He said, I praise the Lord. He has given peace and rest to his people Israel. That's exactly what he promised to do. He gave his people morning good promises through his servant Moses. Every single word of those promises has come true. May the Lord our God be with us, just as he was with our people who lived long ago. May he never leave us. May he never desert us. May he turn our hearts to him. Then we will live in the way he wants us to. We'll obey the commands, rules, and directions he gave our people. I've prayed these words to the Lord our God. May he keep them close to him day and night. May he stand for me. May he also stand up for his people Israel. May he give us what we need every day. Then all of the nations on earth will know that the Lord is God. They'll know that there isn't any other God. But you must commit your lives completely to the Lord our God. You must live by his rules. You must obey his commands. You must always do as you are doing now. Then the king and the whole community of Israel offer sacrifices to the Lord. Solomon sacrificed friendship offerings to the Lord. He sacrificed 22,000 head of cattle. He also sacrificed 120,000 sheep and goats. So the king and the whole community set the temple of the Lord apart to him. On that same day, the king set the middle area of the courtyard apart to the Lord. It was in front of the Lord's temple. There Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings and grain offerings. He also sacrificed the fat of the friendship offerings there. He did it there because the bronze altar in front of the Lord was too small. It wasn't big enough to hold all of the burnt offerings, the grain offerings, and the fat of the friendship offerings. At that time, Solomon celebrated the Feast of Booths. The whole community of Israel was with him. It was a huge crowd. People came from as far away as Lebo, Hamath, and the Wadi of Egypt. For 7 days they celebrated in front of the Lord our God. The feast continued for 7 days, 7 more days, then made a total of 14 days. On the following days, Solomon sent the people away. They asked the Lord to bless the king. Then they went home. The people were glad. Their hearts were full of joy. That's because the Lord had done so many good things for his servant David and his people Israel. Solomon finished building the Lord's temple and the royal palace. He had accomplished everything he had planned to do. The Lord appeared to him a second time. He had already appeared him at Gibeon. The Lord said to him, I have heard you pray to me. I have heard you ask me to show you my favor. You have built this temple. I have set it apart for myself. My name will be there forever. My eyes and my heart will always be there. But you must walk with me just as your father David did. Your heart must be honest, it must be without blame. Do everything I command you to do. Obey my rules and laws. Then I will set up your royal throne over Israel forever. I promised your father David I would do it. I would do that. I said to him, you will always have a man on the throne of Israel. But suppose all of you turn away from me, or your sons turn away from me. You refuse to obey the commands and rules I have given you, and you go off to serve other gods and worship them. Then I will cut Israel off from the land. It is the land I gave them. I will turn my back on this temple. I will do it even though I have set it apart from for my name to be there. Then Israel will be hated by all of the nations. They will laugh and joke about Israel. This temple is now grand and beautiful, but the time is coming when all of those who pass by it will be shocked. They will make fun of it. They will say, "Why has the Lord done a thing like this to this land and temple?" People will answer, "Because they have deserted the Lord their God. He brought them he brought he brought their people out of Egypt, but they have been holding on to other gods. They've been worshiping them. They've been serving them. That's why the Lord has brought all of this trouble, this horrible trouble on them." Solomon built the Lord's temple and the royal palace. It took him 20 years to construct those two buildings. Dave, King Solomon gave two towns in Galilee to Hiram. That's because Hiram had provided him with all of the cedar and pine logs he wanted. He had also provided him with all of the gold he wanted. Hiram was the king of Tyre. Hiram went from Tyre to see the towns Solomon had given him, but he wasn't pleased with him. "My friend," he asked, what have you given me? What kind of towns are these?" So he called them the land of Cab Cabul, and that's what they are still called to this very day. Hiram has sent 4.5 tons of gold to Solomon. King Solomon forced people to work hard for him. Here is a record of what they did. They built the Lord's temple and Solomon's palace. They filled in the low places. They rebuilt the wall of Jerusalem. They built up Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer. Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, had attacked Gezer and captured it. He had set it on fire. He had killed the Canaanites who lived there. Then he had given Gezer as a wedding gift to his daughter. She was Solomon's wife. Solomon rebuilt Gezer. He built up Lower Beth Horon and Baalath. He built up Tadmor in the desert. All of those towns were in his hand. He built up all of the cities where he could store things. He also built up the towns for his chariots and horses. He built anything he wanted to build in Jerusalem, Lebanon, and all of the troops and all of the territory he ruled over. There were still many people left in the land who weren't Israelites. They included Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. They were children of the people who had lived in the land before the Israelites came. Those people had been set apart to the Lord in a special way to be destroyed, but the Israelites hadn't been able to kill all of them. Solomon had forced them to work very hard as his slaves, and they still work for Israel to this very day. But Solomon didn't force any of the men of Israel to work as his slaves. Instead, some were his fighting men, others were his government officials, govern of his officers and his captains. Others were commanders of his chariots and his chariot and his and chariot drivers. Still others were the chief officers who were in charge of his projects. There were 550 officials in charge of those who did the work. Pharaoh's daughter moved from the city of David up to the palace Solomon had built for her. After that, he filled in the low places near the palace. 3 times a year, Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings as friendship offerings. He sacrificed them on the altar he had built to honor the Lord, along with the offerings. He burned incense to the Lord. So carried all out his he carried out his duties for the temple. King Solomon also built ships at Ezion Geber. It's near Elath in Edom. Edom. It's on the shore of the Red Sea. Hiram sent his men to serve on the ships. Together with Solomon's men, Hiram's sailors knew the sea. All of them sailed to Ophir. They brought back 16 tons of gold. They gave it to King Solomon. The queen of Sheba heard about how famous Solomon was. She also heard about how he served and worshiped the Lord, so she came to test him with hard questions. She arrived in Jerusalem with a very large group of attendants. Her camels were carrying spices, huge amounts of gold, and valuable jewels. She came to Solomon and asked him about everything she wanted to know. Solomon answered all of her questions. There wasn't anything that was too hard for the king to explain to her. So the queen of Sheba saw how very wise Solomon was. She saw the palace he has he had built. She saw the food that was on his table. She saw his officials sitting there. She saw the robes of the servants who waited on everyone. She saw his wine taster, and she saw the burnt offerings Solomon sacrificed at the Lord's temple. She could hardly believe everything she had seen. She said to the king, "Back in my own country, I heard a report about you. I heard about how much you had accomplished. I also heard wise how wise you are. Everything I heard is true, but I didn't believe those things, so I came to see for myself. And now I believe it. You are twice as wise as and wealthy as people say you are. The report I heard doesn't even begin to tell the whole story about you. How happy your men must be, how happy your officials must be. They always get to serve you and hear the wise things you say. May the Lord your God be praised. He must take great delight in you. He placed you on the throne of Israel. The Lord will love Israel for all time to come. That's why he has made you king. He knows that you will do what is fair and right. She gave the king 4.5 tons of gold. She also gave him huge amounts of spices, and valuable jewels. Would ever no one would ever bring to King Solomon as many spices as the queen of Sheba gave him. Hiram's ships brought gold from Ophir. From there, they also brought huge amounts of almug wood and valuable jewels. The king used the almug wood to make supports for the Lord's temple and the royal palace. He also used it to make harps and lyres for those who played the music. That much almug wood has never been brought into Judah or seen there since that day. King Solomon gave the uh, Queen of Sheba everything she wanted and asked for. That was in addition to what he had given her out of his royal riches. Then she left. She returned to her own country with her attendants. Each year, Solomon received 25 tons of gold. That didn't include the money that was brought in by business and trade. It also didn't include the money from all of the kings of Arabia and the governors of Israel. King Solomon made 200 large shields out of hammered gold. Each one weighed 7.5 pounds. He also made 300 small shields out of hammered gold. Each one weighed almost 4 pounds. The king put all of the shields in the palace of the forest of Lebanon. Then he made a large throne. It was decorated with ivory. It was covered with fine gold. The throne had 6 steps. It back its back had a rounded top. The throne had arm rests on both sides of the seat. A statue of a lion stood on each side of the throne. 12 lions stood on the 6 steps. There was one at each end of each step. Nothing like that throne had ever been made for any other kingdom. All of King Solomon's cups were made out of gold. All of the articles that were used in the palace of the forest of Lebanon were made out of pure gold. Nothing was made out of silver. When Solomon was king, silver wasn't considered to be worthy very much. He had many ships that carried goods to be traded. His ships went to sea along with Hiram's ships. Once every 3 years, these ships returned. They brought gold, silver, ivory, apes, and baboons. King Solomon was richer than all of the other kings on earth. He was also wiser than they were. People from the whole world want to meet Solomon in person. They wanted to see for themselves how wise God had made him. Year after year, everyone who came to him brought a gift. They brought articles that were made out of silver and gold. They brought robes, weapons, and spices. They also brought horses and mules. Solomon had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses. He kept some of his horses and chariots in the chariot cities. He kept the others with him in Jerusalem. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones. He made cedar wood as common there as sycamore fig trees in the western hills. Solomon got horses from Egypt and from Kew. The royal traders bought them from They weighed about 15 pounds of silver for a chariot from Egypt, and they weighed out al- almost 4 pounds of silver for a horse. They also sold horses and chariots to all of the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Arameans. King Solomon loved many women besides Pharaoh's daughter. They were from other lands. They were Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites. The Lord had warned Israel about women from other nations. He had said, "You must not get married to them. If you do, you can be sure they will turn your hearts toward their gods." But Solomon continued to love them anyway. He wouldn't give them up. He had 700 wives who came from royal families, and he had 300 concubines. His wives led him down the wrong path. As Solomon grew older, his wives turned his heart toward other gods. He didn't follow the Lord his God with all his heart. So he wasn't like his father David. Solomon worshipped Ashtoreth was the goddess of the people of Sidon. He also worshipped Molech. Molech was the god of the people of Ammon. The Lord hated that god. Solomon did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't follow the Lord completely. He didn't do what his father David had done. There is a hill east of Jerusalem. Solomon built a high place for worshiping Chemosh. There he built a high place for worshiping Molech there too. Chemosh was the god of Moab. Molech was the god of Ammon. The Lord hated both of those gods. Solomon also built high places so that all of his wives from other nations could worship their gods. Those women burned incense and offer sacrifices to their gods. The Lord became very angry the Lord became angry with Solomon. That's because his heart had turned away from the Lord. He is the God of Israel. He had appeared to Solomon twice. He had commanded Solomon not to follow other gods, but Solomon didn't obey him. So the Lord said to Solomon, "You have chosen not to keep my covenant. You have decided not to obey my rules. I commanded you to do what I told you, but you did not do it. So you can be absolutely sure I will tear the kingdom away from you. I will give it to one of your officials, but I will not do that while you are still living. Because of your father David, I will wait. I will tear the kingdom out of your son's hand, but I will not tear the whole kingdom away from him. I will give him one of the tribes because of your servant David. I will also do it because of Jerusalem, that is the city I have chosen." Then the Lord brought an enemy against Solomon. The enemy's name was Hadad. He was from Edom. In fact, he belonged to the royal family of Edom. David had fought against Edom. Joab had been the commander of the army. He had gone up to bury the dead bodies of the Israelites who had been killed in battle. At that time, he had struck down all of the men in Edom. In fact, Joab and all of the men of Israel stayed there for 6 months. During that time, they destroyed all of the men in Edom. But when Hadad was only a boy, he ran away from away to Egypt. Some officials from Edom went with him. They had served Hadad's father. They started out from Midian and went to Paran. They took some men from Paran with them. Then they went to Egypt. They went to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. He gave Hadad a house and some land. He also supplied him with food. Pharaoh was very pleased with Hadad. Pharaoh's wife was Queen Ta Ta Tapenes. Tapenes. He gave Hadad her sister to be his wife. The sister of Tapenes had a son by Hadad. The baby was named Gan, Ganubath. Tapenes brought him up in the royal palace. Ganubath lived there with Pharaoh's own children. Hadad heard that David had joined the members of his family who had already died. He also heard that Joab, the commander of the army, was dead. Hadad heard those things while he was in Egypt. He said to Pharaoh, "Let me go. I want to return to my own country." "Why do you want to go back to your own country?" Pharaoh asked. "Don't you have everything you need right here?" "Yes," Hadad replied, "but I want you to let me go anyway." God brought another enemy against Solomon. The enemy's name was Rezon. He was the son of Eliada. Rezon had run away from his master Hadadezer, the king of Zobah. He gathered some men together to follow him. He became the leader of a group of men who had refused to follow David. It happened when David destroyed the troops of Zobah. Then the group that was against David went to Damascus. They settled down there and took control of it. Rezon was Israel's enemy as long as Solomon was living. Rezon added to the trouble Hadad had caused. So Rezon ruled in Aram. He was Israel's enemy. Jeroboam refused to follow King Solomon. He was one of Solomon's officials. He was from Zereda in the territory of Ephraim. His father was Nebat. His mother was a widow named Zeruiah. Here is the story of how Jeroboam refused to follow the king. Solomon had filled in the low places near the palace. He also repaired the wall of the city of his father David. Jeroboam was a very important young man. Solomon saw how well he did his work, so he put him in charge of all of the workers in northern Israel. About that time, Jeroboam was going out of Jerusalem. The prophet Ahijah met him on the road. Ahijah was from Shiloh. He was wearing a new coat. The two of them were all alone out in the country. Ahijah grabbed hold of the new coat he had on. He tore it up into 12 pieces. Then he said to Jeroboam, "Take 10 pieces for yourself. The Lord is the God of Israel. He says, I'm going to tear the kingdom out of Solomon's hand. I will give you 10 of its tribes. Solomon will have one of its tribe. I will let him keep it because of my servant David and because of Jerusalem. I have chosen that city out of all of these cities in the tribes of Israel. I will do those things because the tribes have deserted me. They have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the people of Sidon. They have worshipped Chemosh, the god of the people of Moab, and they had worshipped Molech, the god of the people of Ammon. They have not lived the way I wanted them to. They have not done what is right in my eyes. They have not obeyed my rules and laws as Solomon's father David did. But I will not take the whole kingdom out of Solomon's hand. I have made him ruler all of the days of his life. I had done it because of my servant David. I chose him. He obeyed my commands and rules. I will take the kingdom out of his hands, out of his son's hands, and I will give you 10 of the tribes. I will give one of the tribes to David's son. Then my servant David will always have a son on his throne in Jerusalem. The lamp of David's kingdom will always burn brightly in my sight. Jerusalem is the city I chose for my name, but I will make you king over Israel. You will rule over everything your heart longs for. So you will be the king of Israel. Do everything I commanded you to do. Live the way I want you to. Do what is right in my eyes. Obey my rules and commands. That is what my servant David did. If you do those things, I will be with you. I will build you a kingdom. It will last as long as the one I built for David. I will give Israel to you. I will punish David's family because of what Solomon has done. What but I will not punish them forever. Solomon tried to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam ran away to Egypt. He went to Shishak, the king of Egypt. He stayed there until Solomon died. The other events of Solomon's rule are written down. Everything he did and the wisdom he showed are written down. They are written in the official records of Solomon. Solomon ruled in Jerusalem over whole for the whole nation of Israel for 40 years. Then he joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the city of his father David. Solomon's son Rehoboam became the next king after him. Rehoboam Rehoboam went to Shechem. All of the people of Israel had gone there to make him king. Jeroboam heard about it. He was the son of Nebat. Jeroboam was still in Egypt at that time. He had gone there for safety. He wanted to get away from King Solomon, but now he returned from Egypt. So the people sent for Jeroboam, and he and the whole community of Israel went to He- what Rehoboam. They said to him, "Your father put a heavy load on our shoulders, but now make our hard work easier. Make the heavy load on us lighter, then we'll serve you." Rehoboam answered, "Go away for 3 days, then come back to me." So the people went away. King Rehoboam asked the elders for advice. They had served his father Solomon while he was still living. Rehoboam asked them, "What advice can you give me? How should I answer these people?" They replied, and serve them today, give them what they are asking for, then they'll always serve you." But Rehoboam didn't accept the advice the elders gave him. Instead, he asked for advice from the young men who had grown up with him and were now serving him. He asked them, "What's your advice? How should I answer these people?" They said to me, They say to me, "Make the load your father put on our shoulders lighter." The men who had grown up with him gave their answer. They replied, "These people say to you, 'Your father put a heavy load on our shoulder. Make it lighter.' Tell them, my light my little finger is stronger than my father's legs. My father put a heavy load on your shoulders, but I'll make it even heavier. By my father beat you with whips, but I'll beat you with bigger whips." 3 days after, Jeroboam and all of the people returned to Rehoboam. That's the day that's because the king has said, "Come back to me in 3 days." The king answered the people in a mean way. He didn't accept the advice the elders had given him. Instead, he followed the advice of the young man. He said, "My father put a heavy load on your shoulders, but I'll make it even heavier. My father beat you with whips, but I'll beat you with bigger whips." So the king didn't listen to the people. That's because the Lord had planned it that way. What he had said through Ahijah came true. Ahijah had spoken the Lord's message to Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Ahijah was from Shiloh. All of the people of Israel saw that the king refused to listen to them, so they answered the king. They said, "We don't have any share in David's royal family. We don't have any share in Jesse's son. People of Israel, let's go back to our homes. David's royal family, take care of your own kingdom." So the people of Israel went home, but Rehoboam still ruled the Israelites who were living in the towns of Judah. Adoniram was in charge of those who were forced to work hard for King Rehoboam. The king sent him out among all the Israelites, but they killed him by throwing stones at him. King Rehoboam was also to get away in his chariot, was able to get away in his chariot. He escaped to Jerusalem. Israel had refused to follow the royal family of David to this very day. All of the people of Israel heard that Jeroboam had returned. They sent for him. They wanted him to meet with the whole community. Then they made him king over the entire nation of Israel. Only the tribe of Judah remained true to David's royal family. Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem. He brought together 180,000 fighting men from the royal house of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin. He had decided to make war against the royal house of Israel. Solomon's son Rehoboam wanted his fighting men to get the kingdom of Israel back for him, but a message from God came to Shemaiah. He was a man of God. God said to him, "Speak to Solomon's son Rehoboam, the king of Judah. Speak to the royal house of Judah and Benjamin. Also speak to the rest of the people. Tell all of them, the Lord says, do not go up to fight against the Israelites. They are your relatives. I want every one of you to go back home. Things have happened exactly the way I planned them." So the fighting men obeyed the Lord's message. They went home again, just as he had ordered. Jeroboam built up the walls of Shechem. It was in the hill country of Ephraim. Jeroboam made Shechem his home. From there he went out and built up Peniel. Jeroboam thought, my kingdom still isn't secure. It could very easily go back to the royal family of David. Suppose the people of Israel got up to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices at the Lord's temple. If they do, they will fight. They will again decide to follow Rehoboam as their master. Then they'll kill me. They'll return to King Rehoboam. He is the king of Judea. So King Jeroboam asked for advice. Then he made two golden statues that look like calves. He said to the people, it's hard for you to go up to Jerusalem, Israel. Here are your gods who brought you out of Egypt. He set up one statue in Bethel. He set up the other one in Dan. When Jeroboam did was sinful, and it caused Israel to sin. The people even went all the way to Dan to worship the statue that was there. Jeroboam built temples for worshiping gods on high places. He anointed all kinds of people are priests. They didn't even have to be Levites. He established a feast. It was on the 15th day of the 8th month. He wanted to make it like the Feast of Booths that was held in Judah. Jeroboam built an altar at Bethel. He offered sacrifices on it. He sacrificed to the calves he had made. He also put priests in Bethel. He did it at the high places he had made. He offered sacrifices on the altar he had built at Bethel. It was on the 15th day of the 8th month. That's the month he had chosen for it. So he established the feast for the people of Israel. He went up to the altar to sacrifice offerings. A man of God went from Judah to Bethel. He had received a message from the Lord. He arrived in Bethel just as Jeroboam was standing by the altar to offer a sacrifice. The man cried out. He shouted a message from the Lord against the altar. He said, altar, altar, the Lord says, a son named Josiah will be born into the royal family of David. Altar, listen to me. Josiah will sacrifice the priests of the high places on you. They will be the children of the priests who are offering sacrifices here now. So human bones will be burned on you. That same day, the man of God spoke about a miracle, a miraculous sign. He said, here is the sign the Lord has announced. This altar will be broken to pieces. The ashes on it will be spilled out. The man of God announced that message against the altar at Bethel. When King Jeroboam heard it, he reached out his hand from the altar. He said, grab him, but as he reached out his hand toward the man, it dried up. He couldn't even pull it back. Also, the altar broke into pieces. Its ashes spilled out. That happened in keeping with the miraculous sign the man of God had announced. He had received a message from the Lord. King Jeroboam spoke to the man of God. He said, Pray to the Lord your God for me. Pray that my hand will be as good as new again. So the man of God prayed to the Lord for the king, and the king's hand became as good as new. It was just as healthy as it had been before. The king said to the man of God, "Come home with me, have something to eat. I'll give you a gift." But the man of God replied to the king, he said, what if you were to give me half of what you own? Even then I wouldn't go with you. I wouldn't eat bread or drink water here. The Lord gave me a command. He said, "Do not eat bread or drink water there. Do not return the same way you came." So he took another road. He didn't go back on the same road he had taken when he came to Bethel. An old prophet was living in Bethel. His sons came and spoke to him. They told him everything the man of God had done there that day. They also told their father what man and the man had said to the king. Their father asked them, "Which way did he go?" His sons showed him the road the man of God from Judah had taken. So he said to his sons, "Put a saddle on the donkey for me." When they had done it, he got on the donkey. He traveled on the same road the man of God had taken. He found the man sitting under an oak tree. He asked him, "Why are you the man of God who came from Judah?" "I am." "Are you the man of God who came from Judah?" "I am," he replied. So the prophet said to him, "Come home with me. I'll give you something to eat." Then man, the man of God said, "I can't go back to Bethel with you. I can't eat bread or drink water with you there. I'll receive a message from the Lord. He told me, 'Do not eat bread or drink water there. Do not return the same way you came." The old prophet answered, "I'm also a prophet just like you. An angel gave me a message from the Lord. The message said, 'Bring the man of God back with you to your house. Then he can eat bread and drink water with you.'" But the old prophet was telling him a lie. The man of God returned with him. He ate and drank in his house. They were sitting at the table. The Lord gave a message to the old prophet who had brought the man of God back. He cried out to the man who had come from Judea. He told him, "The Lord says, you have not done what I told you to do. You have not obeyed the command I gave you. I am the Lord your God. You came back here and ate bread and drank water. You did it in the place where I told you not to, so your body will not be buried in your family tomb." The man of God finished eating and drinking. Then the old prophet who had brought him back put a saddle on the man's donkey for him, and the man went on his way. A lion attacked him on the road and killed him. His body was left lying on the road. The donkey and the lion were standing beside it. Some people passed by. They saw the body lying on the ground on the road. They saw the lion standing beside the body. Then they went and reported it in the city where the old prophet lived. The prophet who had brought the man back from his journey heard about what had happened. He said, "It's the man of God. He didn't do what the Lord told him to do." So the Lord had given him over to the lion. The lion has attacked him and killed him. Everything has happened just as the Lord's message had warned him it would. The old prophet said to his sons, put a saddle on the donkey for me. So they did. Then he went out. He found the body of the man of God lying on the road. The donkey and the lion were standing beside it. The lion hadn't eaten the body, it hadn't attacked the donkey either. So the prophet picked up bodies, the man's body, he put it in on the donkey, he brought it back to his own city. He wanted to sob over him and bury him. Then he placed the body in his own tomb. People sobbed over him. They said, "My friend, my dear friend." After the old prophet had buried the body of the man of God, he spoke to his sons. He said, "When I die, bury my body in the grave where the man of God is buried, but put my bones next to his bones. I want you to do what to do uh, to do that," because he announced a message from the Lord. He spoke against the altar in Bethel. He also spoke against all of the temples that were on the high places. They are in the towns of Samaria. What what the man of God said will certainly come true. Even after all of that happened, Jeroboam still didn't change his evil ways. Once more, he appointed priests for the high places. He made priests out of all kinds of people. In fact, he let anyone become a priest who wanted to. He set them apart to serve at the high places. All of that was the great sin the royal family of Jeroboam committed. It led to their fall from power. Because of it, they were destroyed from the face of the earth. At that time, Abijah became sick. He was the son of Jeroboam. Jeroboam said to his wife, "Go put on some different clothes, then no one will recognize you as my wife. Go to Shiloh, that's where the prophet Ahijah, he told me I would be king over the people of Israel. Take 10 loaves of bread with you, take some cakes and a jar of honey. Go to him. He'll tell you what will happen to our son." So Jeroboam's wife did what he said. She went to Ahijah's house in Shiloh. Ahijah couldn't see. He was blind because he was so old, but the Lord had told Ahijah, Jeroboam Jeroboam's wife is coming. Her son is sick. She'll ask you about him. Give her the answer I give you. When she arrives, she'll pretend to be someone. Ahijah heard the sound of her footsteps at the door. He said, "Come in. I know that you are Jeroboam's wife. Why are you pretending to be someone else? I have some bad news for you. Go tell Jeroboam that the Lord has a message for him. The Lord is the God of Israel. He says, I choose you from among the people. I made you the leader of my people Israel. I tore the kingdom away from the royal house of David. I gave it to you, but you have not been like my servant David. He obeyed my commands. He followed me with all of his heart. He did only what was right in my eyes. He, you have done more evil things than all of those who lived before you. You have made other gods for yourself. You had made statues of gods out of metal. You have made me very angry. You have turned your back on me. Because of that, I am going to bring horrible, terrible on your royal house. I will cut off from you every male in Israel. It does not matter whether they are slaves or free. I will burn up your royal house just as someone burns up trash. I will burn it until it is gone. It is all gone. Some of the people who belong to you will die in the city. Dogs will eat them up. Others will die in the country. The birds of the air will eat them up. I have spoken. Now go back home. When you enter your city, your son will die. All of the people of Israel will sob over him. Then his body will be buried. He is the only one who belongs to Jeroboam who will be buried. That is because he is the only one in Jeroboam's royal house in whom I have found anything good. I am the Lord, the God of Israel. I will choose for myself a king over Israel. He will cut off the family of Jeroboam this very day. Your son will die. Can that really be true? Yes. Even now, that is what I am telling you. I will strike Israel down. Israel will be like all tall grass swaying in the water. I will Israel out, pull Israel up from this good land by the roots. I gave it to their people who lived long ago. I will scatter Israel to the east side of the Euphrates River. That is because they made me very angry. They made poles that were used to worship the goddess Asherah. I will give Israel up because of the sins Jeroboam has committed. He has also caused Israel to commit those same sins. Then Jeroboam's wife got up and left. She went to the city of Tirzah. As soon as she stepped through the doorway of the house, her son died. His body was buried. All of the people of Israel sobbed over him. That's what the Lord had said would happen. He had said it through his servant, the prophet Ahijah. The other events of Jeroboam's rule are written down. His wars and how he ruled are written down. They are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Jeroboam ruled for 22 years, and he joined the members of his family who had already died. Jeroboam's son Nadab became the next king after him. Rehoboam was king in Judah. He was the son of Solomon. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king. He ruled for 17 years in Jerusalem. It was the city the Lord had chosen out of all of the cities in the tribes of Israel. He wanted to put his name there. Rehoboam's mother was Naamah from Ammon. The people of Judah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. The sins they had committed stirred up his jealous anger. They did more to him, angry more to him They did more to make him angry than their people who lived before them had gone. Judah also set up for themselves high places for worship. They set up sacred stones. They set up poles that were used to worship the goddess Asherah. They did it on every high hill and under every green tree. There were even male prostitutes at the temples in the land. The people took part in all of the practices of other nations. The Lord hated those practices. He had driven those nations out to make room for the people of Israel. Shishak attacked Jerusalem. It was in the 5th year that Rehoboam was king. Shishak was king of Egypt. He carried away the treasures of the Lord's temple. He also carried the treasures of the royal palace away. He took everything that included all of the gold shields Solomon had made. So King Rehoboam made bronze shields to take their place. He gave them to the commanders of the guards who were on duty at the entrance to the royal palace. Every time the king went to the Lord's temple, the guards carried the shields. Later, they took them back to the room where they were kept. The other events of Rehoboam's rule are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Rehoboam and Jeroboam were always at war with each other. Rehoboam joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in his family tomb in the city of David. His mother was Naamah from Ammon. His son Abijah became the next king after him. Abijah became king of Judah. It was in the 18th year of Jeroboam's rule over Israel. Jeroboam was the son of Nebat. Abijah ruled in Jerusalem for 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah. She was Abishalom's daughter. Abijah committed all of the sins his father had committed before him. Abijah didn't follow the Lord his God with all his heart. He didn't do what King David had done, but the Lord still kept the lamp of Abijah, Abijah's kingdom burning brightly in Jerusalem. He did it by giving him a son to be the next king after him. He also did it by making Jerusalem strong. The Lord did those things because of David. David had done what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He had kept all of the Lord's commands. He had obeyed them all the days of his life, but he hadn't obeyed the Lord in the case of Uriah the Hittite. There was war between Jeroboam and Abijah, Abijah's father Rehoboam. The war continued all throughout Abijah's life. The other events of Abijah's rule are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things were written in the official records of the kings of Judah. There was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. Abijah joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the city of David. His son Asa became the next king after him. Asa became king of Judah. It was in the 20th year that Jeroboam was king of Israel. Asa ruled in Jerusalem for 41 years. His grandmother's name was Maacah. She was Abishalom's daughter. Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. That's what King David had done. Asa threw out of the land the male prostitutes who were at the temples. He got rid of all of the statues of gods his people before him had made. He even removed his grandmother Maacah from her position as queen mother. That's because she had made a pole that was used to worship the goddess Asherah. The Lord hated it, so Asa cut it down. He burned it in the Kidron Valley. Asa didn't remove the high places from Israel, but he committed his whole life completely to the Lord. He and his father had set apart silver, gold, and other articles to the Lord. He brought them into the Lord's temple. There was war between Asa and Baasha, the king of Israel. There was war between Asa and Baasha, the king of Israel. It lasted the whole time they were kings. Baasha was king of Israel. He marched out against Judah. He built up the walls of Ramah. He did it to keep people from leaving or entering the territory of Asa, king of Judah. The king of Judah. Asa took all of the silver and gold that was left among the treasures of the Lord's temple and his own palace. He put his officials in charge of it. He sent the officials to Ben Hadad. Ben Hadad was king of Aram. He was ruling in Damascus. He was the son of Tabarimon and the grandson of Hazan. Let's make a peace treaty between us. Asa said, my father and your father had made a peace treaty between them. Now I'm sending you a gift of silver and gold. So your break your treaty with Baasha, the king of Israel. Then he'll go back home. Ben Hadad agreed with King Asa. He sent his army commanders against the towns of Israel. He attacked Ijon, Dan, Abel, Beth, Mecca, and the whole area of Kinnereth, in addition to Naphtali. Baasha heard about it, so he stopped building up Ramah. He went back home to Tirzah. Then King Asa gave an order to all of the men of Judah. Every one was required to help them. Required to help. They carried away from Ramah the stones and wood Baasha had been using. Their king Asa used them to build up Gaba in the territory of Benjamin. He also used them to build up Mizpah. All of the other servants of Asa's rule are written down. Everything he accomplished is written down. Everything he did and the cities he built are written down. They are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. But when Asa became old, his feet began to give him trouble. He joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in his family tomb. It was in the city of King David. Asa's son Jehoshaphat became the next king after him. Nadab became king of Israel. It was in the second year that Asa was king of Judah. Nadab ruled over Israel for 2 years. He was the king of Jeroboam. Nadab did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He lived the way his father had lived. He sinned as his father had sinned. Jeroboam had also caused Israel to commit the same sins. Baasha from the tribe of Issachar. He was the son of Ahijah. Baasha made plans against Nadab and struck him down at the Gibbethon. It was a Philistine town, but Baasha struck him down while Nadab and all of the men of Israel were getting ready to attack Gibbethon. He killed Nadab in the third year that Asa was king of Judah. Baasha became the next king after Nadab. As soon as Baasha became king, he killed Jeroboam's whole family. He didn't leave any of them alive. He destroyed every one of them. He did what the Lord had said what would happen. The Lord had spoken that message through his servant Ahijah from Shiloh. The Lord judged Jeroboam's family because of the sins Jeroboam have sin, have committed. He had also caused Israel to commit those same sins. He had made the Lord very angry. The Lord is the God of Israel. The other events of Nadab's rule are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. There was war between Asa and Baasha, the king of Israel, in the king of Israel. It lasted the whole time they were kings. Baasha became king of Israel in Tirzah. It was in the third year that Asa was king of Judah. Baasha ruled for 24 years. He was the son of Ahijah. Baasha did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He lived in the way Jeroboam had lived. He sinned as Jeroboam had sinned. Jeroboam had also caused Israel to commit the same sins. The Lord's message against Baasha came to Jehu. Jehu was a son of Hanani. The Lord said, I lifted you up from the dust. I made you leader of the people Israel, but you lived the way Jeroboam had lived. You also caused my people Israel to sin, and their sins made me very angry. So I am about to destroy you and your royal house. I will make your house like the royal house of Jeroboam, the son of Nabad, Nabat. Some of the people who belong to you will die in the city. Dogs will eat them up. Others will die in the country. The birds of the air will eat them. The other events of Baasha's rule are written down. What he did and what he accomplished are written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Baasha joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in Tirzah. His son Elah became the next king after him. The Lord's message came through the prophet Jehu, the son of Hanani. It was against Baasha and his royal house. Baasha had done all kinds of evil things in the sight of the Lord. What he did had made the Lord very angry, so Baasha had become as sinful as the royal house of Jeroboam had been. He had also destroyed it. Elah became king of Israel. It was in the 26th year that Asa was king of Judah. Elah ruled in Tirzah for 2 years. He was the son of Baasha. Zimri was one of Elah's officials. He commanded half of Elah's chariot drivers. He made plans against Elah. Elah was in Tirzah at the time. He was getting drunk in the home of Arza. Arza was in charge of the palace at Zerza. Zimri came in. He struck Elah down and killed him. It was in the 27th year of Asa, the king of Judah. Zimri became the next king after Elah. As soon as Zimri was seated on the throne as king, he killed off Baasha's whole family. He didn't even spare one male. It didn't matter whether it was a relative or a friend. So Zimri destroyed the whole family of Baasha. That's what the Lord has said would happen. He had spoken against Baasha through the prophet Jehu. Baasha and his son Elah had committed all kinds of sin. They had also caused Israel to commit the same sin. So Israel made the Lord very angry. They did it by worshiping the worthless statues of gods. The Lord is the God of Israel. The other events of Elah's rule are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Zimri ruled in Tirzah for 7 days. It was in the 27th year that Asa was king of Judah. The army of Israel had set up camp near Gibbethon. It was a Philistine town. The people of Israel who were in the camp heard that Zimri had made plans against King Elah. They also heard that Zimri had murdered him, so they announced that Omri was king over Israel. He was the commander of the army. They made him king that very day in the camp. Then Omri and all of his men pulled back from Gibbethon. They Gibbethon. They marched to Tirzah and surrounded it. They attacked it and captured it. Zimri saw that they had taken over the city, so he went into the safest place in the royal palace. He set the palace on fire all around him. He died there. Because of the sins he had committed, he had done what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He had lived the way Jeroboam had lived. He had sinned as Jeroboam had sinned. Jeroboam had also caused Israel to commit these same sins. The other events of Zimri's rule are written down. The way he turned against King Elah and killed him is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. The people of Israel divided up into two groups. Half of them Tibni to be king. He was the son of Ginath. The other half wanted Omri, but Omri's followers were stronger than those of Timni, the son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Omri began to rule. Omri became king of Israel. It was in the 31st year that Asa was king of Judah. Omri lived for 12 years. He ruled in Tirzah for 6 of those years. He bought the hill of Samaria from Shemer. He weighed out 150 pounds of silver for it. Then he built a city on the hill. He called it Samaria. He named it after Shemer. Shemer had owned the hill before him, but Omar did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He sinned more than all the kings who had ruled before him. He lived the way Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had lived. He sinned as Jeroboam has sinned. Jeroboam had also caused Israel to commit the same sins. Israel made the Lord very angry. They did it by worshiping worthless statues of gods. The Lord is the God of Israel. The other events of Omari's rule are written down. Everything he did and the things he accomplished are written down. All of the things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Omari joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in Samaria. His son Ahad became king became the next king after him. Ahab became king of Israel. It was in the 38th year that Asa was king of Judah. Ahab ruled over Israel in Samaria for 22 years. He was the son of Omari. Ahab, Ahab, the son of Omari, did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did more evil things than all of the kings who had ruled before him. He thought it was only a small thing to commit these sins. Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had committed. Had also got married to Jezebel. She was Ethbal's daughter. Ethbal was king of the people of Sidon. Ahad began to serve the god Baal and worshipped him. He set up an altar to honor Baal. He set it up in the temple of Baal that he built in Samaria. Ahab also made a pole that was used to worship the goddess Asherah. He made the Lord very angry. He did more to make him angry than all of the kings of Israel had done before him. The Lord is the God of Israel. Ahab's in Ahab's time, Hiel from Bethel rebuilt Jericho. When he laid its foundations, it cost him the life of his oldest son Abiram. When he set up its gate, it cost him the life of his youngest son Segub. Segub. That's what the Lord has said would happen. He had spoken it through Joshua the son of Nun. Elijah was from Tishbe in the land of Gilead. He said to Ahab, I serve the Lord, He is the God of Israel. You can be sure that He lives, and you can be just as sure that there won't be any dew or rain on the whole land. There won't be any during the next few years. It won't come until I say so. Then a message from the Lord came to Elijah. It said, leave this place, go east, and hide in the Kerith Valley. It is east of the Jordan River. You will drink water from the brook. I have ordered some ravens to feed you there. So Elijah did what the Lord had told him to do. He went to the Kerith Valley. It was east of the Jordan River. He stayed there. The ravens brought him bread and meat in the morning. They also brought him bread and meat in the evening. He drank water from the brook. Some time later, the brook dried up. It hadn't rained in the land for quite a while. A message from came to Elijah from the Lord. He said, go right away to Zarephath in the territory of Sidon. Stay there. I have commanded a widow in that place to supply you with food. So Elijah went to Zarephath. He came to the town gate. A widow was there gathering sticks. He called out to her. He asked, would you bring me a little water in a jar? I need a drink. She went to get the water. Then he called out to her, please bring me a piece of bread too. I don't have any bread, she replied, and that's just as sure as the Lord your God is alive. All I have is a small amount of flour in a jar and a little olive oil in a jug. I'm gathering a few sticks to take home. I'll make one last meal for myself and my son. We'll eat it. After that, we'll die. Elijah said to her, don't be afraid. Go home, do what you have said. But first, make a little bread for me. Make it out of what you have. Bring it to me, then make some for yourself and your son. The Lord is the God of Israel, he says. The jar of flour will not be used up. The jug will always have oil in it. You will all have flour and oil until the day the Lord sends rain on the land. She went away and did what Elijah had told her to do. So Elijah had food for every day. There was also food for the woman and her family. The jar of flour wasn't used up. The jug always had oil in it. That's what the Lord had said would happen. He had spoken that message through Elijah. Some time later, the son of the woman who owned the house became sick. He got worse and worse. Finally, he stopped breathing. The woman said to Elijah, you are a son of God. What do you have against me? Do you come to bring my sin out into the open? Did you come to kill my son? Give me your son, Elijah replied. He took him from her arms. He carried him to the upstairs room where he was staying. He put him down on his bed. Then Elijah cried out to the Lord. He said, Lord my God, I'm staying with this widow. Have you brought pain and sorrow to her? Have you caused her son to die? Then he lay down on the boy. 3 times he cried out to the Lord. He said, Lord my God, give this son's give this boy's life back to him. The Lord answered Elijah's prayer. He gave the boy's life back to him, so the boy lived. Elijah picked up the boy. He carried him down from the upstairs room into the house. He gave him to his mother. He said, look, your son is alive. Then the woman said to Elijah, now I know that you are a man of God. I know that the message you have brought from the Lord is true. It was now 3 years since it had rained. A message came to Elijah from the Lord. He said, go, speak to Ahab, then I will send rain on the land. So Elijah went to speak to Ahab. There wasn't enough food in Samaria. Zechariah. The people there were very hungry. Ahab had sent for Obadiah. He was in charge of Ahab's palace. Obadiah had great respect for the Lord. Ahab's wife Jezebel had been killing off the Lord's prophets, so Obadiah had hidden 100 prophets in 2 caves. He had put 50 in each cave. He had supplied them with water and food. Ahab had said to Obadiah, "Go through the land, go to all of the springs of water and to the valleys. Maybe we can find some grass there. It will keep the horses and mules alive. Then we won't have to kill any of our animals." So they decided where each of them would look. Ahab went in one direction, Obadiah went in another. As Obadiah was walking along, Elijah met him. Obadiah recognized him. He bowed down to the ground. He said, "My master Elijah, is it really you?" "Yes," he replied. "Go and tell your master Ahab, Elijah is here." "What have I done wrong?" asked Obadiah. Why are you handing me over to Ahab to be put to death? My master has sent people to look for you everywhere. There isn't a nation or a kingdom where he hasn't sent someone to look for you. Suppose a nation or a kingdom would claim you weren't there, then Ahab would make them take an oath and say they couldn't find you, and that's just as sure as the Lord your God is alive. But now you are telling me to go to my master. You want me to say, Elijah is here, but the Spirit of the Lord might carry you away when I leave you. Then I won't know where you are. If I go and tell Ahab and he doesn't find you, he'll kill me. But I've worshipped the Lord ever since I was young. My master, haven't you heard what I did? Jezebel was killing the Lord's prophets, but I hid 100 of them in 2 caves. I put 50 in each cave. I supplied them with food and water, and now you are telling me to go to my master Ahab. You want me to say to him, Elijah is here, he'll kill me. Elijah said, I serve the Lord who rules over all. You can be sure that he lives. You can be just as sure that I will speak to Ahab today. Obadiah went back to Ahab. He told Ahab that Elijah wanted to see him. So Ahab went to where Elijah was. When he saw Elijah, he said to him, Is that you? You are always stirring up trouble in Israel. I haven't made trouble for Israel, Elijah replied, but you and your father's family have. You have turned away from the Lord's commands. You have followed the gods that are named after Baal. Now send for people from all over Israel. Tell them to meet me on Mount Carmel and bring the 450 prophets of the god Baal. Also, bring the 400 prophets of the goddess Asherah. All of them eat at Jezebel's table. So Ahab sent that message all through Israel. He gathered the prophets together on Mount Carmel. Elijah went there and stood in front of the people. He said, How long will it take you to make up your minds? If the Lord is the one and only God, follow him. But if Baal is the one and only God, follow him. The people didn't say anything. Then Elijah said to them, I'm the only one of the Lord's prophets left, but Baal has 450 prophets. Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves. Let them cut it into pieces. Then let them cut it on the wood, but don't let them set fire to it. I'll prepare the other bowl. I'll put it on the wood, but I won't set fire to it. Then you pray to your God, and I'll pray to the Lord. The God who answers by sending fire down is the one and only God." Then all of the people said, what are you what you are saying is good." Elijah spoke to the prophets of Baal. He said, "Choose one of the bowls. There are many of you, so prepare your first bowl. Pray to your God, but don't light the fire." So they prepared the bowl they had been given. They prayed to Baal from morning until noon. "Baal, answer us," they shouted, but there wasn't any reply. No one answered. Then they danced around the altar they had made. At noon, Elijah began to tease them. "Shout louder," he said. "I'm sure Baal is a god. Perhaps he has too much to think about. Or maybe he has gone to the toilet. Or maybe he's away on a trip. Maybe he's sleeping. You might have to wake him up." So they shouted louder. They cut themselves with swords and spears until their blood flowed. That's what they usually did when things really looked hopeless. It was now past noon. The prophets of Baal continued to prophesy with all of their might. They did it until the time came to offer the evening sacrifice, but there wasn't any reply. No one answered. No one paid any attention. Then Elijah said to all of the people, "Come here to me." So they went to him. He rebuilt the altar of the Lord. It had been destroyed. Elijah got 12 stones. There was one for each tribe in the family line of Jacob. The Lord's message had come to Jacob. It had said, "Your name will be Israel." Elijah used the stones to build an altar in honor of the Lord. He dug a ditch around it. The ditch was large enough to hold 13 quarts of seeds. He arranged the wood for the fire. He cut the bowl into pieces. He placed the pieces on the wood. Then he said to some of the people, "Fill large jars with water, pour it on the offering and the wood." So they did. "Do it again," he said. So they did it again. "Do it a third time," he ordered, and they did it the third time. The water ran down around the altar. It even filled the ditch. When it was time to offer the evening sacrifice, the prophet Elijah stepped forward. He prayed, "Lord, you are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. Today let everyone know that you are God in Israel. Let them know I'm your servant. Let them know I've done all of these things because you commanded me to do. Answer me, Lord, answer me. Then these people will know that you are the one and only God. They'll know that you are turning their hearts back to you again." The fire of the Lord came down. It burned up the sacrifice. It burned up the wood and the stones and the soil. It even licked up the water in the ditch. All of the people saw it. Then they fell down. They fell down flat with their faces toward the ground. They cried out, "The Lord is the one and only God. The Lord is the one and only God." Then Elijah commanded them, "Grab hold of the prophets of Baal. Don't let a single one of them get away." So they grabbed them. Elijah had them brought down to the Kishon Valley. There he had them put to death. Elijah said to Ahab, "Go eat and drink. I can hear the sound of a heavy rain." So Ahab went off to eat and drink, but Elijah climbed to the top of Mount Carmel. He bent down toward the ground. Then he put his face to between his knees. Go and look toward the sea, he told his servant. So he went up and looked. I don't see anything there, he said. 7 times Elijah said, Go back. The seventh time the servant said, I see a cloud. It's as small as a man's hand. It's coming up over the sea. Elijah said, Go to Ahab, tell him, tie your chariot to your horse, go down to Jezreel before the rain stops you. Black clouds filled the sky. The wind came up and a heavy rain began to fall. Ahab rode off to Jezreel. The power of the Lord came on Elijah. He tucked his clothes into his belt and he ran ahead of Ahab all the way to Jezreel. Ahab told Jezebel everything Elijah had done. He told her how Elijah had killed all of the prophets with his sword. So Jezebel went Jezebel sent a message to Elijah. She said, You can be sure that I will kill you. Just as I killed the other prophets, I'll do it by this time tomorrow. If I don't, may the gods punish me greatly. Elijah was afraid, so he ran for his life. He came to Beersheba in Judah. He left his servant there. Then he traveled for one day into the desert. He came to a small tree. He sat down under it. He prayed that he would die. Lord, I've had enough, he said. Take my life. I'm no better than my people of long ago. Then he lay down under the tree and he fell asleep. Suddenly an angel touched him. The angel said, Get up and eat. Elijah looked around. Near his head he saw a flat cake of bread. It had been baked over hot coals. A jar of water was also there. So Elijah ate and drank. Then he lay down again. The angel of the Lord came to him a second time. He touched him and said, Get up and eat. Your journey will be long and hard. So he got up. He ate and drank. The food gave him new strength. He traveled for 40 days and 40 nights. He kept going until he arrived at Horeb. It was the mountain of God. There he went into a cave and spent the night. A message came to Elijah from the Lord. He said, Elijah, what are you doing here? He replied, Lord God, who rules over all, I've been very committed to you. The people of Israel have turned their backs on your covenant. They have torn down your altars. They've put your prophets to death with their swords. I'm the only one left, and they are trying to kill me. The Lord said, Go out, stand on the mountain in front of me. I am going to pass by. As the Lord approached, a very powerful wind tore the mountain apart. It broke up the rocks, but the Lord wasn't in the wind. But the wind After the wind, there was an earthquake, but the Lord wasn't in the earthquake. After the earthquake, a fire came, but the Lord wasn't in the fire. After the fire, there was only a gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his coat over his face. He went out and stood at the entrance to the cave. Then a voice said to him, Elijah, what are you doing here? He replied, Lord God, who rules over all, I've been very committed to you. The people of Israel have turned their backs on your covenant. They have torn down your altars. They've put your prophets to death with their swords. I'm left the only one left, and they are trying to kill me. The Lord said to him, Go back the way you came. Go to the desert of Damascus. When you get there, anoint Hazael as king over at Aram. Also anoint Jehu as king over Israel. He is the son of Nim, Nimshi, and anoint Elisha from Abel Meholah as the next prophet after you. He is the son of Shaphat. Je- Jehu will put to death anyone who escapes Hazel's sword, and Elisha will put to death anyone who escapes Jehu's sword. But I will keep 7,000 people in Israel for myself. They have not bowed down to Baal, and they have not kissed him. Elijah left Mount Horeb. He saw Elisha, the son of Shaphat. Elisha was plowing in a field. He was driving the last of 12 pairs of oxen. Elijah went up to him. He threw his coat around him. Then Elisha left his oxen. He ran after Elijah. Let me kiss my father and mother goodbye, he said. Then I'll come with you. Go back, Elijah replied. What have I done to you? So Elisha left him and went back. He got his two oxen and killed them. He burned the plow to cook the meat. He gave it to the people and they ate it. Then he started to follow Elijah. He became Elijah's assistant. Ben Hadad brought his whole army together. He was king of Aram. He went up to Samaria. He took 32 kings and their horses and chariots with him. All of them surrounded Samaria and attacked it. Ben Hadad sent messengers into the city. They spoke to Ahab Ahab, the king of Israel. They told him, Ben Hadad says, your silver and gold belong to me. The best of your wives and children also belong to me. The king of Israel replied, what you say is true. You are my king and master. I belong to you, and everything you have belongs to you. The messengers came again. They told Ahab, Ben Hadad says, I commanded you to give me your silver and gold. I also commanded you to give me your wives and your children. But now I'm going to send my officials to you. They will come about this time tomorrow. They'll search your palace. They'll search the houses of your officials. They'll take everything you value and they'll carry all of it away. The king of Israel sent for all of the elders of the land. He said to them, this man is really looking for trouble. He sent for my wives and children. He sent for my silver and gold, and I agreed to give them to him. All of the elders and people answered, don't listen to him. Don't agree to give him what he wants. So Ahab replied to Ben Hadad's messengers. He said, tell my king and master, I will do everything you commanded me to do the first time, but this time I can't do what you want me to do. They took Ahab's answer back to Ben Hadad. Then Ben Hadad sent another message to Ahab. Ahab. It said there won't be enough dust left in Samaria to give each of my followers even a handful. If there is, may the gods punish me greatly. The king of Israel replied, he said, tell him, someone who puts his armor on shouldn't brag like someone who takes it off. Ben Hadad and the kings were in their tents drinking their tents drinking. That's when he heard the message. He ordered his men get ready to attack, so they prepared to attack the city. During that time, a prophet came to Ahab, the king of Israel. He announced, "The Lord says, do you see this huge army? I will hand it over to you today. Then you will know that I am the Lord. But who will do it?" Ahab asked. The prophet answered, "The Lord says the young officers who are under the area commanders will do it." "And who will start the battle?" he asked. The prophet answered, "You will." So Ahab sent for the young officers who were under the area commanders. The total number of officers was 232. Ahab gathered together the rest of the men of Israel. The total number of them was 7,000. They started out at noon. At that time, Ben-Hadad and the 32 kings who were helping him were in their tents. They were getting drunk. The young officers who were under Ahab's area commanders marched out first. Ben Hadad had sent out scouts. They came back and reported, "Men are marching against us from Samaria." Ben Hadad said, "They might be coming to make peace. If they are, take them alive. Take them alive, or they might be coming to make war. If they are, take them alive." The uh, young officers marched out of the city. The army was right behind them. Each man struck down the one who was fighting against him. When that happened, the army of Aram ran away. The men of Israel chased them, but Ben Hadad, the king of Aram, escaped on a horse. Some of his horsemen escaped with him. The king of Israel attacked them. He overpowered the horses and chariots. Large numbers of the men of Aram were wounded or killed. After that, the prophet came to the king of Israel again. He said, "Make your position stronger. Do what needs to be done." Next spring, the king of Aram will attack you again. During that time, the officials of the king of Aram gave him advice. They said, "The gods of Israel are gods of the hills. That's why they were too strong for us. But suppose we fight them on the flatlands, then we'll certainly be stronger than they are. Here's what you should do. Don't let any of the kings continue as military leaders. Have other officers take their places. You must also put another army together. It should be just like the one you lost. It should be it should have the same number of horses and chariots. Then will be able to fight against Israel on the flatlands and will certainly be stronger than they are." Ben Hadad agreed with their advice. He did what they suggested. The next spring, Ben-Hadad brought together the men of Aram. They went up to the city of Aphek to fight against Israel. The men of Israel were also brought together. They were given supplies. They marched out to fight against their enemies. Israel's army camped around from Aram's army. The men of Israel looked like two small flocks of goats that had become separated from the others, but the men of Aram covered the countryside. The man of God came up to the king of Israel again. He told him, "The Lord says, the men of Aram think I am a God of the hills. They do not think I am a God of the valleys. So I will hand their huge army over to you. Then you will know that I am the Lord. For 7 days the two armies camped across from each other. On the seventh day the battle began. The men of Israel wounded or killed 100,000 Aramean soldiers on foot. That happened in a single day. The rest of the men of Aram escaped to the city of Aphek. Its wall fell down on 27,000 of them. Ben Hadad ran to the city. He hid in a secret room. His officials said to him, "Look, we've heard that the kings of Israel's royal house often show mercy. So let's go to the king of Israel. Let's wear black clothes. Let's tie ropes around our heads. Perhaps Ahab will spare your life." So they wore black clothes. Ropes and they tied ropes around their heads. Then they went to the king of Israel. They told him, "Your servant Ben Hadad says, 'Please let me live.'" The king answered, "Is he still alive? He used to be my friend." The men thought that was good news, so they quickly used the word Ahab had used. "Yes, your friend Ben Hadad." They said, "Go and get him." The king said, Ben Hadad came out of the secret room. Then Ahab had him get into his chariot. "I'll return the city my father took from your father." Ben Hadad offered, "You can set up your own market areas in Damascus. That's what my father did in Samaria." Ahab said, "If we sign a peace treaty, I'll set you free." So he made a peace treaty with him. Then Ahab let him go. There was a group that was called the Company of the Prophets. A message from the Lord came to one of their members. He said to his companion, "Strike me down with your weapon," but the man won't do it. The prophet said, "You haven't obeyed the Lord, so as soon as you leave me, a lion will kill you." The companion went away, and a lion found him and killed him. The prophet found another man. He said, "Please strike me down." The man struck him down and wounded him. Then the prophet went and stood by the road. He waited for the king to come by. He pulled his headband down over his eyes so no one could recognize him. The king passed by. Then the prophet called out to him. He said, "I went into the middle of the battle. Someone came to me with a prisoner." He said, "Guard this man. Don't let him get away. If he does, you will pay for his life with yours, or you can pay 75 pounds of silver." While I was busy here, and there the man disappeared. "That's your sentence," the king of Israel told him. "You have said to yourself, the prophet." Then the prophet quickly removed the headband from his eyes. The king of Israel recognized him as one of the prophets. He told the king, "The Lord says you have set a man free, but I had said he should be set apart to the Lord in a special way to be destroyed. So you must pay for his life with yours. You must pay for his people's lives with the lives of your people." The king of Israel was angry. He was in a bad mood. He went back to his palace in Samaria. Some time later, King Ahab wanted a curtain vineyard. It belonged to Naboth from Jezreel. The vineyard was in Jezreel, it was close to the palace of Ahab, the king of Samaria. Ahab said to Naboth, "Let me have your vineyard. It's close to my palace. I want to use it for a vegetable garden. I'll trade you a better vineyard for it. Or if you prefer, I'll pay you what it's worth." But Naboth replied, "May the Lord keep me from giving you the land my family handed down to me." So Ahab went home. He was angry. He was in a bad mood because of what Naboth from Jezreel had said. He had told him, "I won't give you the land my family handed down to me." So Ahab lie, lay on his bed. He was in a very bad mood. He won't even eat anything. His wife Jezebel came and she asked him, "Why are you in such a bad mood? Why won't you eat anything?" He answered her, "Because I spoke to Naboth from Jezreel. I said, 'Sell me your vineyard, or if you prefer, I'll give you another vineyard in its place.' But he said, 'I won't sell you my vineyard.'" His wife Jezebel said, "Is this how the king of Israel acts? Get up, eat something, cheer up. I'll get you the vineyard of Naboth from Jezreel." So she wrote some letters in Ahab's name. She stamped them with his seal. Then she sent them to the elders and nobles who lived in the city where Naboth lived. In those letters, she wrote, "Announce a day when people are supposed to go without eating. Have Naboth sit in an important place among the people. Put two worthless and evil men in seats across from him. Have them witness to the fact that he had called down curses on God and the king. Then take him out of the city, kill him by throwing stones at him." So the elders and nobles who lived in that city did what Jezebel wanted. They did everything she directed. The letters she had written to them, they announced a day of fasting. They had Naboth sit in an important place among the people. Then two worthless and evil men came and sat across from him. They brought charges against Naboth in front of the people. The two men said, "Naboth has called down curses on God and the king." So they took him outside the city. They killed him by throwing stones at him. Then they sent a message to Jezebel. They said, "Naboth is dead. We killed him by throwing stones at him." Jezebel heard that Naboth had been dead. As soon as she heard it, she said to Ahab, "Get up, take over the vineyard of Naboth from Jezreel. It's the one he won't sell to you. He isn't alive anymore. He's dead." Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, so he got up. He went down to take over Naboth's vineyard. Then a message from the Lord came to Elijah, who was from Tishbe. It said, "Go down to see Ahab, the king of Israel. He rules in Samaria. You will find him in Nab- Naboth's garden, Naboth's vineyard. He has gone there to take it over. Tell him the Lord says, 'Haven't you murdered a man? Haven't you taken over his property?' Then tell him the Lord says, 'Dogs lick up Naboth's blood in that same place. Dogs will lick up your blood.' Yes, I said your blood." Ahab said to Elijah, "My enemy, you have found me. I have found you," he answered. That's because you gave yourself over to do evil things. You did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. So the Lord says, I am going to bring horrible, terrible, horrible trouble on you. I will destroy your children after you. I will cut off every male in Israel who is related to you. It does not matter whether they are slaves or free. I will make your royal house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. I will make it like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah. You have made me very angry. You have caused Israel to commit sin. The Lord also says, dogs will eat up Jezebel near the wall of Jezreel. Some of the people who belong to Ahab will die in the city. Dogs will eat them up. Others will die in the country. The birds of the air will eat them. There was never anyone like Ahab. He gave himself over to what was evil in the sight of the Lord. His wife Jezebel talked him into it. He acted in the most evil way. He worshipped statues of gods. He was like the Amorites. The Lord drove them out to make room for Israel. When Ahab heard what Elijah had said, he tore his clothes. He put on black clothes. He went without eating. He even slept in his clothes. He went around looking sad. Then a message from the Lord came to Elijah, who was from Tishbe. It said, have you seen how Ahab has made himself low in my sight? Because he has done that, I will not bring trouble on him while he lives, but I will bring it on his royal house when his son is king. For 3 years there wasn't any war between Aram and Israel. In the third year, Jehoshaphat went down to see Ahab, the king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was king of Judah. The king of Israel has spoken to his officials. He said, don't you know that Ramoth Gilead belongs to us, and we aren't even doing anything to take it back from the king of Aram? So Ahab asked Jehoshaphat, will you go with me to fight against Ramoth Gilead? Jehoshaphat replied to the king of Israel, yes, I will go with you. My men will go with you. My horses will also go with you. Jehoshaphat continued, first ask the Lord for advice. So the king of Israel brought about 400 prophets together. He asked them, should I go to war against Ramoth Gilead, or should I stay here? Go, they answered, the Lord will hand it over to you. But Jehoshaphat asked, isn't there a prophet of the Lord here? Isn't there a prophet of the Lord here? If there is, ask him what we should do. The king of Israel answered Jehoshaphat. He said, there is still one other man who can go to. We can ask the Lord for advice through him, but I hate him. He never prophesies anything good about me. He only prophesies bad things. His name is Micaiah. He's the son of Imlah. You shouldn't say bad things about him, Jehoshaphat replied. So the king of Israel called for one of his officials. He told him, bring Micaiah, the son of Imlah, at once. The king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, were wearing their royal robes. They were sitting on their thrones at the threshing floor. It was near the entrance of the gate of Samaria. all of the prophets were prophesying in front of them. Zedekiah was the son of Kenana. Zedekiah had made horns out of iron. They looked like animal horns. He announced, the Lord says, with these horns you will drive back the men of Aram until they are destroyed. All of the other prophets were prophesying the same thing. Attack Ramoth Gilead, they said. Win the battle over it. The Lord will hand over it to you. A messenger went to get Micah. He said to him, look, the other prophets agreed. The other prophets agree. All of them are saying to the king will have success. So agree with them. Say the same thing they do. But Micaiah said, you can be sure that the Lord lives, and you can be just as sure that I can only tell the king what the Lord tells me to say. When Micaiah arrived, the king spoke to him. He asked, should we go to war against Ramoth Gilead, or should I stay here? Attack, he answered. You will win. The Lord will hand Ramoth Gilead over to you. The king said to him, I've made you promise to tell the truth many times before, so don't tell me anything but the truth in the name of the Lord. Then Micaiah answered, I saw all the people of Israel scattered on the hills. They were like sheep that didn't have a shepherd. The Lord said, these people do not have a master. Let each of them go each of them go home in peace. The king of Israel spoke to Jehoshaphat. He said, didn't I tell you he never prophesies anything good about me? He only prophesies bad things. Micaiah continued, listen to the Lord's message. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne. Some of the angels of heaven were standing at his right side, the others were standing at his left side. So all of them were standing around him. The Lord said, who will try to get Ahab to attack Ramoth Gilead? I want him to die there. One angel suggested one thing, another suggested something else. Finally, a spirit came forward and stood in front of the Lord. The spirit said, I'll try to get Ahab to do it. How? The Lord asked. The spirit said, I'll go out and put lies in the mouths of all of his prophets. You will have success in getting Ahab to attack Ramoth Gilead, said the Lord. Go and do it. So the Lord has put lies in the mouths of all of your prophets. He has said that great harm will come to you. Then Zedekiah, the son of Canana, went up and slapped Micah in the face. So you think the spirit that was sent by the Lord went away from me to speak to you? Do you? He asked, which way did he go? Micah replied, you will find out on the day you go to hide in an inside room to save your life. Then the king of Israel gave an order. He said, take Micah away, send him back to Ammon. Ammon is the ruler of the city of Samaria, and send him back to Joash. Joash is a member of the royal court. Tell him the king says, put this fellow in prison. Don't give him anything but bread and water until I return safely. Micaiah Micaiah announced, "Do you really think you will return safely? If you do, the Lord hasn't spoke through me." He continued, all of you people remember what I've said." So the king of Israel went up to Ramoth Gilead. Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, went there too. The king of Israel spoke to Jehoshaphat. He said, "I'll go into battle wearing different clothes, then people won't recognize me, but you wear your royal robes." So the king of Israel put on different clothes. Then he went into battle. The king of Aram had given an order to his 32 chariot commanders. He has said, "Fight only against the king of Israel. Don't fight against anyone else." The chariot commanders saw Jehoshaphat. That they thought that has to be the king of Israel, so they turned to kill him, to attack him. But Jehoshaphat cried out. Then the commanders saw he wasn't the king of Israel after all, so they stopped chasing him. But someone shot an arrow without taking aim. The arrow hit the king of Israel between the parts of his armor. The king told his chariot driver, "Turn the chariot around, get me out of this battle. I've been wounded all day long." The battle continued. The king kept himself standing up by leaning against the inside of his chariot. He kept his face toward the men of Aram. The blood from his wound ran down onto the floor of the chariot. That evening he died. As the sun was setting, a cry spread through the army. "Every man must go to his own town," they said. "Everyone must go to his own land." So the king died. He was brought to Samaria. They buried his body there. They washed the chariot at a pool in Samaria. It was where the prostitutes took baths. The dogs licked up Ahab's blood. It happened actually exactly as the Lord has said it would. The other events of Ahab's rule were written down. Everything he did is written down. That includes the palace he built and decorated with ivory. It with it also included the cities he built up and put high walls around. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Ahab joined the members of his family who had already died. His son Ahazah became the next king after him. Jehoshaphat began to rule over Judah. It was in the 4th year that Ahab was king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was the son of Asa. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 25 years. His mother's name was Azubah. She was the daughter of Shilhi. Jehoshaphat followed all of the ways of his father Asa. He didn't wander away from them. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but the high places weren't removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices to and burn incense at them. Jehoshaphat was also at peace with the king of Israel. The other events of Jehoshaphat's rule are written down. The brave things he did in battle and everything else he accomplished are written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Jehoshaphat got rid of the rest of the male prostitutes who were at the temples. They had remained in that land even after the rule of his father Asa. At that time, Edom didn't have a king. An appointed official was in charge. Jehoshaphat built many ships that he used to carry goods to be traded. The ships were supposed to go to Ophir for gold, but they never had a chance to sail. They were wrecked at Ezion Geber. At that time, Ahaziah, Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, spoke to Jehoshaphat. He said, "Let my men sail with yours." But Jehoshaphat refused. Jehoshaphat joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the family tomb in the city of David. His son Jehoram, Je- Jehoram became the next king after him. Ahaziah became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 17th year that Jehoshaphat was king of Judah. Ahaziah ruled over Israel for 2 years. He was the son of Ahab. Ahaziah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He lived the way his father and mother had lived. He lived the way Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had lived. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit sin. Ahaziah served and worshipped the god Baal. He made the Lord, the God of Israel, very angry. That's exactly what his father had done. 2 Kings chapter 1. After Ahab died, Moab refused to remain under Israel's control. Ahaziah had fallen through the window of his upstairs room in Samaria. He had hurt himself, so he sent messengers to ask the god Baal Zebub for advice. Baal Zebub was the god of the city of Ekron. Ahaziah said to the messengers, "Go and ask Baal Zebub whether I will go where I whether I will get well again." But the angel of the Lord spoke to Elijah, who was from Tishbe. He said, "Go up to see the messengers of Ahaziah, the king of Samaria. Tell them you are on your way to see Baal Zebub for advice. He is the god of Ekron. Ekron. Are you going to that god because you think there is no God in Israel?" The God says to Ahaziah, you will never leave the bed you are lying on. You can be sure that you will die. So Elijah went to see the messengers. They returned to the king. He asked them, "Why have you come back?" "A man met us on our way there," they replied. "He said to us, 'Go back to the king who sent you. Tell him the Lord says you are sending messengers to ask Baal Zebub for advice. He is the god of Ekron. Are you going to that god because you think there is no God in Israel? You will never leave the bed you are lying on. You can be sure that you will die." The king asked them, "What kind of man came to see you? Who told you those things?" They replied, "He was wearing clothes that were made out of hair. He had a leather belt around his waist." The king said, "That was Elijah from Tishbe. Then Ahaziah sent a captain to Elijah. The captain had his company of 50 men with him. Elijah was sitting on top of a hill. The captain went up to him. He said to Elijah, "Man of God, the king says, 'Come down.'" Elijah answered the captain, "If I'm really a god of man, may fire come down from heaven. May it burn you and your 50 men up." Then fire came down from heaven. It burned up the captain and his men. After that happened, the king sent another captain to Elijah. The captain had his 50 men with him. He said to Elijah, "Man of God, the king says, 'Come down at once.'" Elijah replied, "If I really a man of God, may fire come down from heaven, may it burn you and your 50 men up." Then the fire of God came down from heaven. It burned up the captain and his 50 men. So the king sent a third captain with his 50 men. The captain went up to Elijah. He fell on his knees in front of him. "Man of God," he begged, "please have respect for my life. Please have respect for the lives of these 50 men. Fire has come down from heaven. It has burned up the the first two captains and all of their men, but please have respect for my life." The angel of the Lord spoke to Elijah. He said, "Go down with him. Don't be afraid of him." So Elijah got up. He went down with the captain to the king. Elijah told the king, "The Lord says you have sent messengers to ask Baal-zebub for advice. He is the god of Ekron. Did you go to that god for advice because you think there is no God in Israel? You will never leave the bed you are lying on. You can be sure that you will die." So Ahaziah died. It happened just as the Lord has said it would. He had spoken that message through Elijah. Ahaziah didn't have any sons, so Joram, his younger brother, became the next king after him. It was the second year of Jeho- Jehoram, the king of Judah. Jehoram was the son of Jehoshaphat. All of the other events of Ahaziah, all the other events of Ahaziah's rule are written down. The things he did are written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Elijah and Elisha were on their way from Gilgal. The Lord was going to use a strong wind to take Elijah up to heaven. Elijah said to Elisha, "Stay here. The Lord has sent me to Bethel." But Elisha said, I won't leave you, and that's just as sure as the Lord and you are alive. So they went down to Bethel. There was a company of prophets at Bethel. They came out to where Elisha was. They asked him, "Do you know what the Lord is going to do? He is going to take your master away from you today." "Yes, I know," Elisha replied, "but I don't talk about it." Then Elijah said to him, "Stay here, Elisha. The Lord has sent me to Jericho." Elisha replied, "I won't leave you, and that's just as sure as the Lord and you are alive." So they went to Jericho. There was a company of prophets at Jericho. They went up to where Elisha was. They asked him, "What do you know what the Lord is going to do? He's going to take your master away from you today." "Yes, I know," Elisha replied, "but don't talk about it." Then Elijah said him to said said to him, "Stay here. The Lord has sent me to the Jordan River." Elisha replied, "I won't leave you, and that's just as sure as the Lord and you are alive." So the two of them walked on. 50 men from the company of the prophets followed them. The men stopped and stood not far from them. They faced the place where Elijah and Elisha had stopped at the Jordan River. Elijah rolled his coat up, then he struck the water with it. The water parted to the right and to the left. The two of them went across the river on dry ground. After they had gone across, Elijah spoke to Elisha. He said, "Tell me, what can I do for you before I'm taken away from you?" "Please give me a double share of your spirit," Elisha replied. "You have asked me for something I can't give you." Elijah said, "Only the Lord can give you it. But suppose you see me when I'm taken away from you, then you will receive what you have asked for. If you don't see me, you won't receive it." If you don't see me, you won't receive it. They kept walking along and talking together. Suddenly a chariot and horses appeared. Appeared. Fire was all around them. The chariot and horses came t- between the two men. Then Elijah went up to heaven in a strong wind. Elisha saw it. He cried out to Elijah, "My father, you are like a father to me. You are the true chariots and horsemen of Israel." Elisha didn't see Elijah anymore. Then Elisha took hold of his own clothes and tore them apart. He picked up the coat that had fallen from Elijah. He went back and stood on the bank of the Jordan River. Then he struck the water with Elijah's coat. "Where is the power of the Lord?" he asked. "Where is the power of the God of Elijah?" When Elisha struck the water, it parted to the right and to the left. He went across the river. The third company of the prophets from Jericho were watching. They said, spirit of the spirit of Elijah has been given to Elisha." They went over to him. They bowed down to him with their faces toward the ground. "Look," they said, "we have 50 able men. Let them go and look for your master. Perhaps the Spirit of the Lord has lifted him up. Maybe he has put him down on a mountain or in a valley." "No," Elisha replied, "don't send them." But they kept asking until he felt he couldn't say no. So he said, "Send them," and they sent 50 men. They looked for Elijah for 3 days, but they didn't find him. So they returned to Elisha. He was staying in Jericho. Elisha said to them, "Didn't I tell you not to go?" The men of Jericho spoke to Elisha. "Look," they said, "this town has a good location. You can see that for yourself, but the spring of water here is bad, so the land doesn't produce anything. Bring me a new bowl," Elisha said. "Put some salt in it." So they brought it to him. Then he went out to the spring. He threw the salt into it. He told them, "The Lord says, I have made this water pure. It will never cause death again. It will never keep the land from producing crops again. The water has stayed pure to this very day." That's what Elisha had said had said would happen. Elisha left Jericho and went up to Bethel. He was walking along the road, some young fellows came out of the town. They made fun of him. Go on up, you don't even have any hair on your head, they said. Go on up, you don't even have any hair on your head. He turned around and looked at them. He called down a curse on them. He did it in the name of the Lord. Then two bears came out of the woods. They attacked 42 of the young fellows. Elisha went on to Mount Carmel. From there, he returned to Samaria. Jo- Joram became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 18th year that Jehoshaphat was king of Judah. Joram ruled for 12 years. He was the son of Ahab. Joram did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, but he wasn't as bad as his father and mother had been. His father had made a sacred stone that was used to worship the god Baal. Joram got rid of it, but he kept on committing the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Jeroboam had also caused Israel to commit those same sins. Joram didn't turn away from them. Mesha raised sheep. He was king of Moab. He had to supply the king of Israel with 100,000 lambs a year. He also had to supply him with the wool of 100,000 rams a year. Ahab died. Moab's king refused to obey the next king of Israel. So at that time, King Joram started out from Samaria. He gathered all of Israel's troops together. He also sent a message to Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah. It said, "The king of Moab is refusing to obey me. Will you go with me to fight against Moab?" "Yes, I will go with you," he replied. "My men will go with you. My horses will also go with you." "What road should we take to attack Moab?" Jo- Joram asked. "The one that goes through the desert of Edom," Jehoshaphat answered. So the king of Israel started out. The king of Judah and the king of Edom went with him. Their armies marched around the southern end of the Dead Sea. After 7 days, they ran out of water. There wasn't any water for the men or their animals. "What shall we do now?" exclaimed the king of Israel. "The Lord has called us 3 kings together. Did he do it only to hand us over to Moab?" But Jehoshaphat asked, "Isn't there a prophet of the Lord here? Can't we ask the Lord for advice through him?" An officer of the king of Israel spoke up. He answered, "Elisha is here. He's the son of Shaphat." Elisha to used to serve Elijah. Jehoshaphat said, "The Lord speaks through him." So the king of Israel went down to see Elisha. Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom also went there. Elisha spoke to the king of Israel. He said, "What do you and I have in common? Go to your father's prophets, go to your mother's prophets." "No," the king of Israel answered. "The Lord called us 3 kings together. He did it to hand us over to Moab." Elijah said, "I serve the Lord who rules over all. You can be sure that he lives, and you can be just as sure that I have respect for Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah. If I didn't, I wouldn't look at you or even notice you. But now bring me someone who plays the harp." While that person was playing the harp, the Lord's power powerful hand came on Elisha. Elisha announced, "The Lord says, dig a lot of ditches in this valley. Do it because the Lord says you will not see wind or rain, but this valley will be filled with water. Then your cattle and your other animals will have water to drink." That's an easy thing for the Lord to do. He will also hand Moab over to you. He will destroy every city that has high walls around it. You will destroy every major town. You will cut down every good tree. You will stop up all of the springs of water, and you will cover every good field with stones. The next day, the time came to offer the morning sacrifice, and then it happened. Water was flowing from the direction of Edom. In fact, the land was filled with water. Now, all of the people of Moab had heard that the kings had come to fight against them. So Moab sent for all of its fighting men. It didn't matter whether they were old, young or old. They sent for everyone who could carry a weapon. All of them were stationed at the border. They got up early in the morning. The sun was ready shine was already shining on the water. Across the way, the water looked red to the men of Moab. It looked like blood. That's blood, they said. Those kings must have fought and killed each other. Let's go, Moab. Let's take everything that has any value. So the king, so the men of Moab went to the camp of Israel. Just as they arrived there, the men of Israel got ready to fight. They fought against the men of Moab until they ran away. The men of Israel marched into the land and attacked it. They killed the people of Moab. They destroyed the towns. Each man who threw a large stone on every good field. They did that until the fields were covered. They stopped up all of the springs of water, and they cut down every good tree. The only town that was left with any stones in place was Kir Hareseth. But men who were armed with slings surrounded it. Then they attacked it. The king of Moab saw that the battle had gone against him, so he took with him 700 men who had swords. They tried to break through the battle lines to the king of Edom, but they couldn't do it. Then the king of Moab got his oldest son. He was the son who could become the next king after him. He offered his son as a sacrifice on the city wall. That shocked and terrified the men of Israel, so they pulled back and they returned to their own land. The wife of a man from the company of the prophets cried out to Elisha. She said, "My husband is dead. You know how much respect he had for the Lord, but he owed money to someone, and now that person is coming to take my two boys away. They will become his slaves." Elisha replied to her, "How can I help you? Tell me, what do you have in your house?" "I don't have anything there. I don't have anything there at all," she said. "All I have is a little olive oil." Elisha said, "Go around to all of your neighbors, ask them for empty jars, get as many as you can, then go inside your house, shut the door behind you and your sons, pour oil into all of the jars. As each jar is filled, put it over to one side. The woman left him. After that, she shut the door behind her and her sons. They brought the jars to her, and she kept pouring. When all of the jars were full, she spoke to one of her sons. She said, "Bring me another jar." But he replied, "There aren't any more left." Then the oil stopped flowing. She went and told the man of God about it. He said, "Go and sell the oil, pay what you owe. You and your sons can live on what is left." One day, Elisha went to the town of Shunem. A rich woman lived there. She begged him to stay and have a meal, so every time he came by, he stopped there to eat. The woman said to her husband, "That man often comes by here. I know that he is a holy man of God. Let's make a small room for him on the roof. We'll put a bed and a table in it. We'll also put a chair and a lamp in it. Then he can stay there when he comes to visit us." One day Elisha came. He went up to his room. He laid down. He said to his servant Gehazi, Gehazi, "Go and get the Shunammite woman." So he did. She stood in front of Elisha. He said to Gehazi, "Tell her you have gone to a lot of trouble. You have you have gone to a lot of trouble for us. Now what can we do for you? Can we speak to the king for you, or can we speak to the commander of the army for you?" She replied, "I live among my own people. I have everything I need here." After she left, Elisha asked Gehazi, "What can we do for her?" Gehazi said, "Well, she doesn't have a son and her husband is old." Then Elisha said, "Bring her here again." So he did. She stood in the doorway. "You will hold a son in your arms." Elisha said, "It will be about this time next year." "No, my master," she objected. "You are a man of God, so don't lie to me." But the woman became pregnant. She had a baby boy. It happened the next year about that same time. That's exactly what Elisha had told her would happen. The child grew. One day he went out to get his father. His father was with those who were gathering the crops. The boy said to his father, "My head hurts. It really hurts." His father told a servant, "Carry him to his mother." The servant lifted the boy up. He carried him to his mother. The boy sat on her lap until noon. Then he died. She went up to the room on the roof. Then there she laid him on the bed of the man of God. Then she shut the door and went out. For her she sent for her husband. She said, "Please send me one of the servants and a donkey. Then I can go quickly to the man of God and return." "Why do you want to go to him today?" he asked. "It isn't the time for the new moon feast. It isn't the Sabbath day." "But don't let that bother you," she said. She put a saddle on her donkey. She said to her servant, "Let's go. Don't slow down for me unless I tell you to." So she started out. She came to Mount Carmel. That's where the man of God was. When she was still a long way off, he saw her coming. He said to his servant Gehazi, "Look, there's the woman from Shunem." run out there to meet her. Ask her, are you all right? Is your husband all right? Is your child all right? Everything is all right, she said. She came to the man of God at the mountain. Then she took hold of his feet. Gehazi came over to push her away, but the man of God said, leave her alone. She is suffering terribly, but the Lord hasn't told me the reason for it. He has hidden it from me, my master. Did I ask you for a son? She said. Didn't I tell you, don't get my hopes up? Elisha said to Gehazi, tuck your coat into your belt, take my wooden staff and run to Shunem. Don't say hello to anyone you see. If anyone says hello to you, don't answer. Lay my staff on the boy's face. But the child's mother said, I won't leave you, and that's just as sure as the Lord and you are alive. So Elisha got up and followed her. Gehazi went on ahead. He laid Elisha's wooden staff on the boy's face, but there wasn't any sound. The boy didn't move at all. So Gehazi went back to Elijah. He said, the boy hasn't awakened. Elisha arrived at the house. The boy was dead. He was lying on Elisha's bed. Elisha went into the room. He shut the door. He was alone with the boy. He prayed to the Lord. Then he got on the bed. He lay down on the boy. His mouth touched the boy's mouth. His eyes touched the boy's eyes, and his hands touched the boy's hands. As Elisha lay on the boy's body grew warm. Elisha turned away. He walked back and forth in the room. Then he got on the bed again. He lay down on the boy once more. The boy squeezed 7 times. After that, he opened his eyes. Elisha sent for Gehazi. He said to him, go and get the Shunammite woman. So he did. When she came, Elisha said, take your son. She came in. She fell at Elisha's feet. She bowed down with her face toward the ground. Then she took her son and went out. Elisha returned to Gilgal. There wasn't enough food to eat in that area. The company of the prophets was meeting with Elisha. So he said to his servant, but put the large pot over the fire, cook some stew for these men. One of them went out into the field to gather her herbs. He found a wild vine. He gathered up some of its gourds. He some of its gourds. He brought them back with him in his coat. Then he cut them up into the pot of stew, but no one knew what they were. No one knew what they were. The stew was poured out for the men. They began to eat it, but then they cried out, man of God, the food in the pot will kill us. They can't couldn't eat it. Elisha said, get some flour. He put it in the pot. He said, serve it to the men to eat. Then there wasn't anything in the pot that could harm them. A man came from Baal Shalisha. He brought the man of God 20 loaves of barley bread. They had been baked from the first grain that had ripened. He also brought some heads of new grain. Give this food to the people to eat. Elisha said, "How can I put this in front of 100 men?" his servant asked. But Elisha answered, "Give it to the people to eat. Do it because the Lord says they will eat and have some left over." Then the servant put the food in front of them. They ate it and had some left over. It happened just as the Lord said it would. Naaman was the commander of the army of the king of Aram. He was a very important man in the eyes of his master. He was highly respected. That's because the Lord had helped him win the battle over Aram's enemies. He was a brave soldier, but he had a skin disease. Companies of soldiers from Aram had marched out. They had captured a young girl from Israel. She became a servant of Naaman's wife. She spoke to the woman she was serving. She said, "I wish my master would go and see the prophet who is in Samaria. He would he will heal my master for his of his skin disease." Naaman went to see his own master. He told him what the girl from Israel had said. "I think you should go." The king of Aram replied, "I'll give you a letter to take to the king of Israel." So Naaman left. He took 750 pounds of silver with him. He also took 150 pounds of gold, and he took 10 sets of clothes. He carried the letter to the king of Israel. It said, "I'm sending my servant Naaman to you with this letter. I want you to heal him for his skin disease." The king of Israel read the letter. As soon as he did, he tore his royal robes. He said, "Am I God? Can I kill people and bring them back to life? Why does this fellow send someone to me to be healed of his skin disease? He must be trying to pick a fight with me." Elisha, the son of God, Elisha, the man of God, heard that the king of Israel had torn his robes. So he sent the king a message. It said, "Why have you torn your robes? Tell the man to come to me, then he will know there is a prophet in Israel." So Naaman went to see Elisha. He took his horses and chariots with him. He stopped at the door of Elisha's house. Elisha sent a messenger out to him. The messenger said, "Go wash yourself in the Jordan River 7 times, then your skin will be healed. You will be pure and clean again." But Naaman went away angry. He said, "I was sure he will come out to me. I thought he would stand there and pray to the Lord his God. I thought he would wave his hand over my skin, then I would be healed." What would and what about the Abana and Pharpar rivers of Damascus? Aren't they better than any of the rivers of Israel? Couldn't I wash in them and be made pure and clean?" So he turned and went away. He was burning with anger. Naaman's servants went over to him. They said, "You are like a father to us. What if the prophet Elisha had told you to do some great thing? Wouldn't you have done it? But he only said, 'Wash yourself, then you will be pure and clean.' You should be even more willing to do that." So Naaman went down to the Jordan River. He dipped himself in it 7 times. He did exactly what the man of God had told him to do. Then his skin was made pure again. It became clean like the skin of a young boy. Naaman and all of his attendants went back to the man of God. Naaman stood in front of Elijah. He said, "Now I know that there is no God anywhere in the whole world except in Israel. Please accept a gift from me." The prophet answered, "I serve the Lord. You can be sure that he lives. You can be just as sure that I won't accept a gift from you." Even though Naaman begged him to take it, Elisha wouldn't. "I can see that you won't accept the gift from me," said Naaman, "but please let me have some soil from your land. Give me as much as a pair of mules can carry. Here's why I want it. I won't ever bring burnt offerings and sacrifices to any other god again. I'll bring them only to the Lord. I'll worship him on his own soil. But there is one thing I hope the Lord will forgive me for from time to time my master will enter the temple to bow down to his god Rimmon. When he does, he'll lean on my arm, then I'll have to bow down there also. I hope the Lord will forgive me for that. Go in peace," Elisha said. Naaman started out on his way. Gehazi was the servant of Elisha, the man of God. Gehazi said to himself, "My master was too easy on Naaman from Aram. He should have accepted the gift he brought. I'm going to run after Naaman. I'm going to get something from him, and that's just as sure as the Lord is alive." Gehazi hurried after Naaman. Naaman saw him running toward him, so he got down from the chariot to greet him. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "Everything is all right," Gehazi answered. "My master sent me to say, 2 young men from the company of the prophets have just come to me. They've come from the hill country of Ephraim. Please give them 75 pounds of silver and 2 sets of clothes. Wish you could I wish you would take twice as much silver," said Naaman. He begged Gehazi to accept it. Then Naaman tied up 150 pounds of silver in 2 bags. He also gave Gehazi 2 sets of clothes. He gave all of it to 2 of his own servants. They carried it ahead of Gehazi. Gehazi came to the hill where Elisha lived. Then the servants handed the things over to Gehazi. He put them away in Elisha's house. He sent the men away and they left. Then he went back inside the house. He stood in front of his master Elisha. "Gehazi, where have you been?" Elisha asked. "I didn't go anywhere," Gehazi answered. But Elisha said to him, "Didn't my spirit go with you? I know that the man got down from his chariot to greet you. Is this the time for you to accept money or clothes? Is it the time to take olive groves, vineyards, flocks, or herds? Is it the time to accept male and female servants? You and your children after you will have Naaman's skin disease forever." Then Gehazi left Elisha, and he had Naaman's skin disease. His skin was as white as snow. The company of the prophets spoke to Elisha. They said, "Look, the place where we met with you is too small for us. We would like to go to the Jordan River. Each of us can get some wood there. We want to build a place there for us to live in." Elisha said, "Go." Then one of them said, "Won't you please come with us?" "I will," Elisha replied, and he went with them. They went to Jordan. There they began to cut down trees. One of them was cutting a tree down. The iron blade of his axe fell into the water. "Master," he cried out, "this axe was borrowed." The man of God asked, "Where did the blade fall?" He showed him the place. Then Elisha cut a stick and threw it there. That made the iron blade float. "Take it out of the water," he said. So the man reached out and took it. The king of Aram was at war with Israel. He talked things over with his officers. Then he said, "I'm going to set up my camp in a certain place." The man of God sent a message to the king of Israel. It said, "Try to stay away from that place. Aram's army is going to be down there." The king of Israel checked on the place of place the man of God had told him about. Time after time, Elisha warned the king, so the king was on guard in those places. All of that made the king of Aram very angry. He sent for his officers. He said to them, "Tell me which of us is on the side of the king of Israel." "You are my king and master," said one of his officers. "None of us is on Israel's side, but Elisha is a prophet in Israel. He tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your own bedroom. Go and find out where he is." The king ordered. "Then I can send my men and capture him." The report came back. It said, "He's in Dothan." Then the king sent horses and chariots and a strong army there. They went at night and surrounded the city. The servant of the man of God got up the next morning. He went out early. He saw that an army with horses and chariots had surrounded the city. "My master," the servant said, "what can we do?" "Don't be afraid," the prophet answered. "Those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Elisha prayed, "God, open my servant's eyes so he can see." Then the Lord opened his eyes. He looked up and saw the hills. He saw that Elijah was surrounded by horses and chariots. Fire was all around them. Aram's army came down to toward Elisha. Then he prayed to the Lord. He said, "Make these soldiers blind." So the Lord made them blind, just as Elisha had prayed. Elisha told them, "This isn't the right road. This isn't the right city. Follow me. I'll lead you to the man who you are, the man you are looking for." He led them to Samaria. They entered the city. Then Elisha said, "Lord, open the eyes of these men, help them see again." Then the Lord opened their eyes. They looked around, and there they were inside Samaria. The king of Israel saw them, so he asked Elisha, "Should I kill them? I need your advice. You are like a father to me. Should I kill them?" "Don't kill them," he answered. "Would you kill men you have captured with your own sword or bow? Put some food and water in front of them. Then they can eat and drink. They can go back to their masters." So he prepared a big dinner for them. After they have finished eating and drinking, he sent them away. They returned to their masters. So the companies of soldiers from Aram stopped attacking Israel's territory. Some time later, Ben Hadad gathered his entire army together. Ben Hadad was the king of Aram. His army marched up and surrounded Samaria. Then they attacked it. There wasn't enough food anywhere in the city. It was surrounded for so long that people had to weigh out 2 pounds of silver for a donkey's head. They had to weigh out 2 ounces of silver for half a pint of seed pots. One day, the king of Israel was walking on top of the while a woman cried out to him, "You are my king and my master. Please help me." The king replied, "If the Lord doesn't help you, where can I get help for you? From the threshing floor, from the winepress?" He continued, "What's wrong?" She answered, "A woman said to me, 'Give up your son, then we can eat him today. Tomorrow we'll eat my son.' So we cooked my son, then we ate him. The next day I said to her, 'Give up your son, then we can eat him.' But she had hidden him. When the king heard the woman's word, he tore his royal robes. As he walked along the wall, the people looked up at him. They saw that he was wearing black clothes under his robes. He said, "I'll cut the head of Shaphat's son Elisha off his shoulders today. If I don't, may God punish me greatly." Elisha was sitting in his house. The elders were sitting there with him. The king went to see Elisha. He sent a messenger on ahead of him. Before the messenger arrived, Elisha spoke to the elders. He said, "That murderer is sending someone here to cut off my head. Can't you see that?" When the messenger came close to the door, hold it shut against him. Don't you hear his master's footsteps right behind him? Elisha was still talking to the elders when the messenger came down to him. The king also arrived. He said, "The Lord has sent this horrible trouble on us. Why should I wait any longer for him to help us?" Elisha said, "Listen to a message from the Lord. He says, about this time tomorrow you will be able to buy 7 quarts of flour for less than half of an ounce of silver. You will also be able to buy 3 quarts of barley for the same price. That's all you will have to pay for those things at the gate of Samaria." The king was leaning on an officer's arm. The officer spoke to the Son of Man, to the Son, to the man of God. He said, "Suppose the Lord opens the windows of the skies. Suppose he pours food down on us. Even if he does, could what you are saying really happen? You will see it with your own eyes," answered Elisha, "but you won't eat any of it." There were four men who had a skin disease. They were at the entrance of the gate of Samaria. They said to one another, "Why should we stay here until we die? Suppose we say we'll go into the city. There isn't any food there and we'll die. But if we stay here, we'll die anyway. So let's go over to Aram's army camp. Let's give ourselves up. If they spare us, we'll live. If they kill us, we'll die." At sunset, they got up. They went to Aram's army camp. They arrived at the edge of it, but no one was there. The Lord had caused the soldiers of Aram to hear a noise. It sounded like chariots and horses and a huge army. So the soldiers spoke to one another. They said, "Listen, the king of Israel has hired the Hittite and Egyptian kings. He said he has paid them to attack us." So they had gotten up and had run away at sunset. They had left their tents and horses and donkeys behind. They had left the camp as it was, and they had run for their lives. The men who had a skin disease arrived at the edge of the camp. Uh, they enter one of the tents. They ate and drank. Then they carried away silver, gold, and clothes. They went off and hid them. They returned and entered another tent. They took some things from it and hid them also. But then they said to one another, "What we're doing isn't right. This is a day for this is a day of good news, and we're keeping it to ourselves. If we wait until sunrise, we'll be punished. Let's go at once. Let's report this to the royal palace." So they went, they called out to the people who were guarding the city gates. They told them, "We went into Aram's army camp. No one was there. We didn't hear anyone. The horses and donkeys were still tied up. The tents were left just as they were." The people who guarded the gate shouted the news. It was reported inside the palace. The king of Israel got up in the night. He spoke to his officers. He said, "I'll tell you what the men of Aram have done to us. They know we are very hungry, so they have left the camp to hide in the countryside. They are thinking, we are sure will come out, then we'll take them alive and we'll get into the city." One of the king's officers spoke up. He said, "A few horses are still left in the city. Have some men get 5 of them. They won't be any worse off than all of the other Israelites who are left here. In fact, all of us will soon be dead. So let's send the men who find out what happened." The men chose 2 chariots and their horses. The king sent them out to look for Aram's army. He commanded the drivers, "Go and find out what has happened." They followed the trail of Aram's soldiers all the way to the Jordan River. They found clothes and supplies all along the road. The soldiers had thrown them down when they ran away. So the men returned. They reported to the king what they had seen. Then the people went out of the city. They took everything of value from Aram's army camp, Ar- Aram's army camp. So 7 quarts of flour sold for less than half of an ounce of silver, and 13 quarts of barley sold for the same price. That's exactly what the Lord had said would happen. The king had put an officer in charge of the city gate. He was the officer on whose arm the king leaned. On their way out of the city, the people knocked the officer down in the entrance of the gate. They walked all over him, and he died. That's exactly what the man of God had said would happen. He had said it when the king came down to his house. What the man of God had told the king came true. He had said, about this time tomorrow you will be able to buy 7 quarts of flour for less than half of an ounce of silver. You will also be able to buy 13 quarts of barley for the same price. That's all you will have to pay for those things at the gate of Samaria. The officer had spoken to the man of God. He had said, suppose the Lord opens the windows of the skies, suppose he pours food down on us, even if he does, could what you are saying really happen? The man of God had replied, you will see it with your own eyes, but you won't eat any of it. And that's exactly what happened to the officer on their way out of the city. The people knocked him down in the entrance of the gate. They walked all over him, and he died. Elisha had brought a woman's son back to life. He had said to her, go away with your family, stay for a while, anywhere you can. The Lord has decided that there won't be enough food in the land. That will be true for 7 years. The woman did just as the man of God told her to. She and her family went away. They stayed in the land of the Philistines for 7 years. The years passed. Then she came back from the land of the Philistines. She went to the king of Israel. She wanted to beg him to get her house and land back. The king was talking to Gehazi. Gehazi was the servant of the man of God. The king had said, tell me about all the great things Elisha has done. Gehazi was telling the king how Elisha had brought a dead boy back to life. Just then the woman came to beg the king to get her house and land back. She was the woman whose son Elisha had brought back to life. Gehazi said, King Joram, this is the woman I've been telling you about, and this is her son. He's the one Elisha brought back to life. The king asked the woman about her house and her land, and she told him. Then he anointed an officer, an official, to look into her case. The king told him, give her back everything that belongs to her. That includes all of the money include that was earned from her land. It was earned from the day she left the country until now. Elisha went to Damascus. Ben Hadad was sick. He was king of Aram. The king was told, the man of God has come all the way up here. Then the king said to Hazael, take a gift with you. Go and see the man of God. Ask him for the Lord's advice. Ask him whether I will get well again. Hazael went to see Elisha. He took 40 camels with him as a gift. The camels were loaded with all of the finest goods of Damascus. Hazael went into Elisha's house and stood in front of him. He said, Ben Hadad has sent me. He is the king of Aram. He asks, will I get well again? Elisha answered, go and speak to him. Tell him, yes, you will get well again. But the Lord has shown me that he will in fact die. Elisha stared at him without looking away. He did it until Hazael ashamed. Then the man of God began to sob. Why are you sobbing? Asked Hazael. Because I know how much harm you will do to the people of Israel, he answered. You will set fire to their cities that have high walls around them. You will kill their young men with your sword. You will smash their little children on the ground. You will rip open their pregnant women. Hazael said, how could I possibly do a thing like that? I'm nothing but a dog. I don't have that kind of power. You will become king of Aram. Elisha answered, that's what the Lord has shown me. Then Hazael left Elisha. He returned to his mother. Ben Hadad asked, what did Elisha say to you? Hazael replied, he said, me, he told me you would get well again. But the next day, Hazael got a thick cloth. He soaked it in water. He spread it over the king's face. He held it there until the king died. Then Hazael became the next king after him. Jehoram began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the 5th year that Joram was king of Israel. Joram was the son of Ahab. Joram, Jehoram was the son of Jehoshaphat. Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 8 years. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel, just as the royal family of Ah- Ahab had done. In fact, he got married to a daughter of Ahab. Jehoram did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, but the Lord didn't want to destroy Judah. That's because the Lord had made a covenant with his servant David. He had promised to keep the lamp of David's kingdom burning brightly for him and his children after him forever. When Jehoram was king over Judah, Edom refused to remain under Judah's control. They set up their own king. So Jehoram went to ire. He took all of his chariots with him. The men of Edom surrounded him and his chariot chariot commanders. He got up at night and fought his way out, but his army ran back home. To this very day, Edom has refused to remain under Judah's control. At the same time, Libnah also refused to remain under the control of Judah. The other events of Jehoram's rule are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official record of the kings of Judah. Jehoram joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the family tomb in the city of David. His son Ahaziah became the next king after him. Ahaziah began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the 12th year that Joram was king of Israel. Joram was the son of Ahab. Ahaziah was the son of Jehoram. Ahaziah Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah. She was a granddaughter of Omri. Omri had been the king of Israel. Uh, Ahaziah followed the ways of the royal family of Ahab. Ahaziah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, just as the family of Ahab had done. That's because he had married into Ahab's family. Ahaziah joined forces with Joram. They went to war against Hazael at Ramoth Gilead. Joram was the son of Ahab. Hazael was king of Aram. The soldiers of Aram wounded King Joram, so he returned to Jezreel to give his wounds time to heal. The soldiers at Aram had wounded him at Ramoth in his battle against Hazael, the king of Aram. Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, went down to Jezreel. He went there to see Joram. That's because Joram had been wounded. Ahaziah was king of Judah. Joram was the son of Ahab. 2 Kings 9. The prophet Elisha sent for a man from the company of the prophets. Elisha said to him, "Tuck your coat into your belt. Take this bottle of olive oil with you. Go to Ramoth Gilead. When you get there, look for Jehu. He is the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi. Go to him, get him away from his companions, take him into an inside room, then get the bottle, pour the oil on his head, Announce to him, the Lord says, I anoint you as king over Israel. After that, open the door and run away. Do it quickly. So the young prophet went to Ramoth Gilead. When he arrived, he found the army officers sitting together. Commander, I have a message for you, he said. What for which one of us? Asked Jehu. For you, commander, he replied. Jehu got up and went into the house. Then the prophet poured the oil on Jehu's head. He announced, the Lord is the God of Israel. He says, I am anointing you as king over my people, Israel. You must destroy the royal house of your master Ahab. I will pay them back for spilling the blood of my servants, the prophets. I will also pay them back for the blood of all of my servants that Jezebel spilled. The whole house of Ahab will die out. I will cut off every male in Israel who is related to Ahab. It does not matter whether they are slaves or free. I will make Ahab's royal house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. I will make it like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah. Dogs will eat up Jezebel on a piece of land at Jezreel. No one will bury her. Then the prophet opened the door and ran away. Jehu went out to where the other officers were. One of them asked him, Is everything all right? Why did that crazy man come to you? You know the man, you know the kinds of things he says. Jehu replied, That's not true, they said. Tell us. Jehu said, Here is what he told me. He announced, The Lord says, I am anointing you as king over Israel. The officers quickly grabbed his coat. They spread them out under Jehu on the bare steps of the house. Then they blew a trumpet. They shouted, Jehu is king. Jehu was the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi. Jehu made plans against Joram. Joram. During that time, Joram and Israel's whole army had been guarding Ramoth Gilead. They had been guarding it against Hazael, the king of Aram. But King Joram had returned to Jezreel. He had gone there to give his wounds time to heal. The soldiers of Aram had wounded him in his battle against Hazael, the king of Aram. Jehu said to his men, Are you really on my side? If you are, don't let anyone sneak out of the city. Don't let them go and tell the news in Jezreel. Then Jehu got into his chariot. He rode off to Jezreel. Joram was testing there, and Joram was resting there, and Ahaziah, the king of Judah, had gone down to see him. A lookout was standing on the roof of the tower in Jezreel. He saw Jehu's troops approaching, so he called out, I see some troops coming. Get a horseman. Joram ordered. Send him to ride out to them. Have him ask, Are you coming in peace? Then horseman rode out to where Jehu was. He said, The kings asked, Are you coming in peace? But do you know about peace? What do you know about peace? Jehu answered, Get in line behind me. The lookout reported the messenger had reached them, but isn't coming back. The king sent out a second horseman. When he came to them, he told them, The king asks, Are you coming in peace? Jehu replied, What do you know about peace? Get in line behind me. The lookout reported the second messenger has reached them, but isn't coming back either. The one driving the chariot drives like Jehu, the son of Nimshi. He's driving like a crazy man. Get my chariot ready, King Joram ordered. When it was ready, he rode out. Ahaziah, the king of Judah, rode out with him. Each of them was in his own chariot. They both went to meet Jehu. They met him at the piece of land that had belonged to Naboth from Jezreel. When Joram saw Jehu, he asked, How have you come here in peace, Jehu? Your mother Jezebel worships statues of gods. Jehu replied, She also worships evil power. The evil things she does have spread everywhere. As long as all that goes on, how can there be peace? Joram turned around and tried to get away. He called out to Ahaziah. He said, It's treason, Ahaziah. The Then Jehu shot an arrow at Jo- Joram. It hit him between the shoulders. It went through his heart. He sank down slowly in his chariot. Jehu spoke to Bidkar, his chariot officer. He said, Pick him up, throw him in the field that belonged to Naboth from Jezreel. Remember how you and I were riding together in chariots behind Joram's father Ahab? It was when the Lord made a prophecy about him. He announced, Yesterday I saw the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons. You can be sure that I will make you pay for it on this piece of land. So pick him up, throw him on that piece of land. That's what the Lord said would happen. Ahaziah, the king of Judah, saw what had happened, so he tried to get away. He went up the road together. Beth Hagan. Jehu chased him. He shouted, Kill him too. Jehu's men wounded Ahaziah in his chariot. It happened on the way up to Gur near Ibleam, but he escaped to Megiddo, and that's where he died. Ahaziah's servants took him to Jerusalem in his chariot. They buried his body in his family tomb in the city of David. Ahaziah had become king of Judah. It was in the 11th year of Joram, the son of Ahab. Jehu went to Jezreel. Jezebel heard about it, so put she put makeup on her eyes and fixed her hair. She looked out of a window. Jehu entered the gate below. Then Jezebel said, You are just like Zimri. You murdered your master. Have you come here in peace? He looked out at the window. Who is on my side? He called out. Who? 2 or 3 officials looked down at him. Throw her up, throw her down, Jehu said. So they threw her down. Some of her blood splashed on the wall, some of it splashed on Jehu's chariot horses as they ran over her. Jehu went inside. He ate and drank. The Lord put a curse on that woman. He said, take proper care of her body, bury it. After all, she was a king's daughter. So they went out to bury her body, but all they found was her skull, feet, and hands. They went back and reported it to Jehu. He told them that's what the Lord said would happen. He announced it through his servant Elijah, who was from Tishbe. He said, on a piece of land at Jezreel, dogs will eat up Jezebel's body. Her body will be left to rot on that piece of land, so no one will be able to say, here's where Jezebel is buried. Ahab's royal family in the city of Samaria had a total of 70 sons. Jehu wrote some letters to the officials of the city. He also sent them to the elders that elders there. He sent them to those who took care of Ahab's children. He said, your master's sons are with you. You also have chariots and horses and weapons, and you are living in a city that has high walls around it. As soon as you read this letter, here's what I want you to do. Choose the best and most respected son of your master, place him on his father Joram's throne, then fight for your master's royal house. The leaders of Samaria were terrified. They said, King Joram and King Ahaziah couldn't stand up against Jehu, so how can we? The city governor and the person who was in charge of the palace sent a message to Jehu. The message was also from the elders and those who took care of Ahab's children. It said, we will serve you, we'll do anything you say, we won't appoint anyone to be king. Do what you think is best. Then Jehu wrote them a second letter. It said, you say you are on my side. You say you will obey me. If you really mean it, bring me the heads of your master's sons. Meet me in Jezreel by this time tomorrow. There were 70 royal princes. They were with the most important men of the city. Those men were in charge of raising them. When Jehu's letter arrived, the men went and got the princes. They killed all 70 of them. They put their heads in baskets. Then they sent them in Jehu in Jezreel. When the messenger arrived, he spoke to Jehu. He said, you told him, the heads of the princes have been brought here. Then Jehu ordered his men, put them in 2 piles, stack them up at the entrance of the city gate until morning. The next morning Jehu went out. He stood in front of all the people. He said, you aren't guilty of doing anything wrong. I'm the one who made plans against my master Joram. I killed him, but who killed all of these? I want you to know that the Lord has spoken against Ahab's royal house. Not a word of what he has said will fail. The Lord has done exactly what he promised through his servant Elijah. So Jehu killed everyone from Ahab's family who was in Jezreel. He also killed all of Ahab's chief men, and he killed Ahab's close friends and his priests. He didn't leave anyone in Ahab's family alive. Then Jehu started out for Samaria at Beth Eked of the shepherds. He saw some people, they were relatives of Ah- Aha, Ahaziah, the king of Judah. Jehu asked them, "Who are you?" They said, "We are Ahaziah's relatives. We've come down to visit the families of the king and of his mother. Take them alive," Jehu ordered. So his men took them alive. Then they killed them by the well of Beth Eked. They killed a total of 42 men. Jehu didn't leave anyone alive. After Jehu left there, he came upon Jehonadab. He was the son of Rechab. Jehonadab was on his way to see Jehu. Jehu greeted him. He asked, "Are you my friend?" "You know I'm your friend." "I am," Jehonadab answered. "If that's true," said Jehu, "hold out your hand." So he did. Then Jehu helped him up into the chariot. Jehu said, "Come along with me, see how committed I am to serve the Lord." He had him ride along in his chariot. Jehu came to Samaria. He killed everyone who was left there from Ahab's family, and so he wiped out Ahab's royal house. That's what the Lord had said would happen. He had spoken that message to Elijah. Then Jehu brought all of the people together. He said to them, "Ahab served the god Baal a little. I will serve him a lot. Send all of Baal's prophets. Also send all of his priests and the others who serve him. Make sure that not a single one is missing. I'm going to I'm going to hold a great sacrifice to honor Baal. Anyone who doesn't come come will be killed." But Jehu was lying to them. He was planning to destroy those who served Baal. Jehu said, "Call everyone together to honor Baal." So they did. Then he sent a message through Israel of all of those who served Baal came. Not a single one of them stayed away. They crowded into Baal's temple. It was full from one end to the other. Jehu spoke to the one who took care of the sacred robes. He told him, "Bring robes for everyone who serves Baal." So he brought the robes out for them. Then Jehu went into Baal's temple. Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, went with him. Jehu spoke to those who served Baal. He said, "Look around, make sure that no one who serves the Lord is here with you. Make sure only those who serve Baal are here." So they went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings. Jehu had stationed men 80 men outside. He warned them, "I'm placing some men in your hands. Don't let a single one of them escape. If you do, you will pay for his life with yours." Jehu finished sacrificing the burnt offering. As soon as he did, he gave an order to the guards and officers. He commanded them, "Go inside and kill everyone. Don't let a single one of them escape." So they cut them down with their swords. The guards and officers threw the bodies outside. Then they entered the most sacred area inside Baal's temple. They brought the sacred stone of Baal outside. They burnt it up, so they destroyed Baal's sacred stone. They also tore down Baal's temple. People had used it as a public toilet to this very day. So Jehu destroyed the worship of the god Baal in Israel, but he didn't turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins. Jehu worshipped the golden calves at Bethel and Dan. The Lord said to Jehu, "You have done well. You have accomplished what is right in my eyes. You have done to Ahab's royal house everything I want you to do. So your sons after you will sit on the throne of Israel. They will rule until the time of your children's grandchildren." But Jehu wasn't careful to obey the law of the Lord. He didn't obey the Lord, the God of Israel, of with all his heart. He didn't turn away from the sins of Jeroboam. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins. In those days, the Lord became, began to make the kingdom of Israel smaller. Hazael gained control over many parts of Israel. He gained control over all of their territory east of the Jordan River. It included the whole land of Gilead from Aroer by the Arnon River Valley all the way to Bashan. That was the territory of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. The other events of Jehu's rule are written down. Everything he did and accomplished is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Jehu joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in Samaria. His son Jehoahaz became the next king after him. Jehu had ruled over Israel in Samaria for 28 years. Athaliah was Ahaziah's mother. She saw that her son was dead, so she began to wipe out the whole royal house of Judah. But Jehoshaphat went and got Joash, the son of Ahaziah. She was the daughter of the she was the daughter of King Jehoram and the sister of Ahaziah. She stole Joash away from among the royal princes of them. They were shout they were about to be murdered. She put Joash and his nurse in a bedroom. That's how she hid him from Athaliah. And that's why Athaliah didn't kill him. The child remained hidden with his nurse at the Lord's temple for 6 years. Athaliah ruled over the land during that time. In the seventh year, the priest Jehoiada sent for the commanders of companies of 100 men. They were the commanders over the Cartwright and guards. He had them brought to him at the temple of the Lord. He made a covenant with them. He made them take an oath at the temple. Then he showed them the king's son. He gave them a command. He said, "Here's what you must do. There are 5 companies of you. Some of you are in the 3 companies that are going on duty on the Sabbath day. A third of you must guard the royal palace. A third of you must guard the Sur gate, and a third of you must guard the gate that is behind the guard. All of you must take turns guarding the temple. The rest of you are in the other 2 companies. Normally, you are not on duty on the Sabbath day, but you also must guard the temple for the king. Station yourselves around the king. Each man must have his weapon in his hand. Anyone else who approaches your companies must be put to death. Stay close to the king no matter where he goes." The commanders of the companies did just as the priest Jehoiada ordered. Each commander got his men and came to Jehoiada. Some of the men were going on duty on the Sabbath day, others were going off duty. Then Jehoiada gave weapons to the commanders. He gave them spears and shields. The weapons had belonged to King David. They had been in the Lord's temple. The guards stationed themselves around the new king. Each man had his weapon in his hand. They were near the altar and the temple. They stood from the south side of the temple to its north side. Their line formed half of a circle. Jehoiada brought Ahaziah, Ahaziah's son out. He put the crown on him. He gave him a copy of the covenant, and he announced that Joash was king. Jehoiada and his sons anointed him. The people clapped their hands. Then they shouted, "May the king live a long time." Athaliah heard the noise the guards and the people were making, so she went to the people at the Lord's temple. She looked, and there was the king. He was standing next to the pillar. That was the usual practice. The officers and trumpet players were standing beside the king. All of the people of the land were filled with joy. They were blowing trumpets. Then Athaliah tore her royal robe. She called out, "Treason! It's treason!" The priest Jehoiada gave an order to the commanders of companies. They were in charge of the troops. They said to them, "Bring her away from the temple between the line of guards. Use your swords to kill anyone who follows her." The priest had said she must not be put to death at the Lord's temple, so they grabbed hold of her as she reached the place where the horses enter the palace grounds. Then she was put to death. Then Jehoiada made a covenant between the Lord and the king and people. He had the king and people promise that they would be the Lord's people. Jehoiada also made a covenant between the king and the people. All of the people of the land went to Baal's temple. They tore it down. They smashed to pieces the altar the altars and the statues of gods. They killed Matan in front of the altars. He was the priest of Baal. Then the priest Jehoiada stationed guards at the temple of the Lord. He took with him the commanders of companies of 100 men. They were commanders over the Carites and guards. He also took with him all of the people of the land. All of them brought the new king, down from the Lord's temple. They went into the palace. They entered it by going through the gate of the guards. Then the king sat down on the royal throne. All of the people of the land were filled with joy, and the city was quiet. That's because Athaliah had been killed with a sword at the palace. Joash was 7 years old when he became king. Joash became king of Judah. It was in the 7th year of Jehu's rule. Joash ruled in Jerusalem for 40 years. His mother's name was Zibiah. She was from Beersheba. Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He lived that way as long as the priest Jehoiada was teaching him, but the high places weren't removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. Joash spoke to the priests. He said, "Collect all of the money the people bring as sacred offerings to the Lord's temple. That includes the money that is collected when the men who are able to serve in the army are counted. It includes the money that is received from people who make a special promise to the Lord. It also includes the money people bring to the temple just because they want to. Let each priest receive the money from one of the people who are in charge of the temple's treasures. Let all of that money be used to repair the temple where it needs it." It was now the 23rd year of King Joash, and the priests still hadn't repaired the temple, so the king sent for the priest Jehoiada and the other priests. He asked them, "Why aren't you repairing the temple where it needs it? Don't take any more money from the people who are in charge of the treasures. Instead, hand it over to the temple hand it over so the temple can be repaired." The priests agreed that they wouldn't collect any more money from the people. They also agreed that they wouldn't repair the temple themselves. So priest Jehoiada got a chest. He drilled a hole in its lid. He placed the chest beside the altar for burnt offerings. The chest was on the right side as people entered the Lord's temple. Some priests guarded the entrance. They put into the chest all of the money the people brought to the temple. From time to time, there was a large amount of money in the chest. When that happened, the royal secretary and the high priest came. They counted the money the people had brought to the temple. Then they put it in, into bags. After they added it all up, they used it to repair the temple. They gave it to the men who had been put in charge of the work. Those men used it to pay the workers. They paid the builders and those who worked with wood. They paid those who cut stones and those who laid them. They bought lumber and blocks of stone, so they used the money to repair the Lord's temple. They also paid all of the other costs to make the temple like new again. The money the people brought to the Lord's temple wasn't used to make silver bowls. It wasn't used for wick cutters, sprinkling bowls, or trumpets. It and it wasn't used for any other articles made out of gold or silver. Instead, it was paid to the workers they used it to repair the temple. The royal secretary and the high priest didn't re- require a require a report from those who were in charge of the work. That's because they were completely honest. They always paid the workers. Money was received from those who brought guilt offerings and sin offerings, but it wasn't taken to the Lord's temple. It belonged to the priest. About that time, Hazael, the king of Aram, went up and attacked Gath. Then he captured it. After that, he returned back to the returned back to attack Jerusalem. But Joash, the king of Judah, didn't want to go to war, so he got all of these sacred objects. They had been set apart to the Lord by the kings who had ruled over Judah before him. They were Jehoshaphat, Jehoram, and Ahaziah. Joash got the gifts he himself had set apart. He got all the gold that was among the temple treasures. He also got all of the gold from the royal palace. He sent all of those things to Hazael, the king of Aram. Then Hazael pulled his army back from Jerusalem. Jerusalem. Then the other events of the rule of Joash are written down. Eventually, He did everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. The officials of Joash made evil plans against him. They killed him at Beth Millo. It happened on the road that goes down to Silla. The officials who murdered him were Jozabad and Jehozabad. Jezobad was the son of Shimei. Jehozabad was the son of Shomer. After Joash died, his body was buried in the family tomb in the city of David. His son Amaziah became the next king after him. Jehoahaz became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 23rd year of Joash, the king of Judah. Jehoahaz Jehoahaz ruled for 17 years. Joash was the son of Ahaziah. Jehoahaz was the son of Jehu. Jehoahaz did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He committed the sins Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had committed. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins. Jehoahaz didn't turn away from them, so the Lord's anger burned against Israel. For a long time he kept them under the power of Hazael, the king of Arad, Aram. He also kept them under the power of his son Ben Hadad. Then Jehoahaz asked the Lord to show him his favor. The Lord listened to him. The Lord saw how badly the king of Aram was treating Israel. The Lord divided someone to save Israel, and they escaped from the power of Aram. So the people of Israel lived in their own homes, just as they had done before. But the people didn't turn away from the sins of the royal house of Jeroboam. He had caused Israel to commit those same sins. The people continued to commit them, and the pole was used to worship the goddess Asherah remained standing in Samaria. The army of Jehoahaz had almost nothing left. Five all it had was 50 horsemen, 10 chariots, and 10,000 soldiers on foot. The king of Aram had destroyed the rest of them. He had made them like dust at threshing time. The other events of the rule of Jehoahaz are written down. Everything he did and accomplished is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Jehoahaz joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in Samaria. His son Jehoash became the next king after him. Jehoash became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 37th year that Joash was king of Judah. Jehoash ruled for 16 years. He was the son of Jehoahaz. Jehoash did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't turn away from any of the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins, and Jehoash continued to commit them. The other events of the rule of Jehoash are written down. Eventually, everything he did and accomplished is written down. That includes his war against Amaziah, the king of Judah. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Jehoash joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the royal tombs in Samar- Samaria. Samaria. Jeroboam became the next king on Israel's throne after him. Elisha was suffering from a sickness, and later he would die from it. Jo- Jehoash, the king of Israel went down to him. He sobbed over him. My father, he cried. You are like a father to me. You are the true chariots and horsemen of Israel. Eli- Elisha said to Jehoash, get a bow and some arrows. So he did. Hold the bow in your hands, Elisha said to the king of Israel. Then Jehoash took hold of the bow. Then Elijah put his hands on the king's hands, opened the east window. Elisha said, so he did. Shoot. Elijah said, so he shot. That's the Lord's arrow. Elisha announced, it means you will win the battle over Aram. You will completely destroy the men of Aram at Aphek. He continued, get some arrows. So the king did. Elisha told him, strike the ground. He struck it 3 times. Then he stopped. The man of God was angry when he with him. He said, you should have struck the ground 5 or 6 times, then you would have won the war over Aram. You would have completely destroyed them now, but now you will win only 3 battles over them. Elisha died, and his body was buried. Some robbers from Moab used to enter the country of Israel every spring. One day, some people of Israel were burying a man's body. Suddenly, they saw a group of robbers. So they threw the man's body into Elisha's tomb. The body touched Elisha's bones. When it did, the man came back to life. He stood up on his feet. Hazael, the king of Aram, treated Israel badly. He did it the whole time Jehoahaz was king, but the Lord showed his favor to Israel. He was tender and kind to them. He showed concern for them. He did all of those things because of the covenants he had made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. To this very day, he hasn't been willing to destroy them, and he hasn't driven them out of his land. Hazael, the king of Aram, died. His son Ben-Hadad became the king became the next king after him. Then Jehoash took some towns back from Ben-Hadad, the son of Hazael. Ben-Hadad had captured them in battle from Jehoash. Jehoahaz, the father of Jehoash. Jehoash won 3 battles over Ben-Hadad, so Jehoash took back the Israelite town. Took back the Israelite towns. Amaziah began to rule as king over Judea. Amaziah began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the 2nd year that Jehoash was king of Israel. He was the son of Jehoahaz. Amaziah was the son of Joash. Amaziah was 25 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoaddin. She was from Jerusalem. Amaziah did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but he didn't do what King David had done. He always followed the example of his father Joash. The high places weren't removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings there, burnt and burnt incense there. The kingdom was firmly under his control, so he put to death the officials who had murdered his father, the king, but he didn't put their children to death. He obeyed what is written in the scroll of the law of Moses. There, the Lord commanded parents must not be put to death because of what their children do, and children must not be put to death because of what their parents do. People must die because of their own sins. Amaziah won the battle over 10,000 men of Edom. It happened in the Valley of Salt. During the battle, he captured the town of Selah. He called it Joktheel. That's the name it was. That's the name it still has to this very day. The Amaziah sent messengers to Jehoash, the king of Israel. He was the son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu. The message sent, "Come on, meet me face to face in battle." But Jehoash, the king of Israel, answered Amaziah, the king of Judah. He said, "A thorn bush in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar tree there. It said, 'Give your daughter to be married to my son.' Then a wild animal in Lebanon came along. It walked all over the bush. It's true that you have won the battle over Edom, so you are proud. Enjoy your success while you can, but stay home and enjoy it. Why ask for trouble? Why bring yourself crashing down? Why bring Judah down with you?" But Amaziah wouldn't listen, so Jehoash, the king of Israel, attacked. He and Amaziah, the king of Judah, faced each other in battle. The battle took place at Beth Shemesh in Judah. Israel drove Judah away. Every man ran home. Jehoash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, at Beth Shemesh. Amaziah was the son of Joash. Joash was the son of Haziah. Jehoash went to Jerusalem. Down part of he broke down part of its wall. It's the part that went from the Ephraim gate to the corner gate. Then part of the wall was 600 feet long. Jehoash took all of the gold, silver, and articles that were in the Lord's temple. He also took all of those same kinds of things that were among the treasures of the royal palace. He took the prisoners. Then returned the Samaria. The he returned to Samaria. The other events of the rule of Jehoash are written down. Everything he did and accomplished is written down. That includes his war against Amaziah, the king of Judah. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Jehoash joined the families of his family joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in Samaria in the royal tombs of Israel. His son Jeroboam became the next king after him. Amaziah, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after Jehoash. Jehoash, king of Israel, died. Amaziah was the son of Joash. Jehoash was the son of Jehoahaz. The other events of Amaziah's rule was written down. They are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Some people made evil plans against Amaziah in Jerusalem, so he ran away to Lachish. But they sent men to Lachish after him, that there they killed him. His body was brought back on a horse, and he was buried in the family tomb in Jerusalem, the city of David. All of the people of Judah made Uzziah king. He was 16 years old. They made him king in place of his father Amaziah. Uzziah, Uzziah rebuilt Elath. He brought it under Judah's control, and again he did it after Amaziah joined the members of his family who had already died. Jeroboam became king of Israel in Samaria. It, it was in the 15th year that Amaziah was king of Judah. Jeroboam ruled for 41 years. Amaziah was the son of Joash. Jeroboam was the son of Jehoash. Jeroboam did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't turn away from any of the sins the earlier Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had accomplished. Then Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins. Jeroboam, the son of Jehoash, made the borders of Israel the same as they were before. They reached from Lebo Hamath all the way to the Dead Sea. That's what the Lord, the God of Israel, had said would happen. He had spoken that message through his servant Jonah. The prophet Jonah was the son of Amittai. Jonah was from Gath Hefer. The Lord has seen how much people in Israel was suffering. It didn't matter whether they were slaves or free. They didn't have anyone to help them. The Lord hadn't said he would wipe out Israel's name from the earth. He said so he saved them by using the powerful hand of Jeroboam, the son of Jehoash. The other events of the rule of Jeroboam and, are written down. Everything he did is written down. What he and his army accomplished is written down. That includes how he brought Damascus and Hamath back under Israel's control. Damascus and Hamath had belonged to the territory of Yandai, Yaudai. All of those things are written in the official records of the king of Israel. The Jeroboam joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the royal tombs of Israel. His son Zechariah became the next king after him. Uzziah began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the 27th year that Jeroboam was king of Israel. Uzziah was the son of Amaziah. Uzziah was 16 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 52 years. His mother named his mother's name was Jecoliah. She was from Jerusalem. Uzziah did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done, but the high places weren't removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense. There the Lord caused King Uzziah to suffer from a skin disease until the day he died. He lived in a separate house. His son Jotham was in charge of the palace. Jotham ruled over the land. The other events of rules the rule of Uzziah are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Uzziah could join the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried near them in the city of David. His son Jotham became the next king after him. Zechariah became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 38th year that Uzziah was king of Judah. Zechariah ruled for 6 months. He was the son of Jeroboam, the son of Jehoash. Zechariah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did what the kings of Israel before him had done. He did he didn't return away from the sins Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had committed. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins. Shallum made evil plans against Zechariah. He attacked Zechariah in front of the people and killed him. Then he became the next king after him. Shallum was the son of Jabesh. The other events of the rule of Zechariah are written down. They are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. That's what the Lord had said would happen. He had spoken that message to Jehu. It had said, "Your sons after you will sit on the throne of Israel. They will rule until the time of your children's grandchildren." Shallum became king of Israel. It was in the 39th year that Uzziah was king of Judah. Shallum returned in Samaria for 1 month. He was the son of Jabesh. Manahem went to Tirzah. up to Samaria. Then there he attacked Shalom, the son of Jabesh. He killed him and came the next the next king after him. Became the next king after him. Manahem was the son of Gadai. The other nations of Shallum's rules are written down. The evil things he planned are written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. At that time, Manahem started out from Tirzah and attacked Tifsa. He attacked everyone in the city and the area around it. That's because they refused to open their gates for him. He destroyed Tifsa. He ripped open all of their pregnant women. He ripped open all of their pregnant women. Manahem became king of Israel. It was in the 39th year that Uzziah was king of Judah. Menahem ruled in Samaria for 10 years. He was the son of Gadi. Menahem did what was evil in the sight of the Lord during his time. During his entire rule, he didn't turn away from the sins Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had committed. Jeroboam had cursed Israel to commit those same sins. Then Tiglath-Pileser marched into the land of Israel. He was king of Assyria. Janahem Manahem gave him 37 tons of silver to get his help. He wanted to make his control over the kingdom stronger. Manahem forced Israel to give him that money. Every wealthy person had to give him 20 ounces of silver. All of it went to the king of Assyria, so he pulled his troops back. He didn't stay in the land anymore. The other events of the rule of Menahem are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Menahem joined the members of his family who had already died. His son Pekahiah became the next king after him. Pekahiah became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 50th year that Uzziah was king of Judah. Pekahiah ruled for 2 years. He was the son of Menahem. Pekahiah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't turn away from these sins Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had committed. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins. One of Pekahiah's chief officers was Pekah. He was son of he was the son of Remaliah. Pekah made evil plans against Pekahiah. He took 50 men of Gilead with him and killed Pekahiah. He also killed Argob and Eri. He killed all of them in the safest place in the royal palace at Samaria. So Pekah killed Pekahiah. He became the next king after him. The other events of the rule of Pekahiah are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Pekah became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 52nd year that Uzziah was king of Judah. Pekah ruled for 20 years. He was the son of Remaliah. Pekah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He didn't turn away from the sins Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had committed. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit those same sins during the rule of Pekah, the king of Israel. Tiglath-Pileser marched into the land again. He was king of Assyria. He took the towns of Ijon, Abel, Beth, Makkah, Janoah, Kedesh, and Hazor. He also took the land of Gilead and Galilee, that included the whole territory of Naphtali. He took the people away from their land. He sent them off to Assyria. Then Hoshea, made evil plans against Pekah, the son of Remaliah. Hoshea was the son of Elah. Hoshea attacked Pekah and killed him. Then Hoshea became the next king after him. It was in the 20th year of the rule of Jotham, the son of Uzziah. The other events of the rule of Pekah are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Israel. Jotham began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the second year that Pekah was king of Israel. He was the son of Remaliah. Jotham was the son of Uzziah. Jotham was 25 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha. She was the daughter of Zadok. Jotham did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done, but the high places weren't removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings and burnt incense there. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the Lord's temple. The other events of the rule of Jotham are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. In those days, the Lord began to send Rezin and Pekah against Judah. Rezin was king of Aram. Pekah was the son of Remaliah. Jotham joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the family tomb in the city of King David. His son Ahaz became the next king after him. Ahaz began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the 17th year of the rule Pekah the son of Remaliah. Ahaz was the son of Jotham. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 16 years. Ahaz didn't do what was right in the eyes of the Lord his God. He didn't do what King David had done. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel. He even sacrificed his son in the fire to another god. He followed the practices of the nations. The Lord hated those practices. He had driven out those nations to make room for the people of Israel. Ahaz offered sacrifices and burnt incense at the high places. He also did it on the tops of hills and under every green tree. Rezin and Pekah marched up to Jerusalem and surrounded it. Rezin was king of Aram. Pekah, the son of Remaliah, was king of Israel. They attacked Ahaz, but they couldn't overpower him at that time. Rezin, the king of Aram, Aram got back Elath for Aram. He drove out the people of Judah. Then the people of Edom moved into Elath, and they still live there to this very day. Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath Pileser. Pileser. He was king of Assyria. The message of Ahaz said, I am your servant, you are my master. Come up and save me from the powerful hands of the kings of Aram and Israel. They are attacking me. Ahaz took the silver and gold that were in the Lord's temple. He also took the silver and gold that were among the treasures in the royal palace. He sent all of it as a gift to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria did what Ahaz asked him to do. He attacked the city of Damascus and captured it. He sent its people away to Tyre, and he put Rezin to death. Then King Ahaz went to Damascus. He went there to see Tiglath-Pileser, the king of Assyria. The king of Syria. Uh, Ahaz saw an altar in Damascus. He sent a drawing of it to the priest Uriah. He also sent him plans for building it. So the priest Uriah built an altar. He followed all the plans King Ahaz had sent from Damascus. He finished it before Ahaz returned. The king came back from Damascus. When he saw the altar, he approached it. Then he offered sacrifices on it. Up his he offered up his burnt offering and grain offering. He poured out his drink offering, and he sprinkled blood from his friendship offerings on the altar. The bronze altar of for burnt offerings stood in front of the Lord. It was between the new altar and the Lord's temple. Ahaz took it front away from the front of the temple. He put it on the north side of the new altar. Then King Ahaz gave orders to the priest Uriah. He said, offer sacrifices to the large new altar, offer the morning burnt offering and the evening grain offering. Offer my burnt offering and my grain offering. Offer the burnt offering all of the burnt offering of all of the people of the land. Offer their grain offering and their drink offering. Sprinkle on the altar all of the blood from the burnt offerings and sacrifices, all, but I will use the bronze altar to look for advice and direction. The priest Uriah did just as King Ahaz had ordered. Ahaz took away the sides of the bronze stand. He removed the bowls from the stands. He removed the huge bowl from the bronze bowls it stood on. He placed the bowl on a stone base. He took away the covered area that had been used on the Sabbath day. It had been built at the Lord's temple. He removed the royal entrance that was outside the temple. Ahaz did all of that to honor the king of Assyria. The other events of the rule of Ahaz are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Ahaz joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in the family tomb in the city of David. His son Hezekiah became the next king after him. 2 Kings 17. Hoshea became king of Israel in Samaria. It was in the 12th year that Ahaz was king of Judah. Hoshea ruled for 9 years. He was the son of Elah. Yeah. Hoshea did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, but he wasn't as evil as the kings of Israel who ruled before him. Shalmaneser came up to attack Hoshea. Shalmaneser was king of Assyria. He had been Hoshea's master. He had forced Hoshea to bring him gifts, but the king of Assyria found out that Hoshea had turned against him. Hoshea had sent messengers to So, the king of Egypt. Hoshea didn't send gifts to the king of Assyria anymore. He had been sending them every year, so Shalmaneser grabbed hold of him and put him in prison. The king of Assyria marched into the whole land of Israel. He marched to Samaria and surrounded it for 3 years. From time to time, he attacked it. Finally, the king of Assyria captured Samaria. It was in the 9th year of Hoshea. The king of Assyria took the people of Israel away from their own land. He set them off to Assyria. He settled some of them in Hala. He settled others in Gozan on the Habor River, and still others in the he settled still others in the towns of the Medes. Medes. All of that took place because the people of Israel had committed sins against the Lord their God. They had brought them out of brought them up out of Egypt. He had brought them out from under the power of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, but they worshipped other gods. The Lord had driven out other nations to make room for them, but they followed the evil practices of those nations. They also followed the practices that the kings of Israel has started. The people of Israel did things against the Lord their God in secret. What they did was wasn't right. They built high places for worship in all of their towns. They built them at lookout towers. They also built them at cities that had high walls around them. They set up sacred stones, and they set up poles that were used to worship the goddess Asherah. They did that on every high hill and under every green tree. The Lord had driven out nations to make room for Israel, but the people of Israel burned incense at every high place, just as those nations had done. The Israelites did evil things that made the Lord very angry. They worshipped statues of gods. They did it even though the Lord had said, "Do not do that." The Lord warned Israel and Judah through all of his prophets and seers. He said, "Turn from your evil ways, keep my commands and rules, obey every part of my law. I commanded your people who lived long ago to obey it, and I gave it to you through my servants, the prophets." But the people wouldn't listen. They were as stubborn as their people of long ago had been. Those people didn't trust in the Lord their God. They refused to obey his rules. They broke the covenant he had made with them. They didn't pay any attention to the warnings he had given them. They worshipped worthless statues of gods. Then they themselves became worthless. They followed the example of the nations that were around them. They did it even though the Lord had ordered them not to. He has said, "Do not do as they do." They did the very things the Lord had told them not to do. They they turned away from all of the commands of the Lord their God. They made two statues of gods for themselves. The statues were shaped like calves. They made a pole that was used to worship the goddess Asherah. They bowed down to all of the stars, and they worshiped the god Baal. They sacrificed their sons and daughters in the fire. They practiced all kinds of evil magic. They gave themselves over to do what was evil in the sight of the Lord. All of those things made him very angry. So the Lord was filled with anger against Israel. He removed them from his land. Only the tribe of Judah was left, and even Judah didn't obey the commands of the Lord their God. They followed the practices Israel has started. So the Lord turned his back on all of the people of Israel. He made them suffer. He handed them over to people who stole everything they had, and finally he threw them out of his land. He tore Israel away from the royal house of David. The people of Israel made Jeroboam the son of Nebat their king. Jeroboam tried to get Israel to stop following the Lord. He caused them to commit a great caused them to commit a trouble sin. The people of Israel were stubborn. They continued to commit all of the sins Jeroboam had committed. They didn't turn away from them. So the Lord removed them from his land. That's what he had warned them he would do. He had given that warning through all of his servants, the prophets. So the people of Israel were taken away from their country. They were forced to go to Assyria, and that's where they still are. The king of Assyria brought people from Babylon. He also brought them from Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim. He settled all of them in the towns of Samaria. They took the place of the people of Israel. They took over Samaria and lived in its towns. When they first lived there, they didn't worship the Lord, so that he sent lions among them, and the lions killed some of the people. A report was given to the king of Assyria. He was told, "You forced people to leave their own homes. You settled them in the towns of Samaria, but they didn't know what the God of that country requires. So he has sent lions among them, and the lions are killing the people off. That's because the people don't know God what that God requires." Then the king of Assyria gave an order. He said, "Get one of the priests you captured from Samaria, send him back to live there, have him teach the people what the God of that land requires." So one of the priests went back to live in Bethel. He was one of those who had been forced to leave Samaria. He taught the people there how to worship the Lord. In spite of that, the people from each nation made statues of their own gods. They made them in all the towns where they had settled. They set up those statues in small temples. The people of Samaria had built the temples of temples at the high places. The people from Babylon made statues of the god Sakath Ben Noth. Those from Katha, Cutha made statues of Nergal. Those from Hamath made statues of Ashima. The Avites made statues of Nibhaz and Tartak. The Sepharvites sacrificed their children in the fire of Adramelech and Anamelech. They were the gods of Sepharvaim. The people of Samaria worshipped the Lord, but they also appointed all kinds of their own people to worship them as priests. The priests served in these small temples at the high places. The people worshiped the Lord, but they also served their own gods. They followed the evil practices of the nations from which they have been brought. They are stubborn. They continue in their old practices to this very day, and now they don't even worship the Lord. They don't follow his directions and rules. They don't obey his laws and commands. The Lord had given all of those laws to the family of Jacob. He gave the name Israel to Jacob. The Lord made a covenant with the people of Israel at that time. He commanded them, do not worship any other gods, do not bow down to them, do not serve them or sacrifice to them. I am the one you must worship. I uh, brought you up out of Egypt by my great power. I saved you by reaching out my mighty arm. You must bow You must bow down to me. You must offer sacrifices to me. You must always be careful to follow my directions and rules. You must obey the laws and commands I wrote for you. Do not worship other gods. Do not forget the covenant I made with you. And remember, you must not worship other gods. Instead, worship me. I will save you from the powerful hand of all of your enemies. I am the Lord your God. But the people wouldn't listen. Instead, they were stubborn. They continued in their old practices. They worshipped the Lord, but at the same time, they served the statues of their gods. And to this very day, their children and grandchildren continue to do what their people before them did. Hezekiah became began to rule as king over Judah. It was in the third year that Hoshea was king of Israel. He was the son of Elah. Hezekiah was the son of Ahaz. Hezekiah was 25 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 29 years. His mother's name was Abijah. She was the daughter of Zechariah. Zechariah. Hezekiah did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as King David had done. He Hezekiah removed the high places, he smashed the sacred stones, he cut down the poles that were used to worship the goddess Asherah. He broke into pieces the he broke into pieces the bronze snake Moses had made. Up to that time, the people of Israel had been burning incense to it. They called it Nehushtan. Hezekiah Hezekiah trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel. There was no one like him among all of the kings of Judah. There was no king like him either before him or after him. Ezekiel remained true to the Lord. He didn't stop following him. He obeyed the commands the Lord had given Moses. The Lord was with Hezekiah. He was successful in everything he did. He refused to remain under the control of the king of Assyria. He didn't serve him. He won the war against the Philistines. He won battles at their lookout towers. He won battles at their cities that had high walls around them. He won battles against the Philistines all the way to Gaza and its territory. Shalmaneser approached to Samaria and surrounded it. It was in the fourth year of King Hezekiah. Hezekiah. That was the seventh year of Hoshea, the king of Israel. He was the son of Elah. Shalmaneser was king of Assyria. At the end of 3 years, the army of Assyria took Samaria. It was captured in the sixth year of Hezekiah. That was the ninth year of Hoshea, the king of Israel. The king of Assyria took the people of Israel away from their land. He sent them off to Assyria. He settled some of them in Hala. He settled others in Gozan on the harbor river. He settled still others in the towns of the Medes. Those things happened because the Israelites hadn't obeyed the Lord their God. They had broken the covenant he had made with them. They had refused to do everything Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded. They hadn't paid any attention to those commands. They hadn't obeyed them. Sennacherib attacked and captured all the cities of Judah that had high walls around them. It was in the 4th year of the rule of Hezekiah. Sennacherib was king of Assyria. Hezekiah, the king of Judah, sent a message to the king of Assyria at Lachish. It said, I have done what is wrong. Pull your troops back from me, then I'll pay you everything you ask me to do. The king of Assyria forced Hezekiah, the king of Judah, to give him 11 tons of silver. Hezekiah also had to give him a ton of gold. So Hezekiah gave him all of the silver that was in the Lord's temple. He also gave him all of the silver that was among the treasures in the royal palace. Hezekiah, the king of Judah, had covered the doors and doorposts of the Lord's temple with gold, but now he had to strip it off. He had to give it to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria sent his highest commander from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem. He also sent his chief officer and his field commander along with a large army. All of them came up to Jerusalem. They stopped at the channel that brings water from the upper pool. It was on the road to the washerman's field. They called for King Hezekiah, Eliakim, Shebna, and Jo Joah Joah went out to them. Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, was in charge of the palace. Shebna was the secretary. Joah, the son of Asaph, kept the records. The field commander said to them, give Hezekiah this message. Tell him Sennacherib is the great king of Assyria. He says, why are you putting your faith in what your king says? You say you have a military plan. You say you have a strong army, but your words don't mean anything. Who are you depending on? Why don't you want to stay under my control? You are depending on Israel. You are depending on Egypt. Why are you doing that? Egypt is nothing but a broken papyrus stem. Try leaning on it. It will only cut your hand. Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, is just like that to everyone who depends on him. Suppose you say to me, we are depending on the Lord our God. Didn't Hezekiah remove your gods, high places, and altars? Didn't Hezekiah say to the people of Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship at the altar in Jerusalem? Come on, make a deal with my master, the king of Assyria. I'll give you 2,000 horses, but only if you can put riders on them. You are depending on Egypt for chariots and horsemen. You can't drive away from the least important officer among my master's officials. Besides, do you think I've come without receiving a message from the Lord? Have I come to attack and destroy this place without a message from him? The Lord himself told me to march out against your country. He told me to destroy it. Then Shebna, Joah, and Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, spoke to the field commander. They said, please speak to us in the Aramaic language. We understand it. Don't speak to us in Hebrew. If you do, the people who are on the wall will be able to understand you. The commander replied, my master sent me to say these things. Are these words only for your master and you to hear? Aren't they also for the men who are sitting on the wall? They are going to suffer just like you. They'll have to eat their own waste, they'll have to drink their own urine. Then the commander stood up and spoke in the Hebrew language. He called out, attention, pay attention to what the great king of Assyria is telling you. He says, don't let Hezekiah trick you. He can't save you from my powerful hand. Don't let Hezekiah talk you into trusting in the Lord. Don't believe him when he says you can be sure that the Lord will save us. This city will not be handed over to the king of Assyria. Don't listen to Hezekiah. The king of Assyria says, make a peace treaty with me. Come over to my side. Then every one of you will eat fruit from your own vine and fig tree. Every one of you will drink water from your own well. You will do that until I come back. Then I'll take you to a land that is just like yours. It's a land that has a lot of grain and fresh wine. It has plenty of bread and vineyards. It has olive trees and honey. So choose life. Don't choose death. Don't pay attention to Hezekiah. He's telling you a lie when he says the Lord will save us. Has the God of any nation ever saved his land from the powerful hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Iva? Have they saved Samaria from my power? Which one of all of the gods of those countries has been able to save his land from me? So how can the Lord save Jerusalem from my power? But the people remained silent. They didn't say anything. That's because King Hezekiah had commanded, don't answer him. Then Eliakim, the king of Hilkiah, went to Hezekiah. Eliakim was in charge of the palace. The secretary Shebna went with him. So did Joah, the son of Asaph. Joah kept the records of all of them. Went to Hezekiah with their clothes torn. They told him what the field commander had said. When King Hezekiah heard what the field commander had said, he tore his clothes. He put on black clothes. Then he went into the Lord's temple. Hezekiah sent Eliakim, who was in charge of the palace, to the prophet I, Is, Is, what, I, um, I, Is, Isaiah, 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 the son of Amos. He also set the lead leading priest and the secretary Shebna to him. All of them were wearing black clothes. They told Isaiah, Hezekiah, Hezekiah says, "Today we're in great trouble. The Lord is warning us. He's bringing shame on us. Sometimes babies come to the moment when they should be born, but their mothers aren't strong enough to allow them to be born. Today, we are like those mothers. We aren't strong enough to save ourselves. Perhaps the Lord our God will hear everything the field commander has said. His, ma- his master, the king of Assyria, has sent him to make fun of the living God. Maybe the Lord your God will punish him for what he has heard him say. So pray for the remaining people who are still alive here." King Hezekiah's officials came to Isaiah. Then Isaiah said to them, "Tell your master, the Lord says, do not be afraid of what you have heard. The officers who are under the king of Assyria have spoken evil things against me. Listen, I will send him news from his own country. It will upset him so much that he will return home. There I will have him cut down with a sword." The field commander heard that the king of Syria had left Lachish, so the commander pulled his troops back from Jerusalem. He went to join the king. He found out that the king was fighting against Libnah. During that time, Sennacherib received a report. He was told that Sirhaka was marching out to fight against him. Tirhaka was the king of Egypt. He was from the land of Cush. Sennacherib sent messengers against to Hezekiah with a letter. It said, "Tell Hezekiah, the king of Egypt, king of Judah, don't let the God you depend on trick you. He says Jerusalem will not be handed over to the king of Assyria, but don't believe him. I'm sure you have heard about what the kings of Assyria have done to all of the other countries. They have destroyed them completely. So, do you think you will be saved? The kings who ruled before me destroyed many nations. Did the gods of those nations save them? Did the gods of Gozan, Haran, or Rezeph save them? What about the gods of the people of Eden who were in Tel Assar? Where is the king of Hamath? Where is the king of Arpad? Where is the king of the city of Sepharvaim? Where are the kings of Hena or Iva? When Hezekiah received the letter from the messengers, he read it. Then he went up to the Lord's temple. There he spread the letter out in front of the Lord. Hezekiah prayed to the Lord. He said, "Lord, you are the God of Israel. You sit on your throne between the cherubim. You alone are God over all of the kingdoms on earth. You have made heaven and earth. Listen, Lord, hear us. Open your eyes, Lord. Look at the trouble we're in. Listen to what Sennacherib is saying. You are the living God, and he dares to make fun of you. Lord, it's true that the kings of Assyria have completely destroyed many nations and their lands. They have thrown the statues of gods of those nations into fire, and they have destroy them. That's because they weren't really gods at all. They were nothing but statues that were made out of wood and stone. They were made by the hands of men. Lord our God, save us from the powerful hand of Sennacherib. Then all of the kingdoms on earth will know that you alone are God. Isaiah sent a message to Hezekiah. Isaiah was the son of Amos. Isaiah said, "The Lord is the God of Israel." He says, "I have heard your prayers about Sennacherib, the king of Assyria. Here is the message the Lord has spoken against him. The Lord says, you will not win the battle over Zion. Its people hate you and make fun of you. The people of Jerusalem their lift up their heads proudly as you run away. Who have you laughed at? Who have you spoken evil things against? Who have you raised your voice against? Who have you looked at so proudly have done it against me? I am the Holy One of Israel. Through your messengers you have laughed at me again and again, and you have said, I have many chariots with them. I have climbed to the top of the mountains. I've climbed the highest mountains in Lebanon. I've cut down its tallest cedar trees. I've cut down the best of its pine trees. I've reached its farthest parts. I've reached its finest forests. I've dug wells in strange lands. I've drunk the water from them. I've walked through all of Egypt's streams. I've dried up every one of them. But I, the Lord, say, haven't you heard what I have done? Long ago I arranged for you to do all of that. In days of old I planned it. Now I have made it happen. You have turned cities with high walls into piles of stone. Their people do not have any power left. They are troubled and put to shame. They are like plants in the field. They are like new green plants. They are like grass that grows on a roof. It dries up before it is completely grown. But I know where you live. I know when you come and go. I know how very angry you are with me. You roar against me and brag. I have heard your bragging, so I will put my hook in your nose. I will put my bit in your mouth. I will make you go home, but the same way you came. The Lord said, Hezekiah, here is a miraculous sign for you. This year you will eat what grows by itself. In the second year you will eat what grows from that. But in the third year you will plant your crops and gather them in. You will plant your grapevines and eat their fruit. The people of Judah who are still alive will be like plants. Once more they will put down roots and produce fruit. Out of Jerusalem will come those who remain. Out of Mount Zion will come those who are still left alive. My great love will make sure that happens. I rule over all. Here is a message from me about the king of Assyria. It says, you will not enter this city. He will not enter this city. He will not even shoot an arrow at it. He will not come near it with a shield. He will not build a ramp in order to climb over its walls. By the same way he came, he will go home. He will not enter this city. Announce the Lord, I will guard this city and save it. I will do it for myself, and I will do it for my servant David. That night the angel of the Lord went into the camp of the Assyrians. He put to death 185,000 soldiers there. The people of Jerusalem got up The next morning they looked around and saw all of the dead bodies. So Sennacherib, the king of Assyria, took the army tents down. Then he left. He returned to Nineveh and stayed there. One day, Sennacherib was worshiping in the temple of his god Nisroch. His sons Adoram, Adoramelech, and Sharezer cut him down with their swords. Then they escaped the to the land of Ararat. Esar Esarhaddon became the next king after his father Sennacherib. In those days, Hezekiah became very sick. He knew he was about to die. The prophet Isaiah, the son of Amos, went to him. Isaiah told Hezekiah, the Lord says, put everything in order, put out your will. You are going to die soon. You will not get well again. Hezekiah turned his face toward the wall. He prayed to the Lord. He said, Lord, please remember how faithful I've been to you. I've lived the way you want me to. I've served you with all my heart. I've done what is good in your sight. And Hezekiah cried bitterly. Isaiah was leaving the middle courtyard. Before he had left it, a message came to him from the Lord. He said, go back and speak to Hezekiah. He is the leader of my people. Tell him, the Lord, the God of King David says, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears, and I will heal you. On the third day from now, you will go up to my temple. I will add 15 years to your life. I will save you and this city from the powerful hand of the king of Assyria. I will guard this city. I will do it for myself, and I will do it for my servant David. Then Isaiah said, press some figs together, spread them on a piece of cloth. So that's what they did. Then they applied it to Ezekiel's bowl, and he got well again. Ezekiel has said to Isaiah, you say the Lord will heal me. You say that I'll go up to his temple on the third day from now. What will the miraculous sign be to prove he'll really do that? Isaiah answered, the Lord will do what he has promised. Here is his sign to you. Do you want the shadow the sun makes to go forward 10 steps, or do you want it to go back 10 steps? It's easy for the shadow to go forward 10 steps, said Hezekiah. So have it go back 10 steps. Then the prophet Isaiah called out to the Lord, and the Lord made the shadow go back 10 steps. It went back the 10 steps it had gone down on the stairway Haze had made. At that time, Merodach Baladan, the king of Babylonia, sent Hezekiah letters and a gift. He had heard that Hezekiah had been sick. Merodach Baladan was the son of Baladan. Ezekiel received the messengers. He showed them everything that was in his storerooms. He showed them the silver and gold. He showed them the spices and the fine olive oil. He showed them where he kept his weapons, and he showed them all of his treasures. In fact, he showed them everything that was in his palace and in his whole kingdom. Then Isaiah the prophet went to King Hezekiah. He asked him, why did those men What did those men say? Where did they come from? They came from a land far away. Hezekiah said they came from Babylon. The prophet asked, "What did they see in your palace?" "They saw everything in my palace." Hezekiah said, "I showed them all of my treasures." Then Isaiah said to Ezekiel, "Listen to the Lord's message." He says, "You can be sure the time will come when everything in your palace will be carried off to Babylon. Everything the king before you have stored up until this day will be taken away. There will not be anything left, says the Lord. Some of the members of your family line will be taken away. They will be your own flesh and blood. They will include the children who will be born into your family line in years to come, and they will serve the king of Babylonia in his palace. The message the Lord has spoken through you is good." Hezekiah replied, "He thought there will be peace and safety while I'm still living." The other events of the rule of Hezekiah are written down. Everything he accomplished is written down. That includes how he made the pole and the tunnel he used them to bring water into Jerusalem. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Hezekiah joined the members of his family who had already died. His son Manasseh became the next king after him. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 55 years. His mother's name was Hephzibah. Manasseh did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He followed the practices of the nations. The Lord had hated those practices. He had driven those nations out to make room for the people of Israel. Manasseh rebuilt the high places his father Hezekiah had destroyed them. Manasseh also set up altars to the god Baal. He made a pole that was used to worship the goddess Asherah. Ahab, the king of Israel, had done those same things. Manasseh even bowed down to all of the stars, and he worshipped them. He built altars in the Lord's temple. The Lord had said about his temple, "I will put my name there in Jerusalem." In both courtyards of the Lord's temple, Manasseh built altars to honor all of the stars. He sacrificed his own son in the fire to another god. He practiced all kinds of evil magic. He got mes- messages from those who have died. He talked to the spirits of the dead. He did many things that were evil in the sight of the Lord. He made him very angry. Manasseh had carved a pole for worshiping Asherah. He put it in the temple. The Lord had spoken to David and his son Solomon about the temple. He had said, "My name will be in this temple and in Jerusalem forever. Out of all of the cities in the tribes of Israel, I have chosen Jerusalem. I gave this land to your people who lived long ago. I will not make the Israelites wander away from it again, but they must be careful to do everything I commanded them. They must obey the whole law that my servant Moses gave them." But the people didn't pay any attention. Manasseh led them down the wrong path. They did more evil things than the nations the Lord had destroyed to make room for the people of Israel. The Lord spoke through his servants, the prophets. He said, "Manasseh, the king of Judah, has committed terrible sins. I hate them." Manasseh has done more things than the Amorites who were in the land before him, and he has led Judah to commit sin by worshiping his statues of gods. I am the Lord, I am the God of Israel. I tell you, I am going to bring trouble on Jerusalem and Judah, it will be so terrible and terrible that the ears of everyone who hears about it will ring. I will measure out punishment against Jerusalem just as I did against Samaria. I used a plumb line against the royal family of Ahab to prove that they did not measure up to my standards. I will use the same plumb line against Jerusalem. I will wipe out Jerusalem just as someone wipes a dish. I will wipe it and turn it upside down. I will desert those who remain among my people. I will hand them over to their enemies. All of their enemies will rob them. That is because my people have done what is evil in my sight. They have made me very angry. They have done that from the day they own people came from their own people came out of Egypt until this very day. Manasseh also spilled the blood of many people who weren't guilty of doing anything. He spilled so much blood that he filled Jerusalem with it from one end of the city to the other. He caused Judah to commit sin, so they also did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. The other events of the rule of Manasseh are written down. Everything he did is written down. That includes the sin he committed. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Manasseh joined the members of his family who had already died. His body was buried in his palace garden. It was called the Garden of Uzzah. Manasseh's son Amon became the next king after him. Amon was 22 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 2 years. His mother's name was Meshulameth. She was the daughter of Haruz. She was from Jotbah. Jotbah. Amon did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, just as his father Manasseh had done. He lived the way his father had lived. He worshipped the statues of the gods his father had worshipped. He bowed down to them. He deserted the Lord, the God of his people. He didn't live the way the Lord wanted him to. Amon's officials made plans against him. They murdered the king in his palace. Then the people of the land killed all of those who had made plans against King Amon. They made his son Josiah king in his place. The other events of the rule of Amon are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of the things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Amon's body was buried in his grave in the Garden of Uzzah. His son Josiah became the next king after him. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 31 years. His mother's name was Jedidah. Jedidah. She was the daughter of Adaiah. She was from Bozkath. Josiah did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He lived the way King David had lived. He didn't turn away it to the right or the left. Just King Josiah sent his secretary Shaphan to the Lord's temple. It was in the 18th year of Josiah's rule. Shaphan was the son of Azaliah. Azaliah was the son of Meshulam. Meshulam. Josiah said, "Go up to the high priest Hilkiah, have him add up the money that has been brought into the Lord's temple. Those who guard the doors have collected it from the people. Have them put all of the money in the care of the men who have been put in charge of the work on the Lord's temple. Have them pay the workers who repair it, have them pay the builders and those who work with wood, have them pay those who lay the stones, also have them buy lumber and blocks of stone to repair the temple, but they don't have to report how they use the money that is given to them. That's because they are completely honest. The high priest Hilkiah spoke to the secretary Shaphan. He said, I found the scroll of the law in the Lord's temple. He gave it to Shaphan, who read it. Then Shaphan went to King Josiah. He told him, your officials have paid out the money that was in the Lord's temple. They've put it in the care of the workers and directors there. Shaphan continued, the priest Hilkiah had given me a scroll. Shaphan read some of it to the king. The king heard the words of the scroll of the law. When he did, he tore his royal robes. He gave orders to the priest Hilkiah, Ahikam, Ak- Akbar, the secretary Shaphan, and Asaiah. Ahikam was the son of Shaphan. Akbar was the son of Micaiah, and Asaiah was the king's attendant. Josiah commanded them, go ask the Lord for advice, ask him about what is written in this scroll that has been found. Do it for me, also do it for the people and the whole nation of Judah. The Lord's anger is burning against us. That's because our people before us didn't obey the words of the scroll. They didn't do everything that is written there about us. The priest Hilkiah went to speak to the prophet Huldah. So did Ahikam, Akbor, Shaphan, and Asaiah. Huldah was the wife of Shalom was the son of Tikvah. Tikvah was the son of Harhas. Shalom took care of the sacred robes. Huldah lived in the new quarter of Jerusalem. She said to them, the Lord is the God of Israel. He says, tell the man who sent you to me. The Lord says, I am going to bring terrible on this place and its people. Everything that is written in this scroll the king of Judah has read will take place. That is because the people had deserted me. They have burned incense to other gods. They have made me very angry because of the statues of gods their hands have made. So my anger will burn against this place. This fire of my anger will not be put out. The king of Judah sent you to ask the Lord for advice. Tell him the Lord is the God of Israel. He has a message for you about the things you heard. He says your heart was tender. You made yourself low in my sight. You heard what I spoke against this place and its people. I said they would be under a curse. I told them they would be destroyed. You tore your royal robe and sobbed, and I have heard you, announces the Lord. You will join the members of your family who have already died. Your body will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all of the trouble I am going to bring on this place. Huldah's answer was taken back to the king. Then the king called together all of the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. He went up to the Lord's temple. The people of Judah and Jerusalem went with him. So did the priests and prophets. All of them went from the least important of them to the most important. The king had all of the words of the scroll of the covenant read to them. The scroll had been found in the Lord's temple. The king stood next to his pillar. He agreed to the terms of the covenant in front of the Lord. He promised to follow him and obey his commands, directions, and rules. He promised to obey them with all of his heart and with all of his soul. So he agreed to the terms of the covenant that were written down in that scroll. Then all of the people committed themselves to the covenant. Certain articles that were in the Lord's temple had been made to honor the god Baal and the goddess Asherah and all of the stars in the sky. The king ordered the high priest Hilkiah to remove those articles. He ordered the priests who were under him and the men who guarded the doors to help Hilkiah. Josiah burned the articles outside Jerusalem. He burned them in the fields in the Kidron Valley, and he took the ashes to Bethel. He got rid of the priests who served other gods. The kings of Judah had appointed them to burn incense. They burned the incense on the high places of the towns of Judah, and they burned it on the high places around Jerusalem. They burned incense to honor Baal and the sun and moon. They burned it to honor all of the stars. Josiah removed the Asherah pole from the Lord's temple. It had been used to worship Asherah. He took it to the Kidron Valley outside Jerusalem. There he burned it. He ground it into powder. He shattered it over the graves of the ordinary people. He also tore down the rooms where the male temple prostitutes stayed. Those rooms were in the Lord's temple. The women had made clothes for Asherah in them. Josiah brought all of the priests from the towns of Judah and destroyed the high places. He destroyed them from Geba all the way to Beersheba. The priests had burned incense in on them. Josiah broke down the high places at the gates, that included the high place at the entrance of the gate of Joshua. It was on the left side of one of Jerusalem's gates. Joshua was the city governor. The priests of the high places didn't serve at the Lord's altar in Jerusalem. In spite of that, they ate with the other priests. All of them ate bread that was made without yeast. Josiah destroyed the high places at Tapheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom. He didn't want anyone to use them to sacrifice his son or daughter in the fire to the god Molech. He removed the statues of horses from the entrance to the Lord's temple. The kings of Judah has set them apart to honor the sun. The statues were in the courtyard. They were near the room of an official named Nathan Melech. Josiah burned the chariots that had been set apart to honor the sun. He pulled down in he pulled down the altars the kings of Judah had set up. They had put them on the palace roof near the upstairs room of Ahaz. Josiah also pulled down the altars Manasseh had built. They were in the two courtyards of the Lord's temple. Josiah removed the altars from there. He smashed them to pieces. Then he threw the broken pieces into the Kidron Valley. The king also destroyed the high places that were east of Jerusalem. They were at the southern end of the Mount Olives, southern end of the Mount of Olives. They were the ones Solomon, the king of Israel, had built. He had built a high place for worshipping Ashtoreth. She was the evil goddess of the people of Sidon. Solomon had also built one for worshipping Shamash. He was the evil god of Moab, and Solomon had built one for worshiping Molech. He was the god of the people of Ammon. The Lord hated that god. Josiah smashed the sacred stones. He cut down the poles that were used to worship the goddess Asherah. Then he covered all those places with human bones. There was an altar at Bethel. It was at the high place that had been made by Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit sin. Even that altar and high place were destroyed by Josiah. He burned the high place. He ground it into powder. He also burned the Asherah pole. Then Josiah looked around. He saw the tombs that were on the side of the hill. He had the bones removed from them, and he burned them on the altar to make it unclean. That's what the Lord had said would happen. He had spoken that message through a man of God. The man had announced those things along through before they took place. The king asked, "What's that stone on the grave over there?" The men of the city said, "It marks the tomb where the body of a man of God is buried." He came from Judah. He spoke against the altar at Bethel. He announced the very things you have done to it. "Leave it alone," Josiah said. "Don't let anyone touch his bones." So they spared his bones. They also spared the bones of the prophet who had come from the northern kingdom of Israel. Josiah did in the rest of the northern kingdom the same things he had done at Bethel. He removed all of the small temples at the high places. He made them unclean. The kings of Israel had built them in the towns of the northern kingdom. The people in those towns had made the Lord very angry. Josiah killed all the priests of those who of those high places on the altars. He burned human bones on the altars. Then he went back to Jerusalem. The king gave an order to all of the people. He said, "Celebrate the Passover feast to honor the Lord your God. Do what is written in the scroll of the covenant." A Passover feast like that one had not been held for a long time. There hadn't been any like it since the days of the judges who led Israel, and there hadn't been any like it during the whole time the kings of Israel and Judah were ruling. King Josiah celebrated the Passover in Jerusalem to honor the Lord. It was in the 18th year of his rule, and that's not all. Josiah got rid of those who got messages from people who had died. He got rid of those who talked to the spirits of the dead. He got rid of the statues of family gods and the statues of other gods. He got rid of everything else the Lord hates that was in Judah and Jerusalem. He did it to carry out what the law required. That law was written in the scroll the priest Milkiah had Milkiah had found in the Lord's temple. There was no king like Josiah either before him or after him. None of them turned to the Lord as he did. He followed the Lord with all of his heart and with all of his soul. He followed him with all his strength. He did everything the law of Moses required. In spite of that, the Lord didn't turn away from his burning anger. It blazed out against Judah. That's because of everything Manasseh had done to make him very angry. So the Lord said, I will remove Judah from my hand. I will do it to them what I did to Israel. I will turn my back on Jerusalem is the city I chose. I will also turn my back on this temple. Spoke about it. I spoke about it. I said, I will put my name here. The other events of the rule of Josiah are written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Pharaoh Necho was king of Egypt. He marched up in the Euphrates River. He went there to help the king of Assyria. It happened while Josiah was king. Josiah marched out to meet Necho in battle. When Necho saw him at Megiddo, he killed him. Josiah's servants brought his body in a chariot from Megiddo to Jerusalem. They buried his body in his own tomb. Then the people of the land went and got Jehoahaz. They anointed him as king in place of his father Josiah. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 3 months. His mother's name was Hamutal. She was the daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. Je- Jehoahaz did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did just as the kings who had ruled before him had done. Pharaoh Necho put him in chains at Riblah in the land of Hamath. That kept him from ruling in Jerusalem. Necho made the people of Judah pay him a tax of almost 4 tons of silver and 75 pounds of gold. Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim king in place of his father Josiah. He changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim, but he took Jehoahaz with him to Egypt, and that's where Jehoahaz died. Jehoiakim paid Pharaoh Necho the silver and gold he required to get the money. Jehoiakim taxed the land. He forced the people to give him the silver and gold he made each one pay him what he required. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 11 years. His mother's name was Zebidah. She was the daughter of Pedaiah. She was from Rumah. Jeho- Je- Jehoiakim did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did just as the kings who had ruled before him had done. During Jehoiakim's rule, Nebuchadnezzar marched into the land and attacked it. He was king of Babylonia. He became Jehoiakim Jehoiakim's master for 3 years, but then Jehoiakim decided he didn't want to remain under Nebuchadnezzar's rule. The Lord sent robbers against Jehoiakim from Babylonia, Aram, Moab, and Ammon. He sent them to destroy Judah. That's what the Lord had said would happen. He had spoken that message through his servants, the prophets. Those things happened to Judah in keeping with all what the Lord had commanded. He brought enemies against his people in order to remove them from his land. He removed them because of all of the sins Manasseh had committed. He also spilled the blood of many people who weren't guilty of doing anything wrong. In fact, he spilled so much of their blood that he filled Jerusalem with it, so the Lord refused to forgive him. The other events of the rule of Jeho Jehoiakim was written down. Everything he did is written down. All of those things are written in the official records of the kings of Judah. Jehoiakim joined the members of his family who had already died. His son Jehoiachin became the next king after him. The king of Egypt didn't march out from his own country again. That's because the king of Babylonia had taken so much of his territory that that territory reached from the Wadi, Wadi of Egypt all the way to the Euphrates River. Jehoiachin was 18 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 3 months. His mother's name was Nehushta. She was the daughter of E. E. Nathan. Nathan. She was from Jerusalem. Jehoiachin did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did just as his father Jehoiakim had done. At that time, the officers of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylonia, marched to Jerusalem. They surrounded it and got ready to attack. Nebuchadnezzar himself came up to the city. He arrived while his officers were attacking it. Jehoiachin, the king of Judah, handed himself over to him. Jehoiachin's mother did the same thing, and so did all of his attendants, nobles, and officials. The king of Babylonia took Jehoiachin away as his prisoner. It was in the 8th year of Nebuchadnezzar's rule. He removed all the treasures from the Lord's temple. He also removed all of the treasures from the royal palace. He took away all of the gold articles that Solomon, the king of Israel, had made for the temple. That's what the Lord had announced would happen. Nebuchadnezzar took all of the people of Jerusalem to Babylonia as prisoners. That included all the officers and fighting men. It also included all the skilled workers. The total number of the prisoners was 10,000. While only the poorest people were left in the land, Nebuchadnezzar took Jehoiachin to Babylon as his prisoner. He also took the king's mother from Jerusalem to Babylon. He took Jehoiachin Jehoiachin's wives, his officials, and the most important men in the land. The king also forced the whole army of 7,000 soldiers to go away to Babylonia. Those men were strong and able to go to war. The king forced 1,000 skilled workers to go to Babylonia. Nebuchadnezzar made Jehoiachin's uncle Mattaniah king in his place, and he changed Mattaniah's name to Zek- Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king. He ruled in Jerusalem for 11 years. His mother's name was Hamutal. She was the daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. Zedekiah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. He did just as Jehoiakim had done. Jerusalem had the enemies of Jerusalem and Judah attacked them because the Lord was angry. In the end, he threw them out of his land. Zedekiah also refused to remain under the control of Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylonia. He marched out against Jerusalem. All of his armies went with him. It was in the ninth year of the rule of Zedekiah. It was in the 10th day of the 10th month. Nebuchadnezzar set up camp outside the city. He brought in war machines all around it. It was surrounded until the 11th year of King Zedekiah's rule. By the ninth day of the fourth month, there wasn't any food left in the city, so the people didn't have anything to eat. Then the Babylonians broke through the city wall. Judah's whole army ran away at night. They went out through the gate between the two walls that were near the king's garden. They escaped even though the Babylonians surrounded the city. Judah's army ran toward the Araba valley, but the armies of Babylonia chased King Zedekiah. They caught up with him in the flatland lands near Jericho. All of his soldiers were separated from him. They had scattered in every direction. The king was captured. He was taken to the king of Babylonia at Riblah. That's where Nebuchadnezzar decided how he would be punished. His men killed the sons of Zedekiah. They forced him to watch it with his own eyes. They poked out his eyes. Then they put him in bronze chains and they took him in Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar Neb- Nebuzaradan was an official of the king of Babylonia. In fact, he was commander of the royal guard. He came to Jerusalem. It was in the 19th year that Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylonia. It was on the 7th day of the 5th month. Nebuzaradan set the Lord's temple on fire. He also set fire to the royal palace and all of the houses in Jerusalem. He turned down every important building. The armies of Babylonia broke out the walls around Jerusalem. That's what the commander told them to do. Some people still remain in the city, but the commander Zeradan took them away as prisoners. He also took the rest of the people of the land, that included those who had joined the king of Babylonia, but the commander left some of the poorest people of the land behind him. He took them to work in the vineyards and fields. The armies of Babylonia destroyed the Lord's temple. They broke the bronze pillars into pieces. They broke up the bronze stands be removed that would be moved around, and they broke up the huge bronze bowl. Then they carried the bronze away to Babylon. They also took away the pots, shovels, wick cutters, and dishes. They took away all of the bronze articles that were used for any purpose in the temple. The commander of the royal guard took away the shallow cups for burning incense. He took away the sprinkling bowls, so he took away everything that was made out of pure gold or silver. The bronze was more than anyone could weigh. It included the bronze from the two pillars. It also included the bronze from the huge bowl and the stands. Solomon had made all of those things from the Lord's temple. Each pillar was 27 feet high. The bronze top of one pillar was 4.5 feet high. It was decorated with a set of bronze chains and pomegranates all around it. The other pillars was just like it. It also had a set of chains. The commander of the guard took some prisoners. They included the chief priest Saraiah and the priest Zephaniah, who was under him. They also included the three men who guarded the temple doors. Some people were still left in the city. The commander took as a prisoner the officer who was in charge of the fighting men. He took the 5 men who gave advice to the king. He also took the secretary who was the chief officer in charge of getting the people of the land to serve in the army. He took 60 of the secretary's men who were still in the city. The commander Nebuzaradan took all of them away. He brought them to the king of Babylonia at Riblah. There the king had them put to death. Riblah was in the land of Hamath. So the people of Judah were taken as prisoners. They were taken far away from their own land. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylonia, anointed Gedaliah, Gedaliah to be over the people he had left behind in Judah. Gedaliah was the son of Ahikam. Ahikam was the son of Shaphan. All of Judah's army officers and their men heard about what had happened. They heard that the king had anointed Gedaliah as governor, so they came to Gedaliah at Mizpah. Ishmael, the son of Nathaniah, came. So did Jo- Johanan, the son of Kareah, Seraiah, the son of Tanhumeth, also came, and so did Jazaniah, the son of the Maccathite. All of their men came too. Seraiah was from No Netophah. Gedaliah Gedaliah took an oath to give hope to all those men. He spoke in a kind way to them. He said, "Don't be afraid of the officials from Babylonia. Settle down in the land of Judah. Serve the king of Babylonia, then things will go well with you." But in the seventh month, Ishmael, the son of Nathaniah, came with 10 men. He killed Gedaliah. He also killed the people of Judah and Babylonia who were with Gedaliah at Mizpah. Nathaniel, Nathaniel was the son of Elishama. Ishmael was a member of the royal family. After he had killed Gedaliah, all of the people ran away to Egypt. Everyone from the least important of them to the most important ran away. The army officers went with them. All of them went to Egypt because they were afraid of the Babylonians. Evil Merodach set Jehoiachin, the king of Judah, free from prison. It was in the 37th year after Jehoiachin had been taken away to Babylon. It was also the year evil Merodach became king of Babylonia. It was on the 27th day of the 12th month. Evil Merodach spoke kindly to Jehoiachin. He gave him a place of honor. Other kings were with Jehoiachin in Babylon, but his place was more important than theirs. So Jehoiachin put his prison clothes away, but for the rest of Jehoiachin's life, the king provided what he needed. The king did that for Jehoiachin day by day as long as he lived. First Chronicles chapter 1. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Canaan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. The sons of Noah were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Rephath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan were Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittim, and the Rodanites. The sons of Ham were Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabtasa. The sons of Ramah were Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod. Nimrod grew up to be a mighty hero on the earth. Egypt was the father of the Luddites, Anamites, Lehabites, and Naphtahites. He was also the father of the Pathrusites, Caslahites, and Caphtorites. The Philistines came from the Caslahites. Canaan was the father of Sidon. Sidon was his oldest son. Canaan was also the father of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, and Girgashites, and he was the father of the Hivites, Archites, Sinites, Arvadites, Zamarites, and Hamathites. The sons of Shem were Elam, Asher, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram were Uz, Hul, Guther, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah. Shelah was the father of Eber. Eber was the father of two sons. One was named Peleg. The earth was divided up in his time. His brother was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Almodad, Shalef, Hazar, Hazarmaveth, and Jerah. He was also the father of Hadoram, Uzal, Diklah, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All of them were sons of Joktan. Shem, Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nahor, Terah, Abram. Abram was also called Abraham. The sons of Abraham were Isaac and Ishmael. Here are the members of the family line of Hagar. Nabaioth was Ishmael's oldest son. Then came Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Dubma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jetur, Nephish, and Kedema. All of them were Ishmael's sons. Here are the sons that were born to Abraham's concubine, Keturah. They were Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Sha'ah. The sons of Jokshan were Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Hanok, Abida, and Ilda. All of them came from Keturah. Adam was the father of Isaac. The sons of Isaac were Esau and Israel. The sons of Esau were Eliphaz, Reuel, Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Timnah had Amalek by Eliphaz. The sons of Reuel were Nahath, Zara, Shema, and Mizah. The sons of Sur were Latan, Thobal, Zibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. The sons of Latan were Hori, and Homam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal were Alvin, Manahath, Ebal, Shapho, and Enam. The sons of Zibeon were Aiah and Anna. The son of Anna was Dishon. The sons of Dishon were Hamdan, Ishban, Ithran, and Ka- Ka- Karan. The sons of Ezer were Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishan were Uz and Aran. Before Israel had a king, there were kings who ruled in Edom. Bela was the son of Beor. Bela's city was called Din Hadbah. When Bela died, Jobab became the next king. Jobab was the son of Zerah from Bozrah. When Jobab died, Husham became the next king. Husham was from the land of the people of Teman. When Husham died, Hadad became the next king. Hadad was the son of Bedad. Hadad had won the battle over Midian in the country of Moab. Hadad's city was called Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah became the next king. Samlah was from Masrekah. When Samlah died, Shaul became the next king. Shamuel was from Rehoboth on the river. When Shaul died, Baal Hanan became the next king. Baal Hanan was the son of Akbor. When Baal Hanan died, Hadad became the next king. Hadad's city was called Payu. His wife's name was Mehetabel. She was the daughter of Matred. Matred was the daughter of Mezahab. Hadad also died. The chiefs of Edom were Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Oholibamah, Elah, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Midzar, Magdiel, and Iram. They were the chiefs of Edom. Here are the names of the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, Asher. The family line from Judah's sons to Hezron's sons. The sons of Judah were Onan, and Shelah. A woman from Canaan had those three sons by him. She was the daughter of Shua. Was Judah's oldest son. He was evil in the Lord's eyes, so the Lord put him to death. Tamar was Judah's daughter-in-law. She had Perez and Zerah by him. The total number of Judah's sons were 5. The sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamuel. The sons of Zerah were Zimri, Ethan, Heman, Calcol, and Darda. The total number of Zara's sons were 5. The son of Camri was Achor. He brought trouble on Israel. He took some of the things that had been set apart to the Lord in a special way to be destroyed. When he did that, he disobeyed the Lord's command. Hezron, the son of Ethan, was Azariah. Hezron was the father of Jeremiel, Ram, and Caleb. Ram was the father of Amminadab. Amminadab was the father of Na- Nahshon. Nahshon was the leader of the people of Judah. Nahshon was the father of Solomon. Solomon was the father of Boaz. Boaz was the father of Obed, and Obed was the father of Jesse. Jesse's first son was Eliab. Eliab. His second son was Abinadab. The third was Shimea. The fourth was Nathanael. The fifth was Radai. The sixth was Ozem, and the seventh was David. Their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. Zeruiah's 3 sons were Abishai, Joab, and Asahel. Abigail was the mother of Amasa. Amasa's father was Jether. Jether belonged to the family line of Ishmael. Caleb was the son of Hezron. Caleb's wife Azubah had children by him. Jerioth also had children by him. Azubah's sons were Jasher, Shobab, and Ardon. When Azubah died, Caleb got married to Ephrath. She had Hur by him. Hur was the father of Uri, and Uri was the father of Bezalel. Later, Hezron made love to the daughter of Machir. He had gotten married to her when he was 60 years old. She had Segub by him. Machir was the father of Gilead. Segub was the father of Jair. Controlled 23 towns in Gilead, but Jashur and Aram captured Havath Jair. Havath Jair. They also captured Kenath, and the settlements that were around it. The total number of towns that were captured was 60. Hezron, Segub, and Jair belonged to the family line of Machir. Machir was the father of Gilead. Hezron died, and Caleb, Ephri, Ephrathah, Abi, Abijah was Hezron's wife. She had Ashur by him. Ashur was born after Hezron died. Ashur was the father of Tekoa. Here are the sons of Jerah, Jerahmeel. He was the oldest son of Hezron. Ram was Jerahmeel's oldest son. Then came Bunah, Oren, Ozem, and Ahijah. Jerahmeel had another wife. Her name was Atara. She was the mother of Onam. Here are the sons of Ram. He was the oldest son of Jerahmeel. The sons of Ram were Maz, Jamin, and Eker. The sons of Onam the were Shammai and Jada. The sons of Shammai were Nadab and Abishur. Abishur's wife was named Abihail. She had Ahaban and Maulid by him. The sons of Nadab were Seled and Apaim. Seled died without having any children. The son of Apaim was Ashai. Ashai was the father of Shashan. Shashan was the father of Aholai. The sons of Jadah were Jether and Jonathan. Jadah was Shammai's brother. Jether died without having any children. The sons of Jonathan were Peleth and Zaza. They belonged to the family line of Jerahmeel. Shashan didn't have any sons. All he had was daughters. He had a servant from Egypt named Jarha. Shashan gave his daughter to be married to his servant Jarha. She had a tie by Jarha. Attai was the father of Nathan. Nathan was the father of Zebad. Zebad was the father of Ephlal. Ephlal was the father of Obed. Obed was the father of Jehu. Jehu was the father of Azariah. Azariah was the father of Helez. Helez was the father of Elasa. Elasa was the father of Sismai. Sismai was the father of Shallum. Shallum was the father of Jechamiah. And Jechamiah was the father of Elishama. Caleb was the brother of Jerahmeel. Caleb's oldest son was Me- Mesha. Mesha was the father of Ziph. Caleb had another son named Maresha. Maresha was the father of Hebron. The sons of Hebron were Korah, Tabua, Rechem, and Shema. Shema was the father of Raham. Raham was the father of Jor, Jor, Jorkim. Rechem was the father of Shammai. The son of Shammai was Maon. Maon was the father of Beth-Zur. Caleb had a concubine named Ephah. She was the mother of Haran, Moza, and Gazaz. Haran was the father of Gazaz. The sons of Jahadi were Regem, Jotham, J- Jesh- Jeshan, Pelet, Apha, and Shaph. Caleb had a concubine named Maacah. She was the mother of Sheber and Tirhana. She was also the mother of Shaph and Sheva. Shaph was the father of Madmana. Shav. Sheva was the father of Makdana and Gibeah and Gibeah. Machna. Caleb's daughter was Aksa. All of them belonged to the family line of Caleb. Hur was the oldest son of Ephrathah. Hur was the brother of Shobah. Shobah was the father of Kiriath Jearim. Jer, Jearim. Hur was the father of Salma. Salma was the father of Bethlehem. Hur was also the father of Hareph. Hareph was the father of Beth Gader. Here is the family line of Shobal, the father of Jeriath Jearim. It included Haroi, and half of the people of Manahath. It also included the family groups of Kiriath Jearim. They were the Ithrites, Ithrites, Puthites, Shamathites, and Masherites. The people of Zorah and Ashtaol belong to those family groups. Here is the family line of Salma. It included Bethlehem, the people of Netophah, Atroth, Beth Joab, half of the people of Manahath, and the Zorites. It also included the family groups of secretaries who lived at Jabez. They were the Tirathites, Shimathites, and Succathites. They were the Kenites, who belonged to the family line of Hathath. Hamath. Hamath was the father of the family line of Rechab. Here are the sons of David who were born to him in Hebron. His first son was Amnon. Amnon's mother was Ahinoam from Jezreel. The second son was Daniel. His mother was Abigail from Carmel. The third son was Absalom. His mother was Maacah. She was the daughter of Malmai, the king of Geshur. The fourth son was Adonijah. His mother was Haggith. The fifth son was Sheph- Shephatiah. Shephatiah. His mother was Abital. The sixth son was Ithream. David's wife Eglah had Ithream by him. Those six sons were born to David in Hebron. He ruled there for 7.5 years. After that, he ruled in Jerusalem for 33 years. Children were born to him there. They included Shemuel, Shobab, Nathan, and Solomon. The mother of those four sons was Bathsheba. She was the daughter of Amiel. David's children also included Ibahar, Elisha, Eliphelet, Noga, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphelet. There were 9 of them. David was the father of all of those sons. His concubines also had sons by him. David's sons had a sister named Tamar. Solomon's son was Rehoboam. Abijah was the son of Rehoboam. Asa was the son of Abijah. Jehoshaphat was the son of Asa. Jehoram was the son of Jehoshaphat. Ahaziah was the son of Jehoram. Joash was the son of Ahaziah. Amaziah was the son of Joash. Azariah was the son of Amaziah. Jotham was the son of Azariah. Ahaz was the son of Jotham. Hezekiah was the son of Ahaz. Manasseh was the son of Hezekiah. Ammon was the son of Manasseh. Josiah was the son of Ammon. Josiah's first son was Johanan. Jeho, Jehoiakim was his second son. Zedekiah was the third son. Shallum was the fourth son. The next king after Jehoiakim was his son Jehoiachin. After that, Josiah's son Zedekiah became king. Here are the members of the family line of Jehoiakim. Jehoiachin. He was taken as a prisoner to Babylon. His sons were Shealtiel, Malkiram, Pedaiah, Shenazar, Jekamiah, Hoshama, and Nebadiah. The sons of Pedaiah were Zerubbabel, Zerubbabel, and Shimei. The sons of Zerubbabel were Meshullam and Hananiah. Shalomith was their sister. There were also five other sons. They were Hashabah, Ohel, Berechiah, Hazadiah, and Jashab Hezed. The family line of Hananiah included Pelatiah and Jeshaiah. It also included the sons of Rephaiah, Arnan, Obadiah, and Shechaniah. The family line of Shechaniah included Shemaiah and his sons. They were Hattush, Igal, Bariah, Neriah, and Shaphat. The total number of men were six. The sons of Neriah were Eli, Oenai, Hezekiah, and Azrikam. The total number of sons were three. The sons of Eli, Oenai were Hodaviah, Eliashib, Pelaiah, Akub, Johanan, Delaiah, and Anani. The total number of sons were seven. The family line of Judah included Perez, Hezron, Carmi, Hur, and Shobal. Reiah was the son of Shobal and the father of Jahath. Jahath was the father of Ah- Ahamai and Lahad. Those were the family groups of the people of Zorah. The sons of Etam were Jezreel, Ashma, and Idbash. Their sister was named Hazelelponi. Penuel was the father of Jedor. Ezer was the father of Hesha. Those people belonged to the family line of Hirsch. He was the oldest son of Ephrathah and the father of Bethlehem. Asher was the father of Tekoa. Asher had two wives. Their names were Helah and Nara. Nara had Ahazam, Hefer, Tabenai, and Hasha, Hashatari by Asher. They belong to the family line of Na Nara. The sons of Hela were Zareth, Zohar, Ethanan, and Koz. Koz was the father of Anub and Hazobeba. He was also the father of the family groups of Aharhel. Aharhel was the son of Harum. Ja- Jabez was more respected than his brothers. His mother had named him Jabez. She had said, I was in a lot of pain when he was born. Jabez cried out to the Lord of Israel. He said, I wish you would bless me. I wish you would give me more territory. Let your powerful hand be with me. Keep me from harm. Then I won't have any pain. God gave him what he asked. Caleb was the brother of Shah and the father of Maher. Maher was the father of Ishtan. Ishtan was the father of Beth, Ra, Ra, Rapha, Pasia, and Tehina. Tehina was the father of Ir, Nahash. Those were the men of Rekha. The sons of Kenaz were Othniel and Seraiah. The sons of Othniel were Haddath and Meonothai. Meonothai was the father of Ophrah. Seraiah was the father of Joab. Joab was the father of Jehar, Jeharashim. Jeharashim was called by that name because of its people were skilled workers. The sons of Caleb were Eru, Elah, and Nam. Caleb was the son of Naphaneh. The sons of Elah was Kenaz. The sons of Jahalel were Ziph, Ziphah, Teriah, and Asarel. The sons of Ezra were Jether, Mered, Epher, and Jalon. One of Mered's wives had Miriam, Shammai, and Ishba by him. Ishba was the father of Ishtema. Those were the children of Pharaoh's daughter, Bithiah. Mered had gotten married to her. His wife from Judah had Jared, Heber, and Jekuthiel by him. Jared was the father of Gedor, Heber was the father of Soko. Jekuthiel was the father of Zanoah. Hadiah's wife was the sister of Naham. Her sons were the father of Keilah the Garmite and Eshtemoa the Maacathite. The sons of Shimron were Amnon, Rina, Ben Hanan, and Tilon. The family line of Ishai included Hos, Zoheth, and Ben Zoheth. Shelah was the son of Judah. The sons of Shelah were and Lada. Was the father of Laka. Lada was the father of Jeresha. He was also the father of the family groups of the Lenin workers who lived in Beth Ashbea. Other sons of Shelah were Joachim, Joash, Sarah, and the men of Kozeba, Moab, and Jashubai. Lehem were ruled by sons of Shelah. The records of all of those matters are very old. Some of Shelah's sons were potters who lived in Netaim and Gedera. They stayed there and worked for the king. The family line of Simeon included Nemuel, Jamin, Jarib, Zerah, and Shaul. Shallum was Shaul's son. Mibsam was Shallum's son. Mishma was Mib Mibsam's son. The family line of Mishma included Hamuel. Hamuel was Mishma's son. Zachar was Hamuel's son. Shimei was Zachar's son. Shimei had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his fathers didn't have any children, so their whole family group didn't have as many people as Judah. Shimei's family group lived in Beersheba, Moleda, Hazar, Shua, Bilhah, Ezem, Tolad, Bethuel, Mor, Hormah, Ziklag, Meth, Markaboth, Hazar, Susim, Beth Biri, and Saraim. Those were their towns until David became king. 5 of the villages that were around those towns were Etam, Ain, Rimmon, Token, and Ashan. The territory of all of these villages that were around those towns reached all the way to Baalath. Those were their settlements. The tribe of Simeon kept its own family history. Simeon's family line included Meshobab, Jamelech, and and Josha. Josha was the son of Amaziah. Simon's family line also included Joel, Joel and Jehu. Jehu was the son of Joshabiah. Joshabiah was the son of Seraiah. Seraiah was the son of Asiel, Asiel, and the family line included Elioenai, Jacobah, Jeshoiah, Asaiah, Ada, Adael, Jesimiel, Benaiah, and Ziza. Ziza was the son of Shiphi. Shiphi was the son of Alon. Alon was the son of Jeduai. Jeduai was the son of Shimri, and Shimri was the son of Shemaiah. The men who names the men whose names are listed above were leaders of their family groups. Their families greatly increased their numbers. They spread out all the way to the edge of Gedor. East of the valley, they looked for grasslands for their flocks. They found grasslands that were rich and good. The land had plenty of room. It was peaceful and quiet. Some of the people of Ham had lived there before. The men whose names are listed lived at the time when Hezekiah was king of Judah. They came and attacked the Hamites in their homes. They also attacked the Meunites who were there, and they completely destroyed them. What happened to them is clear even to this very day. The men of Simon settled down where the Meunites had lived. They had enough grasslands for their flocks. 500 of those men came into the hill country of Seir and attacked it. They were led by Pelatiah, Neriah, Nephaiah, and Uzal. Those 4 men were the sons of Ishai. They killed the rest of the Amalekites who were escaped, and they still lived there to this very day. 1 Chronicles chapter 5. Here is a list of the sons of Reuben. First, here are a few things about him. Reuben was the oldest son of Israel, but he had sex with his father's concubine. He made his father's bed unclean. That's why his rights as the oldest son were given to the sons of Joseph, the son of Israel. So Reuben isn't listed in the family history as the one who had the rights of the oldest son. Judah was the leader among his brothers. A ruler came from his family line, but the rights of the oldest son belonged to Joseph. Reuben was the oldest son of Israel. Reuben's sons were Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The family line of Joel includes his son Shemaiah. Gog was the son of Shemaiah. Shemai was the son of Gog. Micah was the son of Shemai. Reiah was the son of Micah. Baal was the son of Reiah, and Beer was the son of Baal. Beera was a leader of the people